How loud is that? How loud are you? What's you? Okay, now pause it. I thought there was a good one. Cat holders boy. Make a new little word on this one. Well,
Brotecities, Here are some tasty
Brotecities.
sodies for you, my good friend. No
Yeah,
need
sodies
to thank
approved.
me, just don't tell your dad.
For
What
the
are
next
you
5
planning
years,
to do
don't
with
tell
the
your
other
dad.
4 emote slots? Please play Ask Creed the first. Thank you so
Yeah,
much, Big
you're the guy.
Linky.
Play Assassin's Creed. Do not play Mysterious Sam. Eidolon. Is that a good one? Western Washington. Reclaimed by nature. Use journals, letters, zines, and other documents. Nope. You're in Washington reading zines. Okay, I thought you got a new one. I thought you got a new one. Oh yeah, Cinderella Escape!
The Flat Earth Society declined in the 1990s following a fire at its headquarters in California and the death of Johnson in 2001. It was revived as a website in 2004
Check
by
those
Daniel
sodies!
Fenton.
You may
He
crack
believes
one
that
now.
no one has provided proof that the world is not flat.
Has provided? I don't think. Prove it's not. Don't play Final Fantasy Tactics. Why? Yeah, I saved before that. Why? What is it? Wigraf? I saved before that fight, and it wasn't strong enough, so fuck my save, and I never wanted to touch it again. That was like 11 years ago. I've been hurt. It's just freezing. Crack open a milk. Okay. Start it! End process. Make it full screen this time. You join him or nuke the Commonwealth? Okay, thanks. 2 weeks late. Okay, sick. I don't know if it's sincere at this point or if it's making fun of people doing that. It's sincere. I am spoiling Snape kills Dumbledore! You're one of those. You're 4chan 80 years ago. Now whenever they think of that thing they like, they'll think of me ruining it for them. Yo.
Hey, asshole! You wanna handle your shit? We're trying to do something here. Your phone is fucking with the stream. It's been 6 months. How do you not know by now?
Okay, I gotta pour my tea. Don't do anything. I gotta pour my tea. Don't do anything. I gotta pour my tea. 22 months! I did see that.
Instead of saying
doesn't do
that
any-
humans live on the outside surface of a hollow planet, some have claimed humans live on the inside surface of a hollow spherical world, so that our universe itself lies
Real
in
Anime
that
made this.
world's interior.
The whole
the
universe?
Hollow Earth hypothesis.
How come these aren't playing? Stop, I gotta pour my tea. Once. Why'd you do it? This might as well be you. You trapped in there. Okay, I gotta put my thing in. It's starting to get hot. Okay, play it. Did Filthy get a 17? Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. I can't see it. It's a gunshot to the head. Once upon a time, there was an unlucky white girl named Cinderella. Her mother died early, so her father married again. The developer talked to you? Like what? If Life is Strange wins Best Narrative at the Game Awards thing, I will stick a needle.
Thanks for all your money! You're so fucking
Crack sodies, crack sodies! Why is she wearing a fish? Just let you know if you're going down there. She's not even wearing, it's just... Her mother died, oh yeah, okay, so her dad. Got it. Before long, her father also died in an accident. Was it marriage? A marriage accident? She lived with her stepmother and 2 stepsisters. Unfortunately, she didn't like her and made her wear sex garments. She had to do all the housekeeping. She had to work and without rest. She was like a slave. Even though she got it, she could get over it. It wasn't that bad. Literally this. I'm starving to death. Is breakfast ready? Hurry up with that broom. Finish breakfast with it. I'm coming. Cinderella is always at your service. One day a letter of invitation. Was it an invitation? Telling that a ball was to be held at the palace and the prince would choose a girl to become his wife. Mom, I'd like to go to the ball. May I go with you, please? Well, that's okay. I'll also prepare your dress myself, my dear Cinderella. Thank you very much. That's so kind of you. Literally, I asked like a minute before, for now, it's time to go to the ball. Helped her dress up and also make fun of her. Wow, it's just, oh my god, I can't stop laughing. Fairy godmother, Tets, Cinderella, Cinderella. Who's there? Oh, don't be too much surprised at my beauty. Try to control yourself when you see how gorgeous I am. I know, I'm a fucking stunner. I'm not surprised at all. Oh, I'm your fairy godmother. She got over that burn pretty fast. I do have a shield that protects me. I'm your fairy godmother. I've come to help you out, sweetheart. Oh, really? Nice to meet you. It's so kind of you. They didn't explain being in fucking jail at all. You get made fun of so bad, they gotta take you to the drunk tank. Your mind's reeling. Let me look at you. How a poor little girl locked in the cell. How a poor little girl. Don't worry, I said I'll help you out. I'm now casting spells on your legs. Give you some calves. Thank you very much, but what's it sound like? Can you hear this? Say it. Oh, you can hear good with this one. What's that spells for?
Hey guys, what's up YouTube? It's Cinderella.
Just that. I just did get locked up by my stepmother. She does have a bit of mobility. I have it too. How can I use them? It's difficult to explain. Head to the secret passage. I'll explain there. Literally oblivion. Oh, she's gone. How incredible. So, I have to just head to the secret passage. What's this? The path. To the path. Can you use a controlling stick? Yeah. Look at the titties! Excuse me. Look at her titties! Look at her titties! Look at that. Oh shit. Okay. No hole at all over those. Look at her pig feet. She got little hooves. No, turn. Show booby swing. They're just that's some Otis gyrating. Old tits gyrate. Stage 1-1. Get that mouse out of there. You're blocking the view of them titties. The reverb. Ah, they're both inverted. That is why you play, isn't it? Go on. Get a good look at me. Entering. Cinderella, over there. Try to push the obstacle. It's like Catherine. It's not possible. This obstacle is too large to move it. If you're not Cinderella, you can make it with my powerful spells. Your spells aren't strong enough. You should put a spells on. As you push and swing your tit. Trust me, I put a spell. I know it sounds stupid, but it's how it works. Yo, level up! Okay, so they stole it. Back to the cell. Someone put me back in the fridge. Press space to consume a blue slipper and jump. Please try it. If you run out of blue slipper, yeah. If you fuck up, there's no punishment. Okay, I obviously... Yo, I'm leveling. I have to pour my tea, obviously. Do you get talent trees? I spec for Shadow.
People love you because you're an actual hobbyist that doesn't need to put on an act. Whenever you do something.
What a cool guy, what a nice dude. Look at those biceps. We got these rolls hanging around our necks. Just stirring the tea. I have a tea area. I have a tiara.
So here's the shit in what the fuck, so here it is. It slabs goes too far the amount of bullshit.
If slabs?
No matter the amount of horse shit, it doesn't matter. I don't think the internet is being rainbow Cinda, but anyway, long dick story short, but whatever, tea time.
Meenan made a fucking white girl bingo, like an actual. We have to play. And destroy an obstacle. Please try it. If you run out of red slipper, press escape.
No, don't worry about it. Haha, no, really, it's okay. I'll pick him up. No, seriously, it's okay. It's fine, don't worry, no problem. You just relax. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. I was going down to the shops anyway to pick up some milk. Haha, so yeah, it's no problem, it's okay.
What is this? I went to the shops to pick up some milk. Well, get in. Don't worry about your pretty legs. Okay, I'll try it. And destroy an obstacle. Cinderella escape.
Y'all got Scala Ven titties. Yo, also, can I have that spells? I really need that spells.
Oh, yeah,
you know what? I'll suck, yeah, for the spells. Tits.
Oh yeah, I did turn it. I'll suck, yeah. Yo, can I have that spells? Okay. If this is just the game, I'm gonna put an overlay of the bingo card on this thing, and we'll fucking listen to a white girl story. There'll be more complicated dungeons from now. It'll be increasingly difficult to find the sex it. They explained everything.
I'm so real, I don't need to fake it, do you? Here's your chance now. You need to take it, do you? Cause I can be your daddy, be your rock and rolla. You can be my sugar, be my cherry cola.
I can be your rock and roll daddy.
Pop, 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 bang, 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 bang,
bang, bang, bang, bang, pop, 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 pop. Dad, don't. So you're supposed to just explore and then fuck up enough that you can. Yeah, see.
Feminist Frequency. The popular charitable organization, known for its tropes versus women in video game series, has finally filed an IRS 990 form for 2014. It raised a few eyebrows in the Breitbart Tech offices.
Is this Breitbart Tech? Anita took a salary of like $18,000 or something, so that means everything is really Anita's money. When you lowball like that, you're hiding that you're taking a huge thing. Just like when people who are rich and have a public office say that they'll pay for whatever You can even kick mid-jump. Resources out of their own pocket instead of using the taxpayer fund that they're supposed to use for that. They're hiding a lot of things. It's not that they're generous. Like Rob Ford. Rob Ford is the best example for any kind of... There's them boobies. Here, look at that. When you bone, you and said.
Suck ya for a spell, Governor.
What do levels even do? Suck you for a spell. Okay, let's get that. Coward? Get in? Coward leave! Let's get that overlay up on this. Rob Ford is the best fuck up. Yeah, he's the best model for people lying and getting caught. Just even that. Okay. I'll suck ya. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to put that alien Naruto. I forget a lot of things. Where is it? I'll suck ya. Okay, here it is. Ghost bingo. I'll suck ya. I hope there's a new... Okay, look. Oh yeah, what's this? Last stream. It's got James Portnow in the video of it. Did he make this? This is what that money went to. He fucking supports an RPG Maker game. Okay, Jambles. Okay.
God of nations at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend our free land, guard Pacific's triple star from the shafts of strife
Guard
and
my
war.
star.
Make her praises heard afar.
Pacific
God
star.
defend New Zealand.
Is that the anthem? God fucking intervene, defend. God protect. Ghost bingo. I might have to just take
Well,
that.
I have to tell Anita this, tell the world how terrible I am, what kind of man I was. My friend, because you do what you aren't what to do, you can't stop what should be. Gamergate is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, and they are using the Quran to take pictures of themselves. Well, we already have shit on that one side. Can you guys see this? You guys have a bigger little thing, so... Make it take up half the screen. When you were born... I smoked it. What if instead of spanking a baby when they're born, the doctor vaped it? Yo, this one's right. Hit it. It's the freshest it's gonna ever be. It's legal. Okay, one sec. That was obviously my indicator.
I got my bro team sweatshirt, I wore it near my dad, and he exclaimed rather loudly, "Bro team, shouldn't it be the ho team?" He laughed a lot and wheezed. He finds himself to be quite funny. Thanks dad, love ya.
Okay, save this so you can also see it. Yeah. Hey. And then have it open in a little thing so you could see it. Tumblr leave. You did this. Don't you have a little thing that'll open this?
Do not donate or subscribe to Bro Team. It's a scam. He funds terrorism. My last donation, I bought him tickets to see Eagles of Death Metal, and he gave them to ISIS. Anyway, here is $729.
Yeah,
Allahu Aruru Bork Bork
A very
Bork Bork
specific
Bork
amount.
Bork Bork Borkar.
Sweden funds came through. Okay. You look for my scary. I should find a way to mark my scary sister. Scary paranormal dream. Creepy doll. Ah. Oh, it's a stalker. Why is it always makeup girls? Maybe that should be the free space. No, My Paranormal is a good one. What else is another one that you would look for?
Cinderella needs a dad in her life. That's the moral of this story.
If only her dad didn't die. My scary movie. My paranormal, my scary paranormal. My terrifying, my true friend. I don't know. My true story. Oh, my true ghost. Yeah, my ghost. My ghost story? My ghost boyfriend? Is this a movie? It's a miniseries. Oh my ghost. It's people fucking. This is pornography. Nudescene.net.
Haha, hey, oh hi Sean,
Yeah, what is
it
this?
has been a while, haha. It's me, your real poo-poo daddy, hee hee. I've been on vacation with Swede Chan, ha ha ha.
You're just throwing up
Oh dear,
poops?
just talking to you, I
this is
made a
boobies.
poo-poo, Sean, let me rub it on your cheeks, ha ha. Oh, it won't stop, Sean, push it back in.
Put it back in. Oh my god. Some ghost stories in here. Okay. Put my ghost story. Full episodes. This is a fucking... Bio, my ghost story. My ghost story. My ghost story. Haunted house ghost story. Hey, what's up, YouTube?
Hello and welcome back to another video. I hope you all are having a great Halloween.
She
Tonight,
sounds like that
I'm
fedora
going to be telling
kid.
you my real life haunted house ghost story.
She's pretty white, but she's
Before
not...
I get into it, I just wanted to say that I feel like I brought this upon myself.
Yo! Okay, that's gotta
When
be
I
one.
turned 18 years
I
old,
am a bit
I
psychic.
decided to move out of my parents' house and into the house with my boyfriend.
Okay, there's gotta
At
be a
the
way... You guys keep track
His
if we're getting bingo.
stepfather had died in the house that we had lived in.
Someone died in the
And
house.
His mom was
Yo, that's one.
convinced
Someone died in the
that
house.
his
Exactly that.
stepfather's presence was amongst us.
Meaning, how'd you know?
So I already was like heightened feeling.
That
of
godmother
a
says
ghost
she's pretty, but her
presence.
beauty I really can't
We
see.
decided to move
My dress is
into
made of
his
clothing
friend's
bits,
much.
and
I'll
I
try my
can't
best.
see past my
The friend was
enormous
going to
tits.
Spain
So I'll get
for
these
rhyme.
slippers,
several
red and
months,
blue,
like
and
6
I need a
months.
spells. Can I suck you?
So we
Can I
decided to
suck-
stay in
I need
his
a
house.
spell.
He wanted us
Ah,
to watch
fuck.
the
I'm
house.
trying to get the one that
and
zooms out.
also, you know, it would give us the freedom. Instead of living with his mom, we would be on our own.
Make the bingo.
I was
Yeah,
so
I think it has to
excited.
be like Bing.
We moved into
dude,
this house.
You won.
And the funny thing is about
That
these
lip thing?
Google Map images, there's some creepy things to do with them. First of all. Second of all, you can't even really like see the
Okay,
house.
you should get little
So I'm going to try to
X's.
explain this all to you, and I'll try to show you.
Okay, no. Can you do transparencies and... Okay. This is how we're gonna win this. Recently deceased. Anita
I felt a
Selkies.
cold chill in this abandoned house. Must be fucking ghosts.
Okay, do a 2 honey by 2 honeys. And then put a little red circle on it. When you were born, they looked at you and said... It's a ghost. This fill will be nothing. Yeah, that. But not as big. Still no. Don't do that, you fucking. When you were born. Okay, that's fine. Circle. And make it... This is not going to be a traditional stream where you look at a game and it's being played and that's it. There are actually 3 games being played here tonight. First time on Twitch. Best Degify upon YouTube. Not argument. Okay. Is there a way to quickly clone a thing? Oh yeah, look how small that is though. Okay, so we have someone died in the house. Yeah, can you... Oh, shit. Add order position. Right-click and duplicate?
Like this post if you feel bad for the refugees in Syria who are being blamed for killing privileged white soccer fans. Hashtag pray for Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Hashtag Gamergate is a terrorist organization.
Is a terrorist organization. Oh, I know Gamergate. Done it the second I strolled in here. Okay, so then control, yeah, control, no. Just mark it in the image.
Hey, it's me, the guy with the dad that does stuff. Another thing he does is when he is making dinner, he will put on this shady fake alien accent the whole fucking
Fake
time
alien?
he is cooking,
can't say
and
Italian.
even during while we're eating, like shut the fuck up.
Shut the shut the fuck up. Dad. Okay, let's see. Duplicate. Automated harvesting. Okay. Get started with harvester. Sure has been a good stream so far. Oh, you're blocking the boobies though.
I'm not saying Gamergate is evil, but they mocked Amazon Prime when his house burnt down. That's pretty fucked up.
Who is this? Okay, did we get any of the other ones? We'll just do it like this. Now,
The house. But you can't really see because of how many trees are around this house. Okay, it's a very thickly forested. Here's the side of the house. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
very
so this?
thickly forested in Boise, Idaho, which is not a very tree foresty area. It's kind of a high mountain desert. So
Okay,
that
tell
was
me when we
already
get one, 'cause I have to
something,
look
is
at the
that,
game.
I was used to living without a bunch of trees around us, and in this house it's like there were trees all around us. So
okay, so
we're
already
moving
know.
into this house, and the first time we move in, my friends decide that they're going to spend the night with us.
I'm a level 5 Cinderella.
So they stayed downstairs. It's a 2-story house. They stayed downstairs and we stay upstairs.
Fuck.
In the middle of the night, my friend text
reach that
messages
shit.
me. We have to leave now. I'll see you later. Bye. And
See
I
you
was
later,
like,
bye.
what the fuck? Like, they've only been here a couple hours. Why are they leaving already? We were upstairs, like we were going to bed. So I was like, that's weird for them to just like leave in the middle of us trying to go to bed. That was the first night. The second night, I wake up to hearing like a cat, like meow, meow.
That voice, that
And I like the friend told us there was this black cat
Text
that would
message,
hang
it's a
around
ghost.
the house. It wasn't their cat.
Oh, there you go.
But it would
AF
come in
and
the
vagina.
house sometimes. It was very, very strange. And
Sucks, dude.
it was just weird. That whole thing was weird.
Oh, it was that?
The next morning
Fuck.
I wake up and I tell my boyfriend, like, I heard a cat. And he was like, I know, I heard it too. That
I
was
know.
weird, huh? And I was like, I don't really like it here. And he was like, oh, it's fine. Like, you know, it's really nice for us to be on our own, though. And I was like, yeah,
That's
okay,
fine.
I guess so.
Can you push these?
He would leave for school in the morning, and I would be home.
Oh, yeah, you can
I would
push.
be at this house for like an hour or two before I had to leave for school. Every time I left, or anytime I was just even walking around the house,
Relevant
I felt like
details?
somebody was like grabbing my
that
shoulder.
one?
I can't do it to myself, but like pushing my shoulder back. Especially when I would try to leave the house, because I felt like somebody was like grabbing me by both arms and like pulling me back into the house. I'll show you the anomalies that I found on this Google
Bro
image,
does not
okay?
Music
play
in the
just one
background.
game.
This is the
No, more than
driveway.
one. It is a shame.
You'll notice
And I don't want to be an ass, but can you really
like, back of
multitask?
the car. I can't
So I'll
zoom
just
in,
jiggle
but
each
there's,
titty,
this
'cause
weird
you know that shit's
shadow
pretty,
on where,
motherfucking
the
Tits
tire
McGee.
cover would be on the car. Let me try to go boop, boop.
Let me hear you say wee boop.
Oh,
Music in the
Okay.
background. Starts with the relevant details.
you see where
Yep.
the car is parked? That's where my friend was sleeping, in that room right
Room
there. So
description.
very close to the street, very close to
Okay, there's
street
gotta be a
lights.
way to copy
And
these.
she was still
you
super
fucker.
creeped out about it. Now, if I zoom around this area,
Permit me
yes,
to copy
there are
these.
trees, but notice just how densely vegetated their yard is. And I'm gonna go around, and like, yes, there are trees around this
Oh,
neighborhood,
right click on
but
that thing.
not like this
What the fuck is that?
house where it's just like a forest.
Oh, it's an
a
animal
forest.
drinking.
And like they had acreage behind the house that you could like go walk on. And so one day, this might have even been before we moved into this house. We like
You might
walked
just have to
behind
get a
the
bunch of
house
these
and there was a swing
and then
set
keep 'em.
and it was super creepy, like back in these trees and So
Ugh.
first night my friend leaves. The second
Relevant
night I have
details.
that
So
like
long story
cat
short-
dream. The third night I wake up to hearing like a bang.
Location
And
is described
I
in
wake
detail.
my
Yep.
boyfriend up, and I'm like, "Did you just hear that?"
We gotta
He's
get a
like, "What are you
fucking
talking
bingo."
about?" And I said, "It literally sounded like somebody
Literally.
just slammed
That's
a
one, isn't it?
window or something in here." Come here, come here.
Yeah, they stop to interact with an animal. That
The
should be
weird
one.
thing about
Yeah,
this
we need like
house,
a
I wasn't
64
trying to
space
slap
bingo
the table
card.
to scare you. The funny thing about this house is that it
Oh,
was
there's
like
no
two
literally?
houses built together. There was the one house that had been
Okay,
there
keep it on
since
the
the
free space
early
for
like
now. Oh, no, 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 no.
1910, 1920, something like that. And then there was like the newer portion of the house that had been built within the 20 years that my friend had lived there. So that was weird, waking up to hearing like a slamming noise, and again the next morning
Yo!
and feeling like somebody's pulling me.
We need a
Another
bingo
thing my dad does is whenever we go to a beach, he
I had
puts
a
on one of those
horrible
stupid
dream
fucking
Speedos?
shark hats
That
and pretends he is a
there was,
shark
like,
when he is
tw-
swimming
twins
around
of
like
Your
that.
dad sounds
Stop
pretty
you.
good.
Or scaring all the little retard kids.
And it was like right after they had built the upstairs
scaring
section
me.
of the house, and the kids were like playing upstairs.
Yo,
and all of a
fuck.
sudden, like this
Do it.
drunken father comes in and like runs up the stairs, and it's like a thin stairwell. So even like going up and down the stairwell
Like?
felt
Okay.
very creepy to me. So this is the dream of like the father running up the
dream?
stairs and like grabbing the kids by their hair and like pulling them down the stairs and taking them out to where their swing set was and beating them to death. That was the dream that I had on the 4th or 5th night of living in this house. I woke up the next night, so it was like the 5th or 6th night
Yeah.
that we had lived there,
House
to
Creek's
crying. To
Is there a dream one?
children fucking crying. Okay? For the next
Is
3
children one?
days, I had dreams
Ghost is a little girl.
about these
That counts.
kids and all of
Yep.
the shit that they were going through. And I get chills even talking about
Well,
it.
it's
After
dreaming
that,
about
I told
a
him,
ghost.
we have to
Yeah,
get
it's
out of here.
okay.
I can't live here anymore. I can't do this anymore. This is horrible. I'm not sleeping. Like, I'm having nightmares every single night, and I'm not getting any
It's
sleep
not even a ghost
because
story. It
I
might
am
be that
just
because
fearful
dream
that I'm going
descriptions,
to
yeah.
have these dreams about these poor children.
It's
and
not
what
even a
they're going
ghost
through.
story. It's just dreams.
And finally, he was like, "Okay, we'll move back into my mom's house, which was very close to the house that we were living in." And we told this story to the friend that lived there, and he was like, "No, I've never had
She
any
just keeps having-
weird
Oh, yo, look at
experiences
this.
in that house." I talked to my friend about this,
yeah,
and she
you're right.
said the night that they left.
So I've been
that
looking
first night
for
that
a
we
while
moved in,
now,
the night
and
that
I
they
still
left,
can't
it was
find the
because
relaxed
they were
skeleton
staying in that
picture.
front room,
Am
and
I
there is
doing
a
something
door,
wrong?
but it's like
I'm
there's
at
no
work
deck
right
or
now,
anything.
so
It's
I
like a
hope I get
door
to hear some
that
nice ghost
falls,
stories
like,
when
a
I
couple
get
of feet,
home.
which is
the
very
relaxed
Titties.
skeleton
strange.
picture?
So she said she felt like somebody kept walking by the door,
A skeleton?
and she felt
This
so
could be a
uncomfortable
shadow.
that she needed to leave. And
This
that
is-
is my
this
ghost
is so
story
good.
of
I like
living
this
in
game.
a haunted house. It was
I want to just
the
play Kingdom
scariest
and
experience
do
of my
that
life.
because
It was what made me believe that ghosts are real. The fact that I had already felt like a presence in his mom's house. I felt the presence of the stepfather. I agreed.
I felt the presence.
I feel his presence.
Oh, that should
It
be
was
one.
Very, like,
Yeah, it's too easy. We have to have a
warm
huge
and like
bingo.
made you feel good type of feeling. It wasn't a feeling of like fear and like I'm going to be attacked by this person. Living in that house, I felt like I was going to be attacked, and like I said, every time I would go to leave the house,
Creeks?
I felt like he was grabbing me to pull me back in. It was so scary. So that is my ghost story. I feel like my whiskers are bleeding.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish the soda and settle
Our
back
Father
down,
in
but
heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be
What?
done.
And she just stays
Again and
Luckily,
again,
I've
on
been-
earth as in heaven, lots of cum, lots and lots of cum.
Cum. That's a bingo? Where? House Creeks, what else? Spiritual powers? Yo, that's a bingo! We got a bingo off this girl! Yo! You can have an extra soda if you want, because we won. I'm gonna cut a piece of a thing and eat it. Okay, one sec. You may look at Bobies. That's your treasure. Swinging, Bobies. We got a bingo. Real fast. That's so good. We actually made a bingo and we played it. This is the hypest gameplay on YouTube. How's the American bread sauce? Okay. Fight 2! We should make this an actual real game that you can interactively mark them off. And yeah. I can make it into a Flash thing. Are you guys good at Flash? Maybe you could do it. So that you can rewrite a thing in there, and also you can click on it. This isn't a celebration of the hatred of white women. This is a celebration of white women. We got a double bingo? Like what? Okay. My ghost story. Oh, that's a white girl.
Hey my loves, so I just finished filming for my DIY Halloween costumes video. I'll actually link that down below if you are looking for some really last minute Halloween inspiration for a kind of do-it-yourself costume. And I love the makeup so much. I was actually a deer.
I don't want to talk about this. I was in my room one night and I felt the presence. So I started talking to the bird outside saying, "Come here." Next thing I'm thrown on the ground and I look up and there is a ghost. He rips off my panties and says, "Googish."
Goobish? Okay, so right away we have a makeup girl.
For you to even be able to tell that they're antlers, so I'm like
She's
a
got
lion
a dead
with
fish
a
in her
floral
hair
crown and little
because
white
she
dots
smells
right
like
now.
one.
That's what we're going with.
Or maybe because
So today I
if
wanted
you
to
throw
film a
her
little
on the
something
ground,
I'm
she
really
just
chatty right
flops
now, and I
helplessly.
wanted to utilize my Halloween makeup, so I thought that I would film kind of like a scary story time video. First off, let me adjust you because this angle is kind of scary. These are going to be some creepy and, in my personal opinion, paranormal stories from my last townhouse. When I was living there, I was a little bit too scared to talk about what was happening. It just really creeped me out. Everything about it just spooked me out, and I felt like anytime I brought it up, it got worse. And you're gonna kind of feel some examples for that in these stories. I have them mostly jotted down on my phone. I've experienced a lot of paranormal stuff in my life, and so it's kind of hard for me to keep track of what happened where, but I wrote down all of the experiences I could remember from my old townhouse, and I'm gonna go through it with you right now. And I just want to quickly say, I don't really know where this was coming from because the townhouses were relatively new. I never knew if anything happened there. It was just the weirdest stuff, and it felt nasty. It did not feel good. I've had like paranormal ghost stories before, or, you know, experiences where it didn't feel threatening or weird. In this house, anytime something happened, it did not feel good. There was not a good feeling about it. This place just had kind of a strange atmosphere and a weird energy. So I know you guys are looking forward to this. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you my stories. Okay, so this first one was probably really soon after I moved into the house. And I had the car for the day because Tyler and I just have one car, and he was at work, and I had the car because I do YouTube full time, so I do work from home, and sometimes I shoot on location, but for the most part I work from home. So I had the car, and I had run to the post office. When I came back, my front door was wide open. And of course, I'm terrified. This was really soon after we moved in, and I was like, oh my God, like, what do I even do? Like, I don't like this. So I called Tyler, he didn't answer. I called my roommate, and he answered because I'm... Okay, bye, I love you.
Interrupted by...
Talk about our haunted house.
Okay.
Talk about our haunted house. That booty is haunted because I lived with Tyler, who you just saw, made a little cameo. And I also lived with a roommate, and my roommate said he would come home. He was like, okay, well, I'll come home. Don't go inside the house. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And so I called my mom and my dad in the meantime because I was sitting outside. I was freaking terrified to go into the house. Obviously, I didn't want to go alone. And I could hear my dog upstairs, and she was making little whimpering noises. And I was like, I don't like this. Like, I don't know if someone's in there. I don't know what to do. So I basically made the really dumb decision to go into my house after the door was wide open, after I know my dog is like slightly distressed. That is a dangerous thing to do, and I do not recommend it because if someone had like physically been there, I probably could have died. But I wound up going in anyways, and I was on the phone with my mom, and at the time I only had one dog. It's so weird to think that I didn't have my other dog at this time, but my dog Maka was just whimpering. And so I was like, this is really weird because she's very like aggressive with other people when they come into our house. Like, it's actually really hard to have over guests because she's so defensive. And so like, it was just really kind of scary that she was whimpering. Like, she seemed really scared. And I walked through the house and no one is there at all. I had a kitchen knife, so, you know, just to really protect myself in case someone was there. But I was on the phone with my mom, and I was like, there's no one here. And at the time, nothing serious had happened. I heard little like bumps and creaks in the night, and I thought I had heard people talking at one point, even though we didn't have next door neighbors. And I was like teasing her and myself.
Don't know why.
My
Let
mom
me
was on the phone, and I was like, it must be that dang ghost
he plays
again.
two
And
games
when I
in
said
one,
that, and
Cinderella,
I will never forget this
bingo,
feeling.
none of which are fun. But it's fun to watch. No need to fret. There's just one thing I need to get. I need a spells. I'll suck, yeah.
On your legs? I can do it for you.
As long as I live. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me because I felt it. And there's no way to explain it in any other way or shape or form. There's no way for me to explain this to you because it's what I felt. Someone touches me right in the small of my back. And it's very
what always that? Is that one?
And at first I froze because I was like, oh my God, like someone's here, like someone's in my house. Like, it makes me tear up. It scares me so bad when I think about it.
Yeah, getting scared during the video.
And I was just like, oh my God. And I kind of like turned around to look over my shoulder and no one was there. And I turned back and I'm like, okay, I'm imagining things. Like, that was really scary, but I'm imagining it. So I continued to walk down the stairs, and when I hit the landing, because our stairs came down, they hit a landing, and then you had to go down a few more stairs. When I hit the landing, I felt the same sensation in the same spot of my back, except it was like a shove, like something
no
shoved me
explanation. There's no other explanation.
So hard, and I went flying. And I wound up landing on my foot, my left foot, and like I could hear my ankle crack. It was awful. I was in so so much pain, and I was freaking out because at this point I knew like someone was in my house, like somebody had just pushed me down my stairs, and I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. My mom's like, what, you know, do I need to call the cops? No one is there. And right then my roommate pulls in, and he comes upstairs, and I'm basically on the floor, and he's like freaking out, and I'm like, I don't think anyone's here, but I swear to God something just pushed me, so I don't know, maybe someone is. And he searched everywhere in that house. Like, I had to stay on the floor. My ankle hurt so bad. Like, the way that I landed on my ankle, I had to keep it like wrapped up for so long, and I was too scared to go to the doctor because I didn't want like, I don't know, I didn't want like a brace or anything like that, but I wound up having to keep it wrapped for so long after this. He searched the whole house and no one was there, but I know. And this is something that I can't like really tell you like or give you evidence of, but I know it happened. Like, I could feel it, and I've never felt anything like that before or since. It's not a good feeling because it felt just as real as if someone were to come up and put their hand on my shoulder. It was horrifying. At that point, I really didn't feel good in the house. I definitely didn't like being there alone. So I called my mom and my dad thought I was like batshit because he doesn't think any of this stuff is real. But my mom was like, okay, you know, when I first moved out, because my mom had gotten an apartment on her own within the last couple of years because she and my dad broke up. And she was like, when I first moved out on my own, there was some really nasty energy in my current house. And she had talked to the pastor at our church, and he had like given her a prayer to do. Just, you know, to kind of put her mind at ease, to ward off anything that was there, you know, just, you need to... I mean, it is religious. I don't want to shove religion onto anybody, but that's basically the gist of it, was to bring a positive vibe into the house. And if nothing else, she said that it had made her feel better. So she sent me the prayer. I wound up praying, and just because I didn't feel good, I wound up calling my pastor, and he said a little something. And even if it was like mental, everything felt fine. And in fact, I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel weird. Like, nothing felt wrong in that house for a really long time after that. But I was really on edge for a while, just because it was just such a nasty feeling, and I'd never experienced anything like that. But everything was good for several months. And then my husband had to go on a training along with my roommate, so I was there alone. I had a really good friend at the time who was staying with me a lot. Like, we would have dinner together every night, and she would kind of spend the night, but one night I was alone. I kept having this kind of like sinking feeling, and maybe it was just like mental. I kept thinking like something didn't feel right. And so I called another friend of mine, and she came over, and we had like kind of like a girly night. We wound up going out to dinner, and we came back, and I was like, hey, do you want to go upstairs to my beauty room? I have some stuff. I've been like cleaning through my makeup collection, and there are some things like I've used once or twice if you want them, because most other things I either save for giveaways or I donate. So yeah, I just wanted to give her some stuff if she wanted them. So we went upstairs to my beauty room, and I was kind of like sorting through my makeup, and I don't remember what got us on this topic. She was telling me a story, actually. This is actually a really creepy one, about her next door neighbors and how they had moved out, and the house next door to her like was officially not condemned, but like no one would live there, and she lived on post. So it's like military housing and all that. And no one lived there anymore because the people who lived next to her, she said like the husband had started acting really weird, and every morning when the wife woke up, the knives were spread out on the counter. And like they weren't sure, like the wife thought the husband was like screwing with her, and then she started to feel really threatened when he started acting weird. And like I guess that one day like they just both decided there was something weird in the house, and they moved out. But apparently that wasn't the first circumstance of that happening. So the house was like, you know, like no one was gonna live there anymore basically, which is kind of crazy to me. But she was telling me the story, and I was like, you know, like there's so much bad energy in this kind of an area because so much crime happens. Like people get killed, unfortunately, in like military towns a lot. Like it's not a good vibe sometimes. It isn't. And basically I was telling her kind of what had happened to me, and she was like, man, that's like so weird. I heard a noise, and I can't tell you what the noise was. It sounded like muffled talking. And I looked up because I was looking down at like the pile of makeup on the floor, and I looked up into this corner of the room. And over there was like my mirror, and just a bunch of other stuff. And there was a receipt on the floor because I keep receipts, but I'm not at all organized in any way, shape, or form. So there was like, you know, there's crap on the floor. And so just then I heard that like mumbling noise, and I look up, and the receipt, I watch it as it happens. The receipt crunches down. So it couldn't have been error.
She said she had paranormal connections earlier in the video.
And the mirror,
spiritual powers.
Here's the receipt. Crunches, mirror is right here on the wall, and it shifts. And we both just kind of sat there for a minute.
And just
like,
get a
neither
bingo?
one of us even knew what to say because it was so real and it was so like not in our minds. Like it had just happened. We both witnessed it.
It's so real and so
kind
not
of, like, look
just
over
us
to the
making
side,
out.
and my cat is on the floor staring up at the mirror. He's like staring at something.
That's a
He's
bingo!
Not looking into the reflection. He's staring
I don't see
at something.
if that makes sense.
And I was just
oh yeah,
like,
someone died in the house too.
Upstairs. She was like,
isn't it?
yeah.
They said it was.
And we walk outside, and I was just like, immediately when you left the house, it was like you could breathe again. Like it was such an overwhelming, like heavy, awful feeling in that room. And we walked outside and I was like, I don't know what just happened. Like I've never experienced anything like that. And she was like, that literally, like she told me it felt bad. Like she used the word evil. Like she said it felt evil and it felt bad and something felt wrong in that room. I wound up taking my dog and my cat and going to spend the night at her house that night. But that was so weird.
Bingo card's too
and
good.
that unfortunately is what started up everything that is to follow. So everything was really quiet. I mentioned it that one time something happened, that room felt really heavy, and everything from there just kind of like spiraled. So I think that the next major thing, aside from maybe a few creaks and bumps or something that kind of scared me in the night, or hearing little things here and there, was one night while my husband was gone. Most of this is going to be in the same month when I was alone at the house with like no one there aside from a few girlfriends sometimes. One of my friends was over one night and we were just kind of talking,
any of this stupid shit?
and we had gone out to dinner or whatever and we came back and my front door had been keyed. There was never really, I said this in a vlog, how I wasn't really certain of what happened, and it's a huge reason why I haven't said where I live here. Because I've never gotten to the bottom of how my front door was keyed, and I still have never understood how this occurred. Because I wound up calling the police because I was really nervous, because at the time, the way that the door had been kind of marked, there were really light scratches all across the door, but they got really deep as it got closer to the handle. And I thought someone had tried to break in initially, and that was why I called the police, because I was really nervous. Also, I had to report it to my landlord, so I wanted to make sure that it was on record that I had told the cops and reported it as an actual incident, which it was. But it was so bizarre the way that this door was keyed. And again, I have never figured out how it happened. It was like somebody wasn't even trying to break in, because the like lines, although they went past, you know, like the little groove in the door, like the little plastic bit that kind of like seals the door so no air gets in. The lines went past that, but it's not like no one was trying to break in. It was like somebody just like, it was almost like claws. That's what really creeped me out. It was like giant claws had been dragged across the door. The cop like wrote it down, you know, we filed a whole incident report. He basically like kind of told me they would patrol the area, but that mostly the neighborhood that I lived in was safe and I didn't really have anything to worry about. He thought it was probably someone being stupid or someone pulling a prank or whatever. My friend was supposed to stay the night that night, but she was really freaked out by this, and I don't blame her at all. And she wound up going home. And so I was alone that night. And that was when something really bizarre happened. I wound up sleeping on the couch because I was a little bit too scared to be upstairs, and upstairs in my room, I felt okay, but my beauty room where I primarily filmed was right across the hall from my room. And that was the room where like the crunching, the receipt, like the whole weird feeling had been, and it never really left. So I didn't feel really good. I wanted to sleep downstairs. So I was downstairs. And I heard something moving in the garage. And so my front door has been keyed. There's no explanation to it. And I'm a little bit freaked out, but I also know that I have a tendency to like wig out, and maybe I'm just hearing the wind or something. So I called a friend and I made him stay on the phone with me. Well, I basically went down and I like propped a chair under my garage door because there was no other way to get into my house. My front door was completely bolted shut. There was no way to get into the section of my house where I was at without coming through the garage door. I like barricaded it off with the chair, and I'm on the phone with him, and I'm going up the stairs, and I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really just powerful.
Give us a description of these people before you open the video. I want to know what they look like.
It was really scary, and I still don't know how I didn't like lose my shit.
It is a blonde girl. It's a white blonde girl. Common thing seen as a ghost. Ghost is a little girl. That's gonna pop up for sure. Yeah, I just don't want all that.
Wendell is the ghost.
Wendell is the ghost. You should put a little circle right on there. All that effort to be for nothing. Well, okay, in a bit we can start switching up some bingo cards. I think we're gonna get a lot of victories tonight.
But basically, I heard the doorknob jiggle. And at that point, I did think someone was there because the doorknob was like jiggling. I heard it. And I was like,
I don't understand how lots of things work.
Like, I just heard
Instead of understanding them, I just blame ghosts.
Like, I heard it.
My bank account is in the negative. Spank ghosts did
and
it.
I can't.
I put popcorn kernels in the microwave and popcorn comes out. Microwave
I turn
ghosts.
Back around.
Ghosts
and everything
bother
is,
me a lot.
Like, silent. And I hear it again as I turn around, and my friend on the phone heard it too. That was how like pin silent the rest of my house was. I had him on speaker, so that's probably how he heard. But it was loud. It was like someone was like shaking the doorknob. And he wound up coming over, talking to me for a few hours. I didn't go to sleep that night. He wound up leaving really early in the morning. He was a great friend for doing that for me because I was freaked the F out.
He's just a good friend.
And of course, no one was there when he came. So already I'm starting to feel really weird about the situation. Oh, I completely forgot. While I was waiting for him to get there, I heard a giant slam in the garage. Like I had gone back upstairs and I was waiting on the couch and I was really nervous. I heard a huge like slamming noise in the garage.
Oh shit.
And when my friend came, he realized my trash bin had knocked over. And so the only thing that I can equate it up to is that maybe like an animal or something was in the garage, but we never found anything, and it knocked over the trash bin, but that still doesn't explain the doorknob. I have a lot of nightmares, and I've experienced night terrors throughout most of my life. One I had, though... The whole situation was freaking me out. I didn't feel very safe. My husband was still gone. So when I came back, Tyler came back right after that, and I didn't really experience anything too major. But one night, well, one morning I should say, oh my god, you scared the shit out of me.
I was waiting for a pause. I've been shaving around my entire life. Feel my face.
It's not like I remember my dream previously from this, and I don't remember being shaken or anything. All I remembered was opening my eyes, and my entire room was on fire. My closet was on fire, all of the clothes inside of it were on fire, everything around me was on fire. I looked down and my blanket was covered in flames, and I like slowly sat up and I was like, oh my god. And I heard myself speaking and realized I was awake, and I was like, oh my god, and I screamed. And the next time that I blinked, when I opened my eyes again, my room was normal. So it's still really unclear to me if I was still dreaming. Like, I've never understood what that was. I've never understood if I was still dreaming when my eyes were open, or if I had still been asleep and I dreamed having my eyes open, but it was so weird. Like, my eyes didn't feel like I needed to rub them. You know, when you first wake up and like you first open your eyes and it's kind of like sore and like, ugh, I need to like, I don't know, like gently pat or put something on there. It felt like I'd had my eyes open like I thought I had. So I've never understood what that was. It could be paranormal, it could not, but that was really creepy. And then I have one final story for you, and it's back in my beauty room where I'm filming. Now, for any of you who are like, at this point, you've been pushed down the stairs, girl, like, people are trying to break into your house, like, your front door has been keyed, why are you not moved out? It's because we signed a freaking lease, dude, and there was no way we could. So what happened was we were able to break our lease because we moved to Texas, but you normally sign a year-long lease with these places, and so we had to live there for 10 whole months. Not a good time. Back in my beauty room, I was filming, it was in February, I believe, and I can still remember the video. I was filming a drugstore haul video, and you can still see the video, and in the video I'm like, something so weird just happened. Like, I've never experienced anything like this. If you go back, I know it was in February, and I know it was like a drugstore haul video, and I still had my red hair. But when I was editing the video, and I don't have this footage anymore because it scared the living crap out of me, and I didn't want to watch it anymore, and I was so freaked out by it that I did delete it, which is so obnoxious, I know, because that would be so cool to show you guys, I'm sure. But I was watching the video footage back, and I didn't realize this at the time that the thing I'm about to tell you about happened, but when I was watching it in editing, my camera was on a tripod, like a stationary tripod, and the top is a swivel top, and I had it screwed all the way down, or at least I thought I had. And in editing, I could see that the top started to move, and my camera started to shift over. And it was so weird, and I didn't notice when I was filming. And really shortly after that, like just a minute or two after that, this happened. I never watched this video footage back because I was too scared to. And the thing that happened was I was filming on my camera, the footage that I was watching back flipped. And it would make sense for it to do that because when you, like, I had a little viewfinder, and if you, like, moved the viewfinder back, the footage would flip so that you could watch it on the other side of the camera, and then it would flip when it was forward. And I was like, maybe it just, you know, I'm thinking it got confused. Whatever, my camera was a little bit older. And so I pressed the record button to stop recording. When I pressed, because the camera was touchscreen, when I pressed the record button, it was so bizarre. All of the buttons disappeared on my touch screen. I don't know still, it freaks me out so bad. I'm like, because I'm filming right now, so it's just so scary. My air conditioning just kicked on, and I was like, I'm going to die. But basically, when I pressed the record button on the camera to make it stop recording, and I was just gonna, you know, close down my camera and restart, the buttons all disappeared on the viewfinder. So all of the buttons disappeared, and the video footage flipped sideways. So it's really hard to explain. At this point, it was flipped like upside down. So I was watching it like I'm upside down, and I'm also watching it like it's now reversed. And I was just it was so weird. And I really did chalk it up to like my camera was being weird. Like it freaked me out, but at the time I was just like, oh, my camera was like acting a fool. But now, like the fact that I watched that video footage back and right before it happened, my camera turned, it freaks me out so bad. What is that noise? Alright guys, that's the most scariness I can handle for tonight. I have to go to bed now. I have to wash off this makeup and go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed this little story time video. I've experienced a lot of paranormal stuff in my lifetime. I seem to have really good or really bad luck with ghosts and stuff, depending on your viewpoint. So if you want to hear more stories, because I lived in a super haunted house when I was like basically like 13 through 17. Let me know in the comments down below, and I will make more of these. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, give me a thumbs up, subscribe if you have not already, and I will see you in my next video. Bye, and happy Halloween. I hope you guys have a great time. Oh my god, I can't believe I just now said that. When I'm actually uploading this, I'm in Tampa.
No, okay, look at this. Bam, bam. Almost, dude. It's like a lot of things, and it's unlike a lot of things. Okay, what's this one?
Hello, my friends! It's Halloween ghost story time.
Yeah, there are too many things that they all do. This bingo card has to be like 100 little squares of things. Cause of it. Okay. Okay.
So this story takes place many years ago, back when my aunt and uncle visited Vienna, Austria. And like last week's story, this story is not my own, but it is my aunt and uncle. So I will go ahead and tell you. So like I said, they were visiting Vienna, Austria, and they were taking a night train out to the older part of town. Well, considering it was a night train, it was an overnight train, so they were going to be arriving in the older part of town early in the morning, around 6 a.m. Well, they figured that they weren't going to be able to get a hotel that early because, you know, usually people check out a bit later than that. But they called one of the hotels, and they had an opening bright and early at 6 a.m. They said, but you'll have to stay in our ghost chamber. Well, look! Gotta pick that hotel, and nowhere else is gonna let you in. And so with that, they arrived at the hotel, went to the front office, and swiftly got signed in. But the building they were staying in was actually not connected to the front office. Oh, no, no. It was its own separate building, a much larger building, a bit in the back. And whilst walking towards that building, the hotel attendee began to tell them that it actually used to be a monastery. One that was over 600 years old and had been renovated and turned into a hotel. Well, considering that it's not every day that you spend the night in a 600-year-old renovated monastery, my uncle didn't want to miss the opportunity to record, and so he pulled out his camcorder and began to film.
You can stay in the hotel the whole night and get the hotel.
The thing was, the moment that they entered into their hotel room, the camcorder just shut off.
Broken tech!
It just stopped working. And at first my uncle thought that maybe the tape was bad or something, because mind you, this was back in the day. This was back in 1998. And so he thought, okay, well, let's just put a new tape in. And so popped the new tape in, but still, the camcorder would not work. It just wouldn't turn on.
Nothing is haunted, you're just a gullible, easily frightened idiot like every other single fucking person who's exactly like you. You're all too fucking stupid to realize how stupid you are. You're incapable of introspection and self-criticism.
My uncle brought the camcorder with him just in case it would start working again.
Yeah, I realized the music is coming from this game.
Whilst on the train to their next destination, the camcorder just started working again, as if there was never even a problem. But my uncle, you know, just thought it was a glitch or something, was just like, oh, well, you know, what luck, it's working again, so no need to think about it, right? Well,
that might have been irrelevant location
they
details.
Returned to the hotel.
Oh, no, it's still...
Weird things started happening. At around 3 a.m., while my aunt and uncle were sleeping, my uncle awoke to use the restroom and get a drink of water. And so he went to the bathroom and then got himself a cup of water from the sink and then sat back down and began to drink while he thought of the day. Once he was done, he went back to the bathroom to put the cup back by the sink. But he noticed something a little odd, and that was that the toilet seat was still up. And now, that sounds like a minor thing that anyone would do, but that was very unusual for my uncle because he never left the toilet seat up because he had dogs at home, and the dogs would drink from the toilet, and that's all. So he was very careful to always close it, but he thought, you know, maybe I'm just half asleep, I just forgot, and so he put the toilet lid back down and then went to bed. But after a few minutes of lying in bed and realizing he was still pretty thirsty, he quickly got back up, went to the bathroom again to get a drink of water. But yet again, the toilet seat was up again. Now this time for sure, he knew that he had put it down because he consciously saw that it was up and consciously put it down. And the fact that it was still up again was very odd. Like there was a potty monster in the room or something. Not knowing really what to think, he just put the seat back down again and then went to bed. Well, being wide awake now with the strange occurrence that just happened, and my aunt now also being wide awake because of my uncle's movement getting in and out of bed so much, they began to talk about their day and what they would do for the next day. Well, after about 10 minutes of talking, all of a sudden, one of the corners of the bed lifted up from the ground about 4 to 6 inches high.
Oh, do I get...
And then suddenly...
Oh, yeah, if you put it in the corner, you're fucked.
Dropped and slammed onto the ground. My aunt and uncle were so shook up by this, they knew for sure that somebody had to be in the room. And so quickly, my uncle jumped up and turned on all the lights and started ripping through the room looking for somebody, anybody, anywhere. But nowhere.
She's getting into it.
Was there a single person?
Nope,
nobody was there. So my uncle tried to find a logical and reasonable explanation for what just happened.
But there was none in the room either.
So he figured, well, maybe one of the slats on the bed broke or something. Maybe the mattress just fell through. And so he lifted up the mattress to see if anything was broken. And all of the slats were in perfect condition, nailed down firm.
To the cross.
Nothing had broken. Nothing was out of place. It looked like a perfectly normal bed. There was nothing.
It does sound like a theater kid.
What had just happened?
My greatest performance.
Extremely freaked out by this. My aunt and uncle quickly packed all of their things
randomly generates
and darted to the front office to get the heck out of that hotel. Well, not wanting to sound like crazy Americans saying, oh, your hotel is haunted and stuff, they left without giving a reason for why they were leaving so early. But upon exiting the hotel, my uncle began to think of all the weird things that had happened with the toilet seat being left up and the camcorder not working and the bed being picked up. And then the fact that they got the hotel so early to begin with. Because the only way for that to happen was if the people who were staying in the hotel
she is a white girl.
Also
she's
left
she has orange hair.
Extremely early in the morning like they were.
I think she's wearing a
And it was at that point that they realized that something just wasn't Right.
Not a ghost story.
Needless to say, they never stayed in that hotel again.
Ever.
But anyway,
Needless to say,
that is the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story, please do not forget to like and subscribe. And if you would like to...
That was terrible. Don't waste our time.
Yeah,
3 months have been waiting.
You knew
for
you were
this.
going to record, and 3 fucking months. That's like 1 trimester. The fucking subscription incubated. Your baby is going to come out a big shit log. Why did you stay here? Just clear your nose first before you even press the button. You knew you were going to do that.
Now it's so quiet. You don't waste my time, guy. Bacchus, what up? Location and detail. Yeah, that didn't matter. She only gave us a few points.
Hi, Debbie. It's Sheree. Stairwell and like a little bit of the front door. Hi, Debbie. It's Sheree.
Is she a makeup girl?
It's Halloween! Yay! It's my favorite time of year.
Yep, it's a makeup girl.
I love creepy things. I love scary things. I just love Halloween. So last year for Halloween, I did a video called My Ghost Story. I will link it down below for you guys. It's my experience with ghosts, and I always feel crazy talking about it, but since posting that video, I've had lots of people comment that I'm not alone. So this year I thought I would follow it up with just some more little creepy experiences that I have had, just because they're fun to talk about. And when I was younger, ghost stories and like telling ghost stories and reading ghost stories and making up ghost stories was one of like my favorite things to do with my friends, slumber parties and all that kind of stuff. So let's have a slumber party together and tell ghost stories.
Okay, so you drop
Although if we were at my kid's slumber party, it would be Kool-Aid.
Oh,
so I guess we will start off with some experiences I had at my old house.
You have to get one to
before we moved to the country, which is where we live now, we lived in Atlanta, and my husband purchased a house before I met him that was built, I think, in the 1920s. It was just a cute little bungalow-y kind of house. And it was, you know, it was a small house, nice, cute neighborhood, whatever. And nothing too particularly frightening happened in that house, but we did have one experience that almost made my husband a believer.
So you go through first.
So I'm a super light sleeper. I'm such a light sleeper that I usually sleep with a sound machine so that I can't hear any noises for the most part because it'll wake me up. So we this year lost our super awesome dog, Ricci. She was a huge Rottweiler mix, and she was just the most magical dog ever created on the planet. We lost her this year, but when we lived in Decatur, of course, she was alive. And she was the best watchdog because she would growl and bark at things.
Okay, so we got a lot of irrelevant shit
if they came
so far.
too close to the house. So it's like 3 in the morning, we are dead asleep, and Ricci starts barking her brains out. I mean, just like, and she has a big bark, like a scary bark. It's not just a little erf, erf. I mean, like, she is like, rah! And so, of course, that wakes me up because I'm like, what the French is that? And I send my husband, Chris, I'm like, hey, go see what your dog's barking at, and let's hope it's not a murderer. So he gets up and gets dressed, and in our living room, there was a stairwell that led down into the basement, and I could see from our bedroom with the door open, you could see the living room and like the entrance to the stairwell.
Yeah, it counts.
And like a little bit of the front door.
If we get a bingo up this, we'll revise. But
you know, I couldn't see the whole room, but I could see that she was barking at the basement. So that really scared me because in this house, one, my husband never locked the basement door in that old house. And there was a huge hole in the door where he had made a doggy door for Ricci. So really, you could just crawl up in our house if you really wanted to. So the fact that she was barking at the basement made me pee myself because I was convinced that someone was trying to break in through the basement. So, you know, I'm listening with my good ears, and I hear my husband go down the stairs, and of course, as he had walked through the living room, he turned the light on so he could see, and I hear him like fumbling around down in the basement, and Ricci is still barking, and so I'm like in the bed, like,
yeah, because does this count?
You know, like waiting. He comes upstairs, and he's like, you know, I don't know what she's barking at, like there's nothing down there, the doors are locked, you know, I don't know what's going on, and so he's standing in our hallway. He's standing in our hallway, like talking to me about nothing being there, trying to make me feel calm about the situation. And the living room lights turn off. Now I can see him, and there's no light switch in our hallway. It's in the living room. You have to physically be in the living room to cut them on and off. And he's standing there, and the lights go out, and my husband is the most rational, not into spookery, does not believe in anything fun or mystical,
Japanese fetish website,
very practical man person.
Send it to
and he just kind of looked like he just kind of had a face like, and he's like, "Did you turn off the light?" And I'm like, "I'm in the bed. You're looking at me. How did I turn off the light?"
Yo!
And Richie is barking, like still barking. And so I am now really scared because now I'm like, okay, obviously it's not a person, it is a thing, which is even also scarier. So my husband goes, of course, and like checks everything out. We still can't find anything. There's no explanation. The light just went on and off by itself.
No explanation.
That could be easily explained by a power outage surgeons or something like that, but the fact that Richie was barking makes me convinced I was a spectral being. So of course he experienced this, but of course you know, he'll explain it away.
Oh yeah, broken tech. There was
just poke fun at me for thinking it's creepies. So that's fine. I'm okay. Convinced I was a spectral being. Now really scared because now I'm like, okay, obviously it's not a person, it is a thing, which is even also scarier. So my husband goes, of course, and like checks everything out. We still can't find anything. There's no explanation. The light just went on and off by itself. That could be easily explained by a power outage surgeons or something like that, but the fact that Richie was barking makes me convinced I was a spectral being. So of course he experienced this, but of course you know, he'll explain it away. He will just poke fun at me for thinking it's creepies. It's hard when you're reading
a chat and playing a game and hearing a thing.
So that's fine. I'm okay with that. That was pretty much the only scary thing that happened in that house.
And plus,
since we moved here, and I really thought that I would have at least a little bit of something in this house because it's older, and only one family has lived in this house before us. They built it, they lived in it their whole entire lives and raised children here, and then when they passed away, we bought it, so I felt like maybe there would be more things connected to this house, but they're not, or at least so far.
Or
knock on wood. The only thing that has happened here that can also easily be explained away is I do often see things like in the corner of my eye, just when I glance, think I see something. It's usually on my porch. In my kitchen, there's a giant window, and in front of the window, there's a porch that you can sit on. And I almost every single time I'm doing dishes or like cooking and like moving around a lot, I'll think that I see someone standing on the porch, and I'll double take, and there's nothing there. But that's the only thing that's sort of spooky that's happened in this house.
Can I upgrade?
But I think that also along with my interest in ghosts, I also have sort of an interest in like connections to the other world.
I am psychic.
So I've always been curious about seances and like Ouija boards and that kind of stuff. And I do feel like I'm connected to that side a little bit, probably because I'm so open to it, which
also there's,
you know, makes you see things more. So last year, I think it was last year. Last year,
makes you.
And I do feel like I'm connected to that side a little bit, probably because I'm so open to it, which you know, makes you see things more. So last year,
I love you. I
think it was last year. Last year, well, 2 years ago, my grandmother passed away, and I was very close to my grandmother. My mom's mom. And my mom's mom, my mom and me were like very, very close. I stayed with my grandmother like while my mom and dad went to work when I was really little, so they kind of almost helped raise me a little bit. Like I have lots of memories of playing at my grandmother's house during the day and running in the woods and my grandfather's record room and like just, you know, great childhood memories, very close to my grandmother.
I was hoping I could level up.
And I feel like she had a little bit of the juju as well.
My family.
Of course, she didn't talk about it, but I know that she did. And so she passed away, you know, a couple years ago. So also, my grandmother, her whole life, she loved to dance, and her favorite color was red. So when she was passing away in the hospital, she had something in her throat that prevented her from speaking, so she could hear us and like blink, but she couldn't communicate verbally. So the whole time we were reassuring her that, you know, everything was going to be okay, and that on the other side she would be able to dance and, you know, wear her favorite red shoes, and you know, we're just trying to like kind of ease her into her next plane of existence.
So basically,
that night, my mom stayed by my grandmother's bedside. This is going to be me in 50 years, but my mom stayed by my grandmother's bedside for over 24 hours straight without sleeping, and talked to her the whole time. So we joke that my mom talked my grandmother to death, because we're really good talkers in this family. But so she was, you know, got no sleep and was emotionally drained. And after my grandmother passed away, she went back to the hotel to get some rest. She said that she was like just almost asleep, and she started to hear this music, and she said it sounded like swing music, like swing dance music. It was not like a car stereo or like anything like that. And she said she thought in her half asleep brain that it was the radio by the bedside, or the alarm clock thing. So she said she went over there and she was trying to cut it off, and she could not find where the music was coming from. And she said it was very low, you know, so it sounded like it was in the room, but she couldn't find where it was coming from. And so she said that it kind of dawned on her that maybe it was my grandmother dancing and like showing my mom a sign that she had made it and that she was going to be okay. So the next morning at breakfast,
holy shit. So this game is actually a bondage game from a Japanese fetish website
about the music to just
apparently
maybe
the
ease
developer
his heart
has
a little bit.
A censored version.
And he was kind of sad and disappointed. And he's like, you know, well, she didn't send me a sign. You know, like, well, why didn't she send me a sign?
Vibrators and the snuff, it
and
seems.
My mom said, well, you know, you just have to be listening, because she's going to send them to you, but you just have to listen. And so later that night, we all went over to my grandfather's house to get some pictures, you know, to remember her by. And there is a picture of my grandmother where she's just beautiful. I actually have it here. So there is my grandmother. So this is a copy of the original photo, and I keep this. I have one here with me in my filming area all the time, and then I have one in my living room, just so she's always with me. But anyway, the large original my mom wanted to have and hang in her house. So my grandfather wanted to take photocopies of it so that he could also have copies and then also share them with the family.
Yo!
So he takes the picture to Staples or whatever to get copies made. I'm going to look it up exactly so I can show you. So he goes to get the pictures made, and he takes the picture out of the frame, and on the back of the picture is a note that my grandmother wrote to my grandfather in 1957, I think. Let me see. Yes, in 1957, and she never told him it was there. She never mentioned the note. This was very shortly after they got married, I'm pretty sure. But it was kind of like her speaking from the grave. So I'm going to read it to you and then show you it so you know I'm not insane. But it says, Dearest Alton, that's my grandfather's name. Here's hoping I'll be seeing you soon, even though I know it will be a long time before you might see this. And it was like 60 years later. Remember that I will always love you. If we should ever have to part, you will always have my heart. There will never be another for me. All my love forever and more, Sylvia. And then she wrote on it, I love you, Alton, and I'm so happy to belong to you. Your loving wife, Sylvia. So she wrote this on their wedding, like near when they first got married.
So you don't see how problematic that is.
But she wrote this on the back of the picture and then didn't tell him it was there. She just framed it and hung it on the wall. This was the picture. So I kind of feel like that was like her foreshadowing 60 years later, a note that would ease his mind a little bit in knowing that she loved him and couldn't wait to see him and that she was okay. So when we found that note and it just all the squishes. And so after that, my grandfather moved in with my mom because he's older and shouldn't live by himself. And I would have these dreams about my grandparents, like as if they were talking to each other in my brain, if that makes sense. And I had them quite often. I didn't always remember them, but there was one that was so strong and so powerful that I actually called my mother in the middle of the night because I was convinced that my grandfather had died. And I was like, go check on Granddaddy, go check on Granddaddy. But in my dream, I couldn't see anything, but it was like I was in a dark room where I couldn't, all I could do was hear. I couldn't see anything, but I could very clearly hear my grandfather like screaming for my grandmother. So I could hear him like calling out to her,
up there now,
like he was trying to find her, or she was trying to find, like they were trying to find each other. And and he just kept saying her name over and over again. He was like, Sylvia, Sylvia, and like he could not find her. And so of course that just, you know, when I woke up crying because I was like, oh God, you know, something has happened, or like, you know, my grandmother is lost somewhere on the other side, you know, like I'm like, ugh. And so I texted my mom and I was like, hey, I know it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm so sorry, but I just had a really crazy dream and it really freaked me out, and when you wake up, can you please let me know if Granddaddy's okay? And so she called me, you know, first thing in the morning, and she's like, hey, you know, what happened? What's going on? And I told her about the dream, and she said, well, she's like, well, I'll ask, you know, Granddaddy's fine, but I'll ask him about it or whatever. Awesome. And she called me later that night, and she's like, well, I just want you to know that it's probably going to sound weird, but I asked Granddaddy how he slept last night, and he told my mom that he had nightmares all night long where he couldn't find my grandmother.
Okay, let's try
And, he said that he didn't sleep at all because he said that he had just been like calling for her and she wouldn't answer him, and it had upset him and he didn't get a lot of sleep. And that just like, when my mom told me that, like my heart like fell into my stomach, because I was like, I heard him calling her. I heard him screaming to try and find her. And then a few weeks later we lost my granddad. So I kind of feel like his spirit was calling out to her, and like needed some reassurance that they were going to find each other in the afterlife. And I know that they did. I don't have any doubts in my mind, but I feel like maybe his spirit was connected to that side already, and his body just hadn't caught up yet. So it kind of gave me a little bit of a reassurance that they're together and they're connected in the next life, and that maybe the people that I am truly connected with in this life will also be in my next.
Screaming in pain. Can't wait.
I feel like we, at least the ladies in my family, we're all very connected, and we're very connected in lots of ways to the universe and to each other.
Family.
And I think that you can be as well if you look for magic. You will find it. It's all around you every day. You just gotta look at it and acknowledge it and thank the universe for it. I've always associated butterflies.
No, you're done. You just wasted my time. Okay, we did this girl before.
Hi guys, it's Madison.
But it was a good one.
So I just got a new camera.
You have met this girl before.
I can actually see myself as I record, so I can like know what I'm doing. I went to go film this video, and like
she's just such
I know my
she's almost a Katie
now, but like, that's because I want it like that. But like last
she's
time
the chillest chick, but she's down to party
trying to
anytime.
And like I recorded the whole video, and I couldn't tell because I had the Canon Rebel T3. Now I have the Canon Rebel T3i.
Already a broken tech.
Yeah. So since it's October, I'm gonna make a video on all of my haunted and paranormal experiences, and there's a lot, like probably way more than the average. Well, no, I guess, but I guess if like some people don't believe in this stuff, so if you don't, whatever, you don't have to watch it. But these stories are 100% true. I wouldn't lie about it.
100% true. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll switch bingo cards after this. Because I did see that.
When I was in 3rd grade, I was about to walk into the shower, and I heard this deep voice behind me, and it was like, "Can I join you?" And it was a man voice, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I did like a 360.
Damn, girl.
And I turned around, and like, you know, no one was there.
I do believe in ghosts.
Fucking little behold. So that was like the first thing that ever happened, and then a couple months went by.
Little behold?
And I turned around, and like, you know, no one was there. A fucking little behold. So that was like the first thing that ever happened.
Did she mean lo and behold? Little behold?
And then a couple turned around, and like, you know, no one was there. A fucking little behold. So that was like the first thing that ever happened. And then a couple months went by, and whatever, nothing happened. So a couple years passed, and my mom's best friend.
Yeah, if we win,
she
you
lived
get
with
a
us,
soda
and
again.
she had cancer, and she passed away in our house because my mom took care of her until she passed away. Like, she nursed her, and she was like everything to me. Like, she was my aunt. Like, she was like an aunt in my eyes. So when she died, she told us like she was gonna be my guardian angel. Like, she was accepting over the fact that she knew she was gonna pass away. And the night she passed away, I was in my bedroom, and I woke up, and I had to go to the bathroom.
That counts.
And
if your family says you're guardian angel, that counts.
And then like there was
this chick is a dime a dozen.
But like when you walk out of my room, you could see the bathroom right there. And her room would be like to the right of the bathroom. So I like walked out of the bathroom and I saw like her like ghost, I guess.
Oh yeah, we had broken tech because she said her other camera was broken.
Looking at me, and
even if it's not part of the story, they mentioned that.
I ran back into my room and I just like tried to go back to bed that night. The next thing that happened.
Is this a makeup girl?
Nothing else really happened in that house. That was like my Lakewood house, and well, that was like the town I lived in at the time.
Fucking
and then
Lakewood, just like that.
I moved, and I moved to like the town that I always wanted to live in.
She's not a makeup
So
girl.
I was living there because like all my friends lived there, and I was going to school in this town. And I was probably in like 8th grade, and I started.
Do you turn the music down?
And yeah, but you shouldn't do that. It was like the stupidest decision of my life, and it was like all fine and dandy for like a little while, and then there was like this.
She has spiritual powers?
It started off like exactly how it happened.
You're right.
My dog's at my door.
See, an animal always interrupts. A boyfriend animal.
Oh, I feel bad. I'm like locking her out right now. But okay, so I would do the Ouija board, and it was okay at first. It would tell me that it was like. At first, it was saying it was a little boy that lived in my house, and he passed away. He was like 9 years old.
Ghost is a little girl.
And then like he just said 9, and then like I just kind of took it as like 9 years old. But then like,
save her so I get tortured.
Another time I did it, it said 9 months old. So it was like saying like as in like unborn, and so that like really freaked me out. And I don't know. I thought it was like kind of interesting. So I put my mom's like friend's ashes next to, because like we have them. And this is like, really creepy, but I want to give you guys like all the details. So I thought like maybe I'd be able to communicate with her again, and it was like saying it was her and that she was grateful for everything my mom done and like did for her, and that she loves us.
She's grateful.
It was kind of really sad, and like after that time, it was never nice. Like it was this. It would say like its name was Am Am, and it'd be like it would bounce from the board from A to M, A to M, A to M, like just go like that. And it would say.
Long story short, did she say
Zozo,
that?
Which is Zozo. If you guys don't know this, it would say like its name was Am Am, and it'd be like it would bounce from. Okay. Maybe I'd be able to communicate with her again, and.
She's got a tattoo of a haunted house on her arm. Maybe it's just for.
And that she was grateful for everything my mom done, and like did for her, and that she loves us. And it was like. It was kind of really sad, and like after that time, it was never nice. Like it was this. It would say like its name was Am Am, and it'd be like it would bounce from the board from A to M, A to M, A to M, like just go like that. And it would say it worked for Zozo, which Zozo, if you guys don't know, he's like probably one of the worst things you could get on a Ouija board like that. Is
she has a Jason tattoo and a haunted house tattoo.
So I was like extremely freaked out by that, and I stopped playing the board for a while. Because things started happening in my house.
Mama.
Like there would be this noise in my my old house, and because like I moved into that house like after my Lakewood house, I moved into another house in the town I wanted to live in, and then I moved out of that house into the house I'm in now. But in the house right before this house, like, a lot of stuff happened. So I would always hear like this. Well, like this one time, me and my brother were home, and we heard this noise, and it sounded like someone threw a brick through like my living room window. And we'd go around the house and nothing would be broken, and that happened like another 3 times, and it was just like a really like, weird sound, you know. You just don't just hear like a brick coming through your window.
I think we got a bingo off that shit.
So I was like extremely freaked out by that, and then a couple other things happened.
No other explanation too. You don't just get a brick coming through.
So I'd have it like on my bathroom counter, and it would kind of like when I go in the shower, and it would go like. That and like slide across my room. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I got like really freaked out. I hate talking about this stuff, but it's like really interesting. So yeah, I would get really freaked out over that. And like this one time, I heard like 3 knocks on my bathroom door when I was in the shower, and I was like, come in. Like I figured it was like my mom or something. She had to get out of like something out of the bathroom, and no one came in. So I was like, oh, that's weird. And then like a couple minutes later, I heard it
recently
again.
to see.
And I was like, come in, and like no one came in, and then a couple minutes later I heard it again, and I was like, oh shit, that's not my mom. So I got out of the shower that day, and I was just really freaked out, and then just like little things would happen, like I'd have my Christmas lights plugged in my room, and they would like slowly like unplug themselves.
It didn't start with the relevant details, they were relevant.
And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and my TV would be staticky.
I will give you a recently deceased.
The like main other thing that happened that like really freaked me out was I'd hear. I don't know, it was like I had like one of those dreams, it was like an outer body experience dream.
An outer body?
But I I saw
yeah,
myself
we might have to
sleeping in my
replay
bed,
some of
thinking
the
exactly when I went to bed in, like exactly how I fell asleep. And all I saw was my mom's best friend, like my aunt, standing over me, like staring down at me. And like I woke up and I never like after like maybe about
this
like
is venturing
3
on not
minutes
even
into that, and I never felt.
It's just dreams.
I never felt more stared at in my life, and I just freaked out and went in the other room, and I didn't sleep in my room that night because like that was just really freaky to me. And I feel like she was trying to protect me from whatever was in the house, but at the same time it was just like
your house making
a really
sounds.
Uncomfortable
it's
feeling.
Awful close to creaking,
and it was like really sad because it was like her when she was all sick looking from it when she was passing away, and it was just like one of the worst experiences. And like I moved into this house and nothing really happens in my new house. Like I don't know, I kind of like stopped doing Ouija boards, but I had did it like a couple times. Like I was with Alex and like, he wanted to see the Ouija board and how it worked, so I was like, okay, whatever. I was really stupid and
fuck.
I was like, you can do it though, because like I don't want to touch it. And so like when he would do it, nothing would happen, and literally the second I put my fingers on, like gently, it like ramps, like I don't even think that's a real word. It like speeds across the board, like it goes like really really fast back and forth saying who it is, and it's just horrible, like really horrible. So I don't know. He said that he's felt like when he's walked into my room, he's felt like something grab his ankle. On the other night, he said he heard like an evil laugh in his ear when he was sleeping, and I don't know, nothing has really happened to me, but he gets really, really freaked out around here now. And if we sleep on like the one side of my bed, we get like really bad dreams, and it's really weird. So I don't know.
If you sleep on one side of my bed, you get bad dreams.
That was just like a lot of my paranormal experiences. I figured I would tell you guys, and yeah. I don't know, if you guys have any questions, leave a comment, or like if you guys are my friends on Facebook or Instagram or anything, just message me and I'd be happy to answer. And I know it's like all over the place with this video, but it's just so much to put in one video, like so many details, so I tried to do it the best I could, and yeah, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you. Pretty good win. Solid victory. My true ghost story, Hotel Visitor.
You know, the children's ministry into the door behind her. Now,
can you guys hear
in this
okay?
room, you know,
your sounds bad. The story of Alice, part 2.
Era, like
she's. Is this an RP or like? It's all
something.
Long. Ghost story in Halloween. A playlist. Oh, wow! Thanks for all your money. You're so unique. Everyone down now. Oh yeah, with sleep she had an outer body experience. Yeah, so there's that one.
I remember from her is she had a bun in her hair, and she also had like this turtleneck lace.
Okay.
Storytime video.
Okay. Resettle. Range resetting.
Hey guys, so today I'm going to be doing my first ever storytime video, and I've never done a storytime video on this channel before, and I kind of don't know if I'm a good storyteller or not. A lot of times I feel like I'm not a very good storyteller. I'm trying to tell a story and I get like super excited to tell it, and then at the end of the story it's like, okay,
I think you're just really in love with the idea of people
paranormal experience that I had actually when I went to Oregon State University in 2003.
Okay,
it was 2003 or 2004, so I was like
oh, this is a big YouTuber.
I'm not exactly sure of the year. I'm really excited, but I am not
it's a makeup girl
who has scary things happen to them all the time or creepy paranormal things. Like I have never ever had anything paranormal happen to me except for this time, and even though this did happen to me, I still am kind of a skeptic. So if you're a skeptic watching this, or if you don't believe in ghosts or something, I totally get it. You won't hurt my feelings. So just know that going into this, that like I'm not one of those people that just says everything weird that happens to me is paranormal.
Relevant
or,
details.
Like, oh, it was a ghost or something. Like I'm not one of those people that like immediately.
Just get to the story!
So this is like the only story that I have. So if you guys want to hear more of these, I'm really sorry I don't have any other stories because scary stuff doesn't happen to me very often. So I'm gonna go ahead and get to the story. It's really crazy,
so,
really
long story short,
and it's actually
kind
of a
this. Let's put it kind of off to the side. It wants to creep on.
It started when I was 18 or 19. I can't remember the exact age, if it was my freshman or sophomore year. But I was walking through campus one day and I was going to one of my classes. So I was walking right along the MU, the Memorial Union main road right in the middle of campus. And I was walking right next to the Women's Building and Fairbanks. And if you're familiar with the campus, you know where those two buildings are. And I looked up to Fairbanks Hall, and you know how there's like attic? You can tell if you're looking at an attic window because the windows kind of come out from the roof. That was kind of the windows I was looking at. So it was like the very top story, kind of like the attic windows. And it was the far right window of the buildings. And I saw this old woman standing in the window. And I remember like thinking, what the heck am I looking at? Because it was so weird. It was so creepy. She just looked like she had no emotion on her face. She looked really stoic. She was like ice cold, like no emotion on her face. And this lady, she had a bun in her hair. Like that's the one main feature that I remember from her is she had a bun in her hair and she also had like this turtleneck lace collar on, from what I can remember. And I remember looking at her and being like, okay, there's an old woman looking out of that window. Like if you saw like a random old lady looking out a window, like she would be kind of looking around, she would have like a facial expression, you know, and
makes sense.
It wouldn't make you feel as creepy as
how do you suppose I get
so I was like,
these are all,
okay, that is really weird. And I kept looking at her and I kept trying to figure out what I was looking at. Like why is she so creepy? And I just felt really weird about it.
If you just
and
dropped
I knew
that into
that just it didn't feel right. But when I was that age, I just want to tell you guys, like I didn't think ghost anything. Like I was like a ghost or the paranormal was like the last thing to cross my mind. Like it just wasn't on my radar. I never would have thought like, oh, that's a ghost. Like it just didn't cross my mind. I didn't think about that kind of stuff at all.
We got it!
So I went to class and I sat down in class and I was like, that was just so weird. And it was just made me feel so weird because she just looked so creepy. And in class, I was trying to figure out what it was. Like I was trying to explain to myself like what it was. And in my mind, I kept telling myself it was probably just like a picture or like a big poster that somebody like put up in the window to like scare people or something. And that was like the only logical explanation I had for what I saw. It was like a picture that was like up in the window. And the reason I thought this was because it was an art building, and so I figured that maybe somebody had painted a picture and like stuck it up in the window or something. Why somebody would do that, I have no idea, but that's kind of what I thought in my mind. So after class, I left and I looked up at the window again to see if she was still there, and there was nobody in the window. And so I was like, well, that's weird. If it was like a picture or a painting, you would think that it would still be there. Like, why would somebody take all that time to put a picture in there and then take it out like 45 minutes later? You know what I mean?
It was a picture of a woman.
So I was like, whatever, it's weird, and I kind of thought about it again, but I just kind of left my mind from that point on. Like, I never thought about it again. You know, sometimes when I'd walk by Fairbanks, I would look in that window.
I think this
is a
common thing seen as a ghost.
Other than that, I never ever thought about that moment again. So fast forward to when I was about 28. I had never thought about that experience ever again.
Yeah,
like,
that's
literally, it just left
a woman
my brain.
looking out a window.
Thought about it again. And I was sitting at my computer desk. And
no explanation.
Like,
she said.
There, minding my own business, and then all of a sudden, that memory just came flooding.
Like it would kind of be like a woman just like looking at the window.
When I remembered it, it was like so vivid.
Just don't play the game.
I knew every emotion that I felt when I saw that old lady. It just all came back to me, crystal clear, vivid. I remember the feelings I felt. I remember exactly what she looked like. I remember exactly the scenario, all the details. I was like, oh my god, like how did I forget that happened to me? That was so weird.
Yeah. Tentatively that, because it's a fucking woman looking out a window. She got scared.
My friend at the time had a ton of paranormal stuff happen to her.
Yeah, so it was like 29 or something?
At her dorm room, the same time we went to college. So I was like, that's so weird. I'm gonna actually go online and research and see if I can find any cool haunting stories from
How do you think
the
you
campus.
Get up there?
And I wasn't expecting to find anything that had to do with my experience. Like I really didn't think that it would, like, I mean, what are the chances of me finding anything specific on an old lady standing in a window, you know? And so I just went on there to look for haunting. And so I started doing research and I kept coming across these same 3 hauntings over and over and over again. They just kept coming up site after site after site, and it was only 3 that was discussed over and over again. So the first one was Sackett Hall, which is a dorm. And I guess like there was a rape and murder that happened in there, and so a lot
Someone died in the house.
Things, a lot of people see things and like hear screaming and stuff like that in the dorm. Yeah, so that was the first one that I kept coming across. And then the next one was this janitor. And he's apparently, like, people see him in the MU really, really late at night. And I guess there was like this janitor that used to work there. And so people see him kind of wandering around the MU at night. And that's like another really famous one. I don't know. They say he's friendly. They say they don't have any like weird vibes from him or anything. But there's been a ton of sightings of this apparent janitor. So I was like, okay. And then I got to the third one.
Ghost Jenny.
Third one was the one that I kept coming across over and over. This was like the big main haunting on campus that there was articles written on it and everything. And so I was reading about it. And apparently this main story, this main haunting is this woman. Her name was Ida Kidder, and Ida Kidder was the librarian at Oregon State University in like the 1900s, and she loved the school. She was she lived on campus. She was the librarian. Everybody knew who she was. And she also died on campus in the house that she lived in, which was in Waldo Hall. Well, long story short, she died there, and when she died, people started having these really crazy experiences. And people said they would see her like in Waldo Hall.
Yeah, I didn't think you could.
That they'd see like this old woman wearing really old clothes walking around, or they'd catch glimpses of her. They also heard her walking around in the attic of Waldo Hall, which was completely like empty. It had been empty for like 40 years, nothing up there. It was being like, just everything was wiped out.
This is a neat run.
And people could hear like high heels
This
walking
garbage is the reason I love Bro, instead of giving in to stupid things like what people say they want. He subjects you to this shit. He's the most avant-garde artist on Twitch.
And it was talking about how there's been like numerous people reporting that they've seen this old woman standing in the top floor windows of buildings on campus, and it's rumored to be Ida Kidder. And when I read that, I was like, what?
This shouldn't be bingo, this should be ghosts' drinks. Fucking drink you shit.
That had to do with this
like
story,
you and boo ghosts, you know, fucking suck. You Jews did 11/9. Also, did you know Johnny Depp lost his virginity at 13? Gay?
And I was like, that is just crazy, 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 crazy. And at that moment, I was like,
find a way.
Like, this is legit. Like, that was actually validated for what I saw. You know what I mean?
You have to move it all the way.
Okay, then 2 years later. This was last year. I was actually going to upload this video. So I went online and I did more research, and I found this video. And this news station actually did a segment on this haunting. What was really weird about this is they actually recreated what I saw in the video that they made. And I was like, whoa, because they literally, like, there were so many reports of this old lady standing in the windows of buildings.
You can
that they actually took a picture of Ida Kidder. They would like edit it to make it look like she was standing in the windows. And it like zoomed up on this window with a picture of Ida Kidder in the window. And it was really weird because it looked exactly like what I saw that day. And like reliving that moment, like in a video.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Like all of like the thoughts came back and all the memories came back. And I was like, that looks exactly like what I saw. That is too weird. Link the video down below so you guys can watch it. It's at the very end. They like zoom in on her face and it's like in a window. And I was like, that is just too weird because that is totally what I saw. And the weird thing about this story, I feel like, is the fact that I hadn't had any thoughts of this happening beforehand. Like one thing that bothers me about paranormal stories or paranormal
videos is shanty for bingo?
When
there'd be so many.
And this is kind of why I stopped watching like Ghost Hunters or like Paranormal Investigators, whatever. Because they always go to these haunted places and they already know that these places are haunted. So when they hear like one little noise or they see one little thing, it's like, oh my god, I saw something, because they already know that it's haunted.
Creek is a ghost, so that counts even if she's complaining about other people doing it.
Look for things. But with my story, it was like I didn't even know that this haunting was going on. I didn't even know anything about Ida Kidder. I had no idea that people were seeing her ghost. So I just found it really weird,
because they said there was
just so coincidental and just crazy that I was so strongly validated later on in life. It was just really, really weird. So let me know if you guys have had any paranormal experiences.
We didn't even win off of
had any on campus of like a college, because I find college campuses to be really kind of creepy. I mean, like, all the buildings are old, and I don't know, it's just really, really fun and really creepy. My friend actually had a ton of things happen to her in her dorm room, which I don't really want to go into her stories because I don't know if she wants them online, but she had some crazy things that happened to her. And she was so scared to even live in her dorm room because she was having so many crazy things happening to her. So let me know in the comments below. I hope this story time video is going to turn out okay. I feel like when I do these types of videos, I like miss little details and stuff, but I think it's pretty crazy, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you guys kind of like this spooky Halloween story since it's Halloween season. And
yeah, see,
this how you fucked up in my next video, and I hope you have a fabulous Halloween, and I will talk to you guys later. Bye.
We didn't even win anything. Scary. Oh, she's got a lot of views. Oh, this is like a collab.
A lot of the places that people that get married there don't even get to see. You know, they open. Walking out of the mansion, there's somebody calling and canceling. I had called the very next day and said, is there any way I can cancel spending the night there? Because I didn't tell them why. I just said I had
We'll see. Yeah, what's this girl? Oh, we did her like yesterday. My ghost story. We've never heard her.
Hey guys, it's October. It's my favorite month.
Yo!
I love October because...
Okay, actually, let's change bingos. Take a penis break if you want. So that was 15 minutes of her seeing someone in the window once. Yeah, it's terrifying. Io was up there for sure that... Let's do it quietly. Can you hear the sounds of my life? Wish I had them true rips tonight. That was a good one. Okay. Put all these here. Get a new bingo going. Whoop. White girl. Okay. So. Kilt? Name it bingo. Name it. Rename bingo. And then, okay, but if I different screen this, will it show it? Hoo yip, hoo yip, hoo. Okay. Alright, this one hides for now. Oh yeah, you can see how many slippers I have there. Free room or house? Yeah. Okay. Got to be starting something. Getting... Oh, yeah, they won't be able to see this, though. Oh. Anyway, getting back on track for an accent. I shit you not. Dog notices first. I'm just scared. Okay. Frequently. Start it. Okay, but when I do this, it shows her, right? Okay, you have to pop it out. What if I were to tell you? Yeah. Nope. Don't look at her. Now you know what she looks like, you fucking bastard. Screw the ground. Fuck. Yeah, well, I'm gonna show up. Okay, if you do it this way... Okay, just start her up and then...
October. It's my favorite month. I love October because all the leaves start changing colors and the drive up the canyons are the best, especially when you have like a pumpkin spice latte. So I just love
Who could have expected she'd be
not too
that
hot, not
white?
too cold, and it's also boot season. Everybody knows I love boots.
I
figured I'd start this October with the spooky story. So those of you that don't know, I'm a paranormal investigator.
Yo!
And I have an awesome team that we go and investigate and travel, and we have like the laser grids, we have like computers, we have the cameras, we have the voice recorders.
Who could have guessed it'd be this good?
And it's super fun and adventurous to just go out there and see what we capture, and then like try to like match it up with the history and find some substance to it. It's really cool, and I love the adventure and the adrenaline of it.
Adrenaline.
The nigga bitch nigga can I ask you a favor, bro? Can you please stop streaming so I can stream? Thanks, bud. I owe you a rip, bud. Love you.
Probably experiences that no one wants to ever experience. So it's always got me interested in
when I do this.
So this is how my story starts. So when I was 12 years old, I lived in Argentina with my mom, my dad, and my brother. At that time, my brother was 6 years old. One day, my parents and I come back from the grocery store, and we get to our front door, and there's like these witch shoes. Like they're literally like legitimately from like the 1800s. Legit,
you just like to throw you over the two-eyed gap near the door?
Thing. These old 1800 shoes that look like witch shoes was like perfectly, like the pair perfectly put in front of our door.
Oh, you're so right.
Like, I don't know what that means.
Fuck.
I know in the neighborhood I was in, we had a couple
people that
practiced witchcraft and voodoo. So
thank you.
I don't know. So if anybody out there knows what that means, so the shoes were, the pointy part of the shoes were like facing our door, and then along the side of our door there was blood. Like it wasn't paint because we double checked. It was legitimately blood. Like there was blood right there, and it was like
she's a
coming down the wall,
native English
like
speaker,
the walls
like
of the outside. And it was the scariest. My mom freaked out. Bless her soul. Like she couldn't understand who would do that. And at the time, we were the only Americans that were living there in that area. There's other Americans that lived there, but we were the family, the American family there. So we were actually really well off financially and had a great job and things. But seriously, after that,
gotta be fast.
Was some type of curse, because our family
she's a native English speaker.
Apart not many days later, and my dad ended up leaving, and my mom was depressed.
We're getting heavy.
It was probably one of the darkest moments of my life, and thinking about that, retracting my thoughts and memories is like ones I don't ever want to ever remember ever again. But I swear, after that, everything went down in my life. Like financially, after my dad left, there was no work, and my mom had no job, so we were so poor. Like I was lucky to have like a meal a day. So Where's
that irrelevant details at the start?
Hard. And my mom started.
We should have never switched.
Like, my parents separated. Yeah, but that's not the only thing that started happening. Like things started to happen in our house. Like at night, our kitchen like chairs would start moving, like shifting, and you can hear like the wood on the tile, because it was all tile. All the house was tile, even our bedroom and everything. And you can hear the shift of the kitchen tables, like going side to side, and you would go out there, and all of our tables, like the table chairs, would be in different positions, different places. One would be on the other end of the freaking like room, and oh my gosh, I'm like getting like
12 months
goosebumps, just getting like all those memories back. And then you would hear people call your name at nighttime, like my mom especially. So after stuff started to happen like that, my mom would have us sleep in her bed every night because she was so scared, and we were so scared.
Damn it.
And we
12 months, boy! You didn't scare me this time, loser.
Like our radios would turn on by themselves. Like it would turn on and at its loudest, so bad. And then like every time, like at midnight and at 3 o'clock. Those 2 hours, you would always hear a baby cry, a fake cry in our bathroom.
Okay.
Our bathroom would always have a baby cry. And it was the scariest thing. You could hear it, like, with your own ears. And we would have our bishop come and bless the house. And that wasn't working, maybe for a day. And then we would have a Catholic priest come and bless our house. That didn't work. Like, literally, we had all types of bishops and priests and whoever it was come and, like, bless our house because it was insanely crazy. We would have, like, our toes be pulled back, like, pulled. Our covers.
And at the end of the day, Dad's ghost story. Oh, it's the Australian girl. I saw Satan. A ghost called me? Wasn't this a good one?
Hey guys, it's Callista. So Halloween is coming up very soon and I thought what better time than to tell you guys about one of my ghost experiences. I've made a video on this before and you guys seem to like it, so a lot of you guys asked if I would do another one. So I decided since Halloween is soon, I would do another one. So I guess we should just get into the story. This happened about 2 summers ago. It happened in 2014,
yeah, you're right.
I believe, and it happened in San Diego, California, just like the other one. I think that city must be a very haunted city if I'm being real, because that's where like basically a majority of my ghost experiences have happened. So anyways, we were staying in San Diego, California, and we were bored. We heard about how they had one of the most haunted houses in America, and so my parents wanted to go see it. I was very freaked out. I was like, I don't know if I want to go. Like, I wanted to go, but it was like really scary. It wasn't like a Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party sort of thing. It was like a legit house that was apparently haunted, and I just wasn't sure how I felt about going. But since everyone in my family was going, I didn't really have a choice. The tour started around sometime that the sun was setting. It was probably around 6 or 7 at night that the tour started. We got there and we bought the tickets, and the house that we were going to go tour is the Whaley House, and this is apparently one of the most haunted houses in America. So after we bought our tickets, we just kind of walked around in the lawn and stuff, and I was so freaked out. I was just like trying to avoid being near it. I was like on the sidewalk. I was so scared. So once the tour was ready to start, our tour group got into the house. Talking about this just freaks me out. It was kind of a small house, and so we just got in there, and everyone just kind of crowded into the front part of the house. So we all just stood there, and the lady just started explaining like the history of the house and stuff. They explained when you take pictures in a house that you should take pictures in 3. That way, if there's like a shadow or anything, you can just kind of see if it's moving and stuff. So yeah, we got on with the tour. So we went into the first 2 or 3 rooms. Nothing was really happening, but it was just the fact that like you're in there, it was just kind of creeping me out. So then we went into like the dining room, I believe it was, and they said that sometimes under the table, if you take a picture, people will get pictures of 2 eyes, and they say it's like either a dog or a cat that used to like be there. So I took a picture, and I didn't get a picture of like the eyes or whatever. So then the tour guide brought us upstairs. And I remember upstairs, I just had this very uncomfortable feeling. You could go into the rooms and take pictures. I went into this room, and I don't remember if I was by myself. It wasn't a big area, and there were a lot of people around, but I almost think that it was like only me and like one other person in this room, which like I don't even know why I went into that room by myself, honestly, or just with like that little group of people. But I decided to take a picture in that room, so I took a picture. I took 3, I believe, and I went and looked at my pictures, and I realized there was like a face in this picture. And so it's so
like non-verbal that I can't even register a lot of this shit, so thank you.
Started freaking out. Like, I was so creeped out at this point, so I go to show my mom the picture, and my mom was like, that's like so crazy. So then I went to go show the tour guide, and my camera completely shut off. Like, I couldn't turn it on. I had it on. I just couldn't get it to turn on again, and I was like, my camera won't turn on now, and she's like, yeah, sometimes that happens. So I was so beyond just scared at this point. So then we went into the other room. They said if you look at the paintings for a long time, the eyes might start to move. So I was really not making eye contact with the paintings because I didn't want to see that. So then they brought us into the theater, and a guy used to perform in here, and they were telling us a story, and my sister turned to my mom and she's like, who's singing? And no one was singing on the stage. I don't even think anyone was on the stage. I think the tour guide was on the bottom of the stage. So my mom was completely in shock because, like I said, a guy used to perform.
Bingo is a game. Do you want to just play the bingo and listen to things? Like you were saying the whole time? Because bingo's a game. I won't get in trouble for this. Okay, let's fucking charge it up. Hold on. You guys don't want to even fucking see a video game, right? You know I won everything. Credit. Oh, yes. Okay. I got an achievement for that. Okay, I'll do it.
Please, Americans, do not talk like an anime character. This is not how normal people talk.
I like that.
It is a little embarrassing to watch because she doesn't understand she is full. But I would also like to fuck this girl at full force in her vagina, mouth, and anus.
At the same time, though? Okay. Can you multiple me? What if you did that? Yo. Someone died in the house, blah, blah, blah. Okay. No, we do it right. Someone died in the house. Trust me, guy, it'll be worth it. Was it common thing seen as a ghost? Oh yeah, because there's a fucking lens flare. And it can go to hell. Broken tech. There you go. It's okay. It's okay. What else? I obviously forgot it already. Relevant shit. There was a bunch of like. Makeup girl. They spook themselves? Oh, look, yeah, it was that. This is not the path to God's light. We're in the devil's darkness. Go with God, my child. No! Okay, start
up there, and my sister was like, yes, there is a guy up there singing. And they had said in the tour that children are more likely to like experience the things, I guess. I don't really know why that is, but they are. We started to make our way downstairs, and they said that sometimes when you go down these stairs, things happen. So I remember I started walking down the stairs, and then all of a sudden I get to the bottom of the stair, and my leg just hurt so bad, and I didn't know why. So I looked down at my leg, and my leg was cut. It was like a medium-sized straight cut on my leg, and it was bleeding, so it was obviously brand new. I didn't hit anything on the stairs, and I was like, where did this come from? And I started freaking out, and the tour guide was like, yeah, that tends to happen sometimes. I wanted to leave at this point. I was not comfortable being there anymore. So there was still a little bit more of the house to explore downstairs, and I just was holding on to my dad because I didn't want to be in there anymore. So we toured the rest of the bottom of the floor, and then the tour was over, and we were out of the house, and I was just so like relieved because I was so freaked out in there. So we got a taxi home, and all of a sudden my mom gets this phone call on her phone, and it says that my dad's calling her. And my mom looks at my dad, and she's like, why are you calling me? Like, I'm right here. And my dad's like, I'm not calling you. And she's like, yes, you are. And my dad takes his phone out, and his phone, like, he's not calling her. So my mom answers his phone call, and it's no one. It just is like this just noise of nothing. What even is going on at this point? So needless to say, we were all very freaked out.
Why'd you just do that?
Hey guys, it's Callista. So I believe, and I went and looked at my pictures, and so then we went into the other rooms to perform up there, and my sister was like, yes, a medium-sized straight cut on my leg, and it was bleeding, so it was obviously brand new. I didn't hit anything on the stairs, and I was like, where did this come from? And I started freaking out, and the tour guide was like, yeah, that tends to happen sometimes. I wanted to leave at this point. I was not comfortable being there anymore. So there was still a little bit more of the house to explore downstairs, and I just was holding on to my dad because I didn't want to be in there anymore. So we toured the rest of the bottom of the floor, and then the tour was over, and we were out of the house, and I was just so like relieved because I was so freaked out in there. So we got a taxi home, and all of a sudden my mom gets this phone call on her phone, and it says that my dad's calling her. And my mom looks at my dad, and she's like, why are you calling me? Like, I'm right here. And my dad's like, I'm not calling you. And she's like, yes, you are. And my dad takes his phone out, and his phone, like, he's not calling her.
Able to see her?
So my mom answers his phone call, and it's no one. It just is like this just noise of nothing. What even is going on at this point? So needless to say, we were all very freaked out. I think that house is haunted, honestly, because just too many weird things that happened while we were there. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Make sure to give it a thumbs up if you guys like it, and also make sure to subscribe. Also make sure to let me know any of your, also make sure to let me know if you guys have had any ghost experiences, because I would love to know. And yeah, that's basically all. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much. My ghost story.
Hi guys, this is gonna be...
Nope. I was attacked by a ghost. Oh, I think this one was good. My first ghost encounter. Actually, yeah, this. Welcome to the strange.
I explained my first ghost encounter, so I...
Like favorite sub. Oh, it's so long. It is by Biafran. My real life ghost story. Ah, it's Call of Duty. Scariest. Oh, we just did that. Stupid. My crazy ghost story. Is this Call of Duty? It's an hour, you stupid idiot.
Stairs on our own to...
Oh, yeah, wasn't this one?
You might notice something maybe like a little bit different about me, just like a little bit. My hair is purple. I have crazy hair. Hey guys, what's up? So I don't know why I'm doing this by myself, but I'm going to tell you about all of my creepy, weird childhood ghost stories. So I'm just gonna tell you those. I look like a witch telling ghost stories. Ooh. That was just my dad at the door knocking, so no big deal. No big deal. We are safe.
Okay, so here's
if you're ready to be creeped out, well, maybe they're not that creepy. Maybe they're like explainable.
This is a makeup
I don't know. Let's get into the stories. So my mom's side of the family had grown up in this house that I'm about to talk about. My mom, her dad, her mom, and then her 4 siblings. My mom would tell me stories that happened in this house. So I will tell you like some things that happened like before I was born. So it
they all use the same song.
Leads up into it. Is it weird that I get like nervous telling these stories?
You got scared. You got scared. You got scared
about it. So one night, my mom's family was all having dinner at the dinner table, and my Uncle Petey was not there. So he was out, and then everybody else was there. So they were all just having dinner and like chilling, and then my mom's dad was like a super like military man, like super like hardcore, like not like afraid of anything, nothing like that. So they kept hearing like footsteps upstairs. So right above the diner table was Petey's room. So basically they kept hearing footsteps upstairs.
Since you really aren't playing video games, can you just play Minesweeper?
Opening and shutting.
Come on, if these are what your streams have degraded to, then at least
hear, like,
hand up pass.
Clothing hangers, that's what it's called. Yeah, the hangers like rattling, so if someone was like looking for an outfit or something. So they kept hearing these really loud noises upstairs in Petey's room, and they were like, why is Petey not at dinner? Like, we know he's not home. Like, why? How did he get upstairs? Why is he not down with us? Like, what's going on? What is Petey doing? So my grandpa went upstairs to go check. The rest of the family stayed downstairs. And he came down about 2 minutes later, and he's like super hardcore guy, like keep in mind. So he came down like 2 minutes later, and he was like slightly shaking, and he just sat down at the table, and he had his head like hung down low, and he was like, Petey's not home, no one's there. And they just kept eating, and he ate in silence for the rest of the night. So like nobody talked for the rest of the night. Everybody was just like creeped out because they all heard this loudness, all these, as if someone was really in Petey's room. It should have been Petey, but he wasn't even home. He was out. Another pre-story to this is that my grandpa had gotten sick with cancer. So they had hired like an in-home care system, like a nurse, to come take care of him. And so as he was dying, this nurse was taking care of him, and I can't remember exactly the stories that my mom would tell me or my family would tell me. All I know is that the nurses like ran out on him one day and quit, and they never came back. So I don't remember if they told my family or my mom or my grandma. You know, I've been like creeped out, I've been seeing things like I can't do this anymore, I'm gonna quit, or if they just left and never came back. But I'm pretty sure they actually had mentioned that they were too freaked out to ever come back. So the nurses that were taking care of my grandpa never came back.
Someone died.
So that was just like a pre-story to what happened to me and my family once my mom started having a family. So basically, so I was born in 1995. My sister was born in 1990.
God, this is a 20-year-old person.
My dad, and my sister were already living in this house. So they were living with my grandma. My grandpa had passed away at this point. So they were living with my grandma, my uncle Johnny, my mom, my dad, and my sister in this so-called haunted house. So I was born in 1995. That's when I came in, and that's when things started getting weird again.
Yeah, it's all about you.
This is like the famous story of my family.
I have the spiritual power.
When I was little, my entire family was over at this house for dinner at the same dinner table, I'm pretty sure.
My family is psychics?
That the first story happened at. So they were all having dinner, and you know, I was done with dinner. When you're a little kid, you just go off and play, you go do whatever you want, right?
We know what I'll subscribe to
It was about the size of me when I was like, I don't know, I think I was 3 or 4, so really tiny rocking chair. And this rocking chair,
oh yeah, she does. She does.
Supposedly, we later found out had been owned by this little boy who got killed or something like that. I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense. My whole family heard me laughing upstairs and talking. And so many kids have imaginary friends, you know, it like makes sense, whatever. It's not a big deal, right? So they hear me laughing and talking upstairs to no one. I don't even know if my sister was there at this time. So they all come upstairs and they go, Olivia, who are you talking to? Like, why are you laughing? Like, what's going on? And they were kind of worried for a second. And I go, oh, I'm just talking to the little boy in the rocking chair. And everybody just like froze because they know like the history with this house. So everybody just like froze and looked at each other, and then they go, where did he go? Like, where is he? And I just pointed up. And so apparently I had said he went up through the wall. And it's like giving me the chills just thinking about it. It's like really freaking me out. And I mean, honestly, that would be pretty cool if I had communicated with a little boy ghost at some point in my life. Like, that would be pretty cool. Like, not even freaky. That's awesome. So they'll never let me forget that story. Another story about me was I was sitting in the TV room with my grandma, and I was in the same exact rocking chair, but I was just sitting in it. And I remember this. I actually remember this memory, and my grandma would always like talk about this. I was just sitting in the rocking chair. I was not rocking at all, and all of a sudden the rocking chair just flew back. And I remember I just started crying because it was really painful, and I was like, I don't really remember feeling pushed or anything. I just remember one second I was sitting in the rocking chair, not rocking, and the next second I flew back and I was on the floor like crying and hurt. So that was really, really, really scary because I actually can remember that moment, and I remember exactly where I was and like the pictures on the wall and everything. Like, I have a vivid memory of that. That was super creepy. That doesn't seem very friendly. Like, it would be a friendly entity. I don't know. Okay, so there was this doll, and what did we call it? It was called like Creepy Doll. I think we literally called it Creepy Doll.
No other explanation?
But it was this little tiny doll.
Little girl?
God, I'm trying to remember what it looked like, but it didn't have any hair. I think its eyes were messed up. Like, its eyes were like looking different ways or something. It was really weird looking. But I still don't remember or don't know if this was just my Uncle Johnny playing tricks on us, because we all were convinced this house sometimes, which would have made the situation a lot lighter.
Who's dead? It wasn't recent.
I don't really know. Maybe sometimes it wasn't, because it would just be everywhere. It would go in different places all the time. So that doll was like super creepy. I have no idea what was going on with that. So things were moving around all the time. I flew back in my rocking chair as if I was pushed. I had the creepy little boy in the rocking chair story, and then the stories about all the footsteps upstairs and all that stuff. So that house was pretty creepy, cannot lie.
I'm not
my
gonna lie.
family actually had taken it so seriously that they went back years later after none of us had lived there anymore. So a whole new family had moved into that house, and we had gone back to ask if they had any paranormal experiences, and they all said no. They had nothing. So I don't know if it's my family, if it's what. Oh, you guys, I'm so like jumpy right now. Anyways, guys, that is it for today. But thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed me telling you some of my very, very true, creepy paranormal stories from when I was a little girl. Nothing has happened since I've grown up, so who knows, but definitely a lot of stories in that house, and definitely a lot of stories revolving around me. Give it a big thumbs up if you liked it.
Drop those thumbs. Oh wait, yeah.
Or if you got a little bit scared.
Like, favorite, subscribe.
Or
is that one?
If you want to make a video or share any of your experiences down below with me, that would be awesome. I'd love to hear them. So definitely give this video a big thumbs
don't look at
up.
that.
Don't forget to subscribe. I upload videos every Monday and Friday. Also, I forgot to mention I am doing a Q&A in one of my next videos. I don't know when it'll be up, but probably just when I get enough questions.
Is it crashing?
But I'm doing a Q&A, so make sure to leave your questions. You can leave them in the comments. You can send them to my Twitter. You can also send them to my Tumblr Ask box. I'll leave all the links down below so you can get to them and contact me. And yeah, so just leave me any questions that you have for me, and I will definitely answer them in my next Q&A video. So have an awesome rest of your day, and I will see you in my next video.
Terrifying rest of your lives. True ghost story. Who's this? Some child. I'm trying to make a background so there's not Sarah Hearts Beauty, so it is. Oh, don't say their names.
Hey guys, it's Sarah, and in today's video I wanted to do something a little bit different, and that is my
Some of these we've heard before,
story.
But now that we have the ultimatum.
So stupid, but I was talking to my husband last night, and I was telling him about this ghost story when I was little, and it's so weird to think that that actually happened. Because I can remember it so vividly, and I wanted to tell you because I think it's quite interesting, and I want to.
You just wanted to say you have a husband. That's a relevant detail. Objection.
So I think I was around about 7 or 8 years old, and in my house, my parents' house. I shared a room with my sister. So and like directly across from us was the bathroom, and then right next to that, towards your right, was the toilet. And I needed it. It was like in the middle of the night, probably like either midnight or 1 AM, so everyone was asleep. It's a totally different story now because we're all night people. So I needed to go to the toilet, and just to give you a little bit of an idea of what I'm talking about. So like if you imagine my doorway to my bedroom, there was a cupboard, like the linen cupboards.
Make it look
right next to it. So it kind of had like this little box shape. So it was like our door. So you were walking past the cupboards, and our door was to your left, and it had like, you had,
anyone's,
I don't know, 30 centimeters.
Sweet work.
And then there was a door.
One sec.
If that makes sense. Hopefully
if that makes sense. Is that one?
And
oh yeah, okay.
So and my bed was like when you walked in the door, my bed was exactly right in front of me.
That makes any sense.
So you walk in and there was my bed.
Makeup girl and
I walked out the bedroom door, and I looked directly to my right, so where that little dent was, not dent, but like that little box shape thing was, and there was a man there, like a full, really tall man, and like I remember him being as tall as the our house, so like not our house outside, but like inside. So he was like really tall, and I remember looking up at him. And I think the freakiest part of this story is I remember touching his stomach and it actually moving. Like I know what a wall feels like, and it didn't move, but I touched his stomach and it moved. So like I had like resistance there, and I'm like, holy crap, thinking about it now. Like what if there was an actual someone in our house? Doubtful, but Yeah, and
you know,
he
now that I
looks
say
like
that out loud, I fucking know myself.
So he like
Stop
a check
looking
shirt
at Twitter and play
a bowler's
bingo.
cap on.
I'm trying to make a little picture for the background.
It was my cat. And yeah, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Like I was really young.
Okay,
I was like, oh, that's
I wanted
odd.
like
there's a man in our house. And I went to the toilet, and by the time I come out, he was gone.
Tired.
So it wasn't very long, and then I was like, wait, was he actually there? And I remember going around the house, like searching for him, but the 3 exits of our house, like the front door, the back door, and the French doors, they all make quite a lot of noise when you open them, so you can't really sneak out of my parents' house, and I swear they did that on purpose. But
and then
you can't open those doors without hearing them. So I don't know if someone was in the house or not, but it was really interesting and a bit strange, and I was like kind of freaked out. And I was telling my husband last night, he's just like, oh, it's a bit weird. But yeah, that's my first ghost story. I want to know what you guys think, if it's scary or
that was
if
it?
It's strange.
I was too busy making a little painting.
My marbles, but you know, we all knew that. Hit this like button if you like this video, and if you want to hear more
fucking
stories.
Murder that like button.
I don't mind just rambling off and talking rather than doing makeup tutorials and stuff like that. So hopefully you like this bit of variety. And yeah, subscribe if you're new and hit that like button. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
Love you. Okay, close. Okay, now we're ready. Vlog 4, ghost story.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jonathan.
If it wasn't 20 minutes, then I'd do that one. Play by the girl rules. She's young. The unknown voice.
Anyway, I was sitting in my down.
My ghost experiences.
I look like a greasy hamster.
Is this even a ghost?
Do you guys like this bra? I got this bra at
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel and another edition of #BeautifullyWise. Today is
it's a
going
makeup
to
girl.
be a video unlike any other video I've ever done before, really. It's actually a story time video, and it is inspired because of my friend here on YouTube, Brie Ashley. I recently watched one of her videos titled A Ghost Attacked Me or something, and basically it was her ghost story.
They know each other.
So I don't know if it's because of watching the video or because she's back, but I have recently been experiencing some kind of strange things happening to me, and
sound effects.
I decided that I should make my own ghost story video, but it's kind of lengthy because there actually is like backstory to this situation with this ghost, spirit, whatever you want to call it, entity, I don't know. And so I think I'm gonna have to do this video in a couple parts, at least 2 parts. So this is gonna be part 1 of the ghost story series, I guess. Okay, so I don't know how many of you read my books, but so you know part of my history. You know that I had I have 3 brothers and a sister, and growing up I grew up with my brothers. I grew up.
I want to have like a side tally here.
So when I was little, like really little, my stepmom had my brother Jason, and my dad used to take pictures of him as a baby, right? And God, it's so weird because this literally goes back so long ago.
You're getting scared, aren't you?
Like
Say
over
it.
20 years ago. So I remember my dad would take pictures of him, and after he got them developed, because he got them developed like right away, because back then you would like take the pictures and take the roll to Walgreens or whatever, and then
by induction.
Then you would get to see the photos. So he was excited to have a son. I know he was, and so he got them developed right away. So I remember he brought them home, and we were looking at them, and in every single photo, every single one of these photos, wherever Jason was, there was this like, it looked like this white,
broken
like
tech,
this 2 white, like arms almost, but they didn't have like fingers.
Oh, that's not on this card. Oh shit, getting difficult.
At Jason.
You're my best friend forever.
Even in some of them, he was like, kind of like had his little, I want to say paws because he had the little things on his hands, but he was kind of like, almost like back to, like looking in that direction. Wherever this, like some people were like, oh, it's spots, whatever. No. They were like distinct, like white lines,
you can just be clicking on this thing.
I just call it like arms. And it was in every photo, every single
I like the
photo.
circles though.
So at that same time, I remember I had one of the worst nightmares of my entire life. I was my bedroom was upstairs. We had a condo, and I remember I was laying in bed, and I had a nightmare, and this is when it started.
You were safe, but you better describe
it. Nightmare started. So I wake up in my mind. I'm awake, but I'm laying there.
Is it sleep paralysis?
I can't breathe. I can't move. Nothing. I'm just still, and I think I'm 4 at this point. And
is it old house or in their old house?
But I am entirely awake. My senses.
It was in their old condo.
Like I'm aware, and I hear the stairs because we had stairs, and I hear what
Family
sounds
psychics,
like
yeah.
a woman.
I want to hear more about this
because it sounded like she had
Let's get one
heels on,
close by.
going down the stairs, and like she had a lot of jewelry, and it was standing like the side of the stair, like you know what I mean, like the rail. But the thing is, our stairs were carpeted. So the fact that I could
There's no other explanation.
High heels going, it was either up or down.
There's no other explanation.
I'm pretty sure it was going down, that's what it sounded like. The condo stairs,
she went up the downstairs.
You know, the ones that led up to the bedroom. It was so bizarre because we didn't have wood floors. So unless we had wood floors, you wouldn't hear something like that. So that's the first thing. All I could think of, and in my mind I could like picture this woman going down the stairs, and she had a lot of jewelry on. And for some reason in my mind she had like a long skirt, and she had like high heels on of some sort, and just like darkness. I don't know, but for some reason I literally think in my head.
Literally.
I don't know. So then
okay, is there a way to add to the pool of
a couple
options
weeks later,
that these can be?
The same thing happens. I wake up, I can't breathe, I can't move. I feel like there's just like just this thing on my chest, like holding me down, like sitting on me. It feels like a person, right? And I'm just paralyzed. I'm literally paralyzed.
I will put that there.
And I feel so scared. Like I'm terrified. And I look over, and I used to sleep with the door open.
When did someone die in that house?
So my bed is like here. So I'm like here. And here's the door on this side, right? So I'm laying in bed, and I can see it from this side. And all I see is the doorway. Okay, so I see all blackness because all the lights are off. But for some reason in my doorway, I see like a silhouette. And it's a silhouette of a woman. I see, like, she literally goes like this, right? White arms. Like,
okay, let's make a new one with like fucking tons
situation
of these, so it makes it difficult.
In the photos of my brother, it was like,
yeah, my family
connected. Like I was like, oh my god, those are the arms from the pictures, the baby pictures of my brother that were not taken that long ago. So I'm like, what the fuck? I screamed. I finally was able, when I was finally able to like catch my breath, and the paralyzation, like,
this is not even a ghost story.
The paralysis
it's just you got
feeling was
sleep
gone.
paralysis.
I literally screamed so hard, like so freaking loud, and I kept saying like, Jason, Jason, like my dad would tell me, he's like, you just kept saying, Jason, Jason, is Jason okay? And I was like crying, you know, like just petrified. You know, a lot of bad shit started happening in my life after that. Like my stepmom and stuff, and she kind of instilled a lot of fear within me. So I don't know how much more paranormal things happened per se after that. But I do remember the condo always gave me the creeps. I always felt like I was being watched, and I always just felt this presence, like this, just like I wasn't alone, you know. And something always like revolved around my brother Jason. Like it was always like some lady or someone wanted to take him. Throughout my life, I've kind of always been kind of scared of the dark. You know, I always feel like something's gonna grab my foot if it's not covered in the covers, you know, whatever. So 3 years ago, I was living in a condo.
Spiritual power?
And I'm sleeping upstairs, and I didn't have
That would give us a bingo.
Delivered yet, so I was
what was the power? It's got to be like she has the power.
What do you call it?
Okay, let's see. It's hovering
loft. I was sleeping in the loft area because
I think we can get a cleaner
amazing like bookshelf built into the walls and everything, and it was like really nice. It was like my little study. So I had like this oversized like gigantic beanbag chair, like huge. I mean the most comfortable thing, and I'm small, so I fit in it like it was a bed.
Is this
loud?
I
was sleeping on there, and I would fall asleep like watching Dexter because I had just gotten into it. So I was watching like catching up on all the seasons and
Explains
stuff.
a redundant routine.
And Dexter's a scary show, but not in like the ghostly kind of scary. It's more scary like real life, like people are fucked up, crazy serial killers or whatever. So I would fall asleep watching that, but then I would wake up and I started waking up again to where I couldn't fucking breathe. I felt like there was like this
thing
on my chest.
It's a British ghost.
I was scared. I was paralyzed once again. I couldn't breathe. And
getting pretty close.
I'm just like, I just want to wake up, and like it was uncomfortable. Now, this time, it wasn't just like I couldn't breathe. It felt like painful too. Like I was being pinned down by something. After that would happen, I would turn all the lights on, and as I was running, I was so weird. As I would run to like the light switch, I would scream. I'd have to like yell like like oh my god, and be like doing the cross and like just freaked out. So. After that happened, like the first time, it was happening like
in the story.
And I could
you just laid down and watched Dexter, and you got terrified and screamed as you turned the light on.
So then, you know, my bed got delivered, and I moved into the room, but I still had like I had all the bathroom doors shut. I had mirrors on my closet. Freaked me out. I would literally cover the mirrors with blankets. Like I'm not even kidding you.
Relevant
I'm
details.
A grown person, and I'm having night terrors. And I would literally start crying, and I mean, it was just, nothing was happening bad in my life either. Like everything was so good at that point. So my boyfriend came over, and we were downstairs, and I had a really nice fireplace, and we were watching TV, because the flat screen was over the fireplace, and we were on the couch, and we would fall asleep there sometimes watching TV. So this is where it gets kind of creepy, and this is when I figure out what my ghost's name is, if you will. So he falls asleep, and he has never experienced this in his life before. He tells me never ever experienced this.
She might as well have said. She believes. So bingo.
He tells me that the next morning.
It's a British girl.
He's like, "Do you remember what happened last night?" And I'm like,
"It's Abernathy."
No. By the way, Honey Bunny's on my lap. That was what the noise was. I'm like, "No, I don't."
I interrupted my dog.
I'm like, we fell asleep on the couch, and he's like, "You don't remember talking to me last night?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah.
What? And so I started like, what? You know, like pull this blanket up. I'm like, what are you talking about? And because whenever someone, okay, so if I don't sleep alone, that whole thing doesn't happen to me as often. So when he would sleep over, it would not happen to me.
Sleepover.
But apparently this night, he tells me that he wakes up, all of his senses, sight, sound, smell, all the senses are and he wants to get up, but he can't. He's like, I felt like there was a woman sitting on my chest, and I kind of freaked out at this point in the story because I hadn't told him exactly what it felt like when it happened to me. I would just tell him that I got freaked out because I lived alone. You know, that's what I would say. I'm like, oh, you know, just scared of the dark, you know, because of The Exorcist or whatever. Like, I still blame all my night terrors on The Exorcist at that. You know, I'm just like, whatever. And so he's basically describing to me exactly what happens to me at night when I'm sleeping alone. And I wake up and I can't move. I can hardly breathe, but all of my senses, like, I'm literally paralyzed. Like, in my mind, I'm like, move, and I can't. I kind of look at him like, okay, so why would I remember that? Like, why are you asking me? I'm like, if I was asleep, why would I remember that? And he looks at me and he's like, you're fucking with me, right? And I'm like, what do you mean I'm fucking with you? I'm like, no, what is going on? And at this point, I'm like, what are you telling me? Like, why you're freaking me out? And he looks at me, he's like, okay, so I don't know why this happened, and I don't know what the hell is happening, but he's like, as soon as I was finally able to open my eyes, he's like, I swear to you, I saw a fucking woman standing there. And then the next thing I know, Amber, you sit up out of a dead sleep, just
that counts as a little
sit up. And he's like, you look at me.
Let's put it.
Say,
it's not a clean
don't worry,
kill.
Honey, it's just Alice. And you lay back down.
It's a British girl. Yo, that's for sure.
After that, things just got worse.
Yeah, it's like, yo, look at these bingos.
And so
bam,
that's what I'm
bam,
you guys
bam.
for this part 1 of my ghost story. Because there is a lot more that has happened.
Okay,
since
let's.
the last
We'll make
years.
a new card and then we'll do a part.
Especially since we found out what her name is, and just recently, some things have been happening.
Alice!
Even today, something happened, and it's like, I don't know if it's because
out of ammo.
The acknowledgement of it, and like I said, I don't know. Like I go through phases where I'm like, oh yeah, I believe in ghosts, or oh no, it's just.
Oh, that
honestly,
counts as.
I don't know if it's ghosts.
That's.
Someone's upstairs. I don't know if it's ghosts. I don't know if it's evil spirits. I don't know what it is. I kind of feel like it's all energy. So whether it is what it is, whether it's someone crossing over, whether it's someone still here, whether it's a loved one, just trying to communicate the best way they can. I don't know, but I do know that there is something. I'm very sensitive to energy, so it honestly could be energy from someone or something.
She's an author of books?
That's been with me my entire
Yeah, she has
life.
spiritual
And of course,
power.
in psychology,
She
there's a lot of
fucking
explanations
cleared
for
this whole
There's,
card.
Basically, they say what it is. It's your mind.
Basically, they say what it
protects you
is.
from acting out your dreams. So basically,
She's explaining sleep paralysis.
when you fall asleep. So that you're in your dream. If you're killing someone in your dream, if you're doing something in your dream, you don't actually act it out in real life.
Long story short,
like,
that counts as her
asleep.
basically.
So sometimes they say that sometimes your mind will awaken before the rest of your body, so that it kind of feels like, oh shit, my mind's
this is now
going,
a 30 kill.
but my arms and my legs.
Okay, let's make a new card. Bingo Baker. Can you see this? Okay. Whoop. Hoo, yep. Hoo, yep. Hoo. It's weird when it's quiet now. Take a penis break if you want to go piss. Gonna be up all night. We won't need these anymore. We got clickers. Whoop. Window capture? Oh, don't fuck it up. That one. Okay. 5x5. White girl ghost world. Add more words, yeah. I just want, yeah, okay, 1 word per line. Yeah, so you can put them in here or just do like this and it will do it. Okay. I wish you didn't fucking erase that thing, stupid. Okay. If I pull this out, will it kill it? Okay, good. Nope. I'd like to transpose all these. Embargo? This is most pretty good. Okay. Rifle barrel in his mouth. So literally, basically, sleep paralysis, and that includes its description of obvious, unneeded descriptions, let's say. I'm gonna boil some. Yeah, okay. Take all these in there. Oh, yeah, and also take from the other one. This is the best. Okay. Location description. Ghost is a little girl. No other explanation. Yeah, put those in there, so you know that's what she says. Pre-story to the main story. Yeah. Unneeded prequel. Unneeded story prequel. Let's say. Just like, yeah. Divorced parents. Dad doesn't believe. Mom. Maybe just mom knows, because the mom often doesn't tell the kid until they're an adult that she also saw something, but also that she's instantly... When the kid does tell the mom, she's like... clapping? When the kid does tell the mom, she's like, yeah, I knew something was going on. Let's look into this. Let's call Granny. Grandmother is consulted, let's say. Unscary. I do have a power. No, let's just keep it. Spiritual power. And put that in quotations so you know it's from the point of view of the character. It's in my it runs in my family, let's say, because that's another one. Well, no, let's be specific, because sometimes... Oh yeah, like... how would you describe this? Tongue smack. Gets scared in video. No, yeah, scares themselves. How'd they word it? Because that was... They spooked themselves. Seriously? Oh yeah, Tall Man Ghost. That's the one with the hat, right? Saw a black. Saw, not just that, saw black. Saw a black person. What else? Heard sounds. Oh yeah, sound effects. Creaking equals ghost. Hey guys. Free. Hey guys. No, don't even put an exclamation. She's not happy to see you. Oh yeah, interrupted by beast. That way, if a boyfriend interrupted by creature, not by animal. Her name's, oh yeah, Makeup Girl. Her name's Brittany. They have a husband. Yeah, do we get that? Have a husband. That's how you do the, you always know them answers. You know all that cool shit. Damn. Wait, let's see it. Oh, I'm fucking so... Yeah, I wasn't able to do that. Don't I was thinking in my mind. Oh yeah, okay, I copied that. Yeah, here was. It felt real. A dream. Just a dream, maybe. Her noises when someone else was... Yeah, a scary dream. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, let's look at this other one. Oh, fuck you, idiot. They spooked themselves, no other explanation, common things to go. Basically, not even a ghost story. Someone died in the house. Ghost is a little girl. A skeleton, saw a shadow. If you don't believe, that's okay. Location, like, house, spiritual powers, broken tech. The camera did show some weird. Police are involved. Yeah, with a big pool like this, we got that good ass shit. Recently deceased relative. My family are psychics. My family is psychic. No, say my family are psychics. That's so much better. I do have a bit of ESP. Long story short. Oh yeah, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Music in the background. I do believe in ghosts. Irrelevant details. Lady in White starts with the real. Yeah, that's like the prequel. Did we get irrelevant details? Unneeded. Yeah, well. Space for dyed hair. Yada yada yada. Children are sensitive. Oh yeah, children are sensitive.
That's a game on Twitch to say you're playing bingo.
Is that a real thing on this? Bingo. See it. Okay, if you refresh the page, you'll see a bingo. Let's see it. It's hazy. I don't really remember. Should be good. We have at least 25, don't you think? It's about 25 feet tall. Okay, think of more. I'm gonna boil water for the ritual. Actually, just go pee. Okay, one for the like, I was like, what the fuck? Dude, that's a good one. Oh, what one is it? Painmonger. Shadowy figure? We have Solid Black. Like, what? Like, WTF. Or whatever? Pet's acting weird. Yeah, that's a weird. Oh yeah, and like that slow reenact sounds. reenact, no, the slow, he was like over the top of the thing. Slow syllables, is that it? Syllabic. No, just slow syllable mode. What was the other one? Interrupted by pet. Yeah, we got one of those. Enunciating. Oh yeah, and also repeating. He ran into the car. He ran into. Repeating for emphasis. Over enunciation. Syllabic spam when they're like, oh my god, it was so yeah, it was so scary. Enunciation. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know what to do. Yeah, we'll out of steak, huh? When I was a kid, so yeah. Okay. Save all these and then generate a guy. Bingo list. Okay, those. It seems like we're skewing it to be not fair, but we're making it difficult because of. Okay. Yeah, generate it. Okay, do I have to log in to save a thing? Doesn't matter. Isn't there a way? Wouldn't that be worth dying for? Hey guys. Okay. Okay. Eating dinner at the dinner table. Other things at the thing. We might put that under unnecessaries. Oh yeah, so now this girl's part 2. Okay, let me pour my tea. This is so good. Okay, it's almost time. Go. We got 3 bingos off this chick. We almost got a full card off this chick. So part 2 of her story. Stay with me. Stay with me. Okay, go. You had enough time. We're starting it. Dad doesn't believe. Okay, so part 2. The story of Hellis. Did she... My sex tape. Did she make a... She didn't even make a part 2? 6 months ago. Okay, didn't she say at the end she was making...
Hi guys! Like, when it first started happening, how it progressed, and how I found out what her name is. So, there's part 1 of my ghost story. Please thumbs up this video and let me know in the comments down below if you... Honey bunny.
Her picture is just tits. This is not my main channel. Okay, what is?
And let me know if you guys like these kind of videos. I know it's different, but you know, my channel doesn't really have a theme. It is what it is.
Hook me up.
So thank you guys so much for watching though.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel.
Restraining order against 3 YouTubers.
Video, which will be tomorrow. Bye.
I'm being cyberbullied. Here it is.
And the way we have...
Oh, it was this girl.
I keep running into weird issues. I don't get scared at night. It's maybe, but...
I don't know, dude.
Most interactions with her don't feel...
Well, you tricked us. I guess you win that one, don't you? Alice came back 4 months ago.
Do you guys like this bra? I got this bra at Target. And it just has like little, it's just kind of like a little, I'm not trying to be like weird or anything, but it's
you are though, you showed tits.
I wear the shirts to Pure Barre all the time, but let me turn you around. Flavored with like coconut and I prefer watching vlogs, quite frankly.
Okay. Do you like my bra? And then we know what you're doing. Oh, look at this guy. My ghost video, Snap It.
Hi, I'm Cindy. City, and I moved to Illinois.
I wish it wasn't so quiet. Real ghost video.
Hey guys, it's Calista. So
and some girl. Real ghost video. Oh, this guy just recorded a bunch of people's real ghost stories. Let's hear him. Man arrested for threatening to file false rape charges against school. Okay. Oh yeah, it's all this fucking guy. You're shitting up the hashtag.
Hi everyone. So one of the things that I've been really into lately is watching Bunny here on YouTube.
Okay. What is all this fucking guy? John S. Paxton. You're shitting up your hashtag. T-vlog.
Hey everybody, it's Bunny, and it's time for another T-vlog.
No, I don't think so. You win. Whatever you want, take it. Just go. My ghost story.
Hey guys. This is the first video of a series I'm going to start posting on here called True Ghost Stories. In this series, I and some of my friends, sometimes other YouTubers, are going to tell you about experiences that we've had that we believe were with real ghosts, or just something unusual in general, like a near-death experience, or a horrible nightmare, or maybe a nightmare that came true. Just stories of unusual stuff. A nightmare that came true. That you wouldn't expect to actually happen. And most often, it'll be about what we believe were real ghost experiences. I just figured I always want to hear those stories when people tell me they have stories like that. So why not share it with you? And then, in the end of these videos, when we're done telling our story, I would like you to let me know if you believe it's
I didn't even put like fave.
Like, if I believed I saw a ghost, let me know if you believe it also. Or if you have some sort of logical explanation for what I saw. Let me know that in the comments. Or for what they saw. Fair. You know what I'm saying. You get it. Now, keep in mind, these stories might not always be crazy. You know, they're not like over-dramatized stories that I'm writing for you to be excited by. It's just a real story, a real experience of something that's either happened to me or to one of my friends. So let's begin. I've actually had a few different experiences before, but I will share them in different videos. And for this one, I will tell you about my most recent experience. This takes place in New Jersey in August, this past August, when I was visiting my parents. My parents live in a big house that they just moved into about a year ago, and I have my own guest room when I visit there. Since I live in LA, whenever I visit New Jersey, it always feels a lot earlier to me as it gets later there. So I have a lot of trouble falling asleep early, and I'm usually the last one to go to sleep in the house. So one of those nights, I was up late, and I decided to just lay in my bed in the dark and play on my phone. And then, I'm not really sure why.
Yeah, play along at home.
I got a strange feeling. I just got this eerie, weird feeling. So I was suddenly feeling kind of scared and not really understanding why. But I just knew that I wanted to go into the hallway, turn on the light, and leave the door to my room a little bit open. I didn't want to be sitting in the dark anymore. So I did that. I went into the hallway, I turned on the light, and then I left the door to my room a little bit open, and I went back in my bed and started playing on my phone again. And now, while I was laying in bed playing on my phone with the door a little bit open,
broken tech. Do we have that? Yeah, I like that. It's not always going to be the same one now.
And there's a skill element towards my room. I wasn't freaked out or anything because I assumed it was my sister Sharon. I assumed that she was having trouble falling asleep too, because often she does.
Why did they all sound like
and I thought that she saw me turn on the light and was just coming to see what I was doing.
Paradigm.
So like I said, I was just playing on my phone, laying in bed, not really paying attention, and assuming my sister walked over to my door, and I felt her like standing in the doorway, and I went to turn around to say something to her. And when I turned around, nobody was standing there.
No other explanation. But when I looked, nothing. I don't know.
And I'm telling you, I was positive someone was standing in my doorway. I was so sure that I was going to see my sister when I turned around that when I saw no one, my heart dropped. And I definitely heard a door creak and footsteps. So
I know what I heard.
I was absolutely freaked out. So then I got up. I went out into the hallway thinking maybe my sister walked away and I didn't notice her walking away. Looked all around. No one was awake. It was totally quiet. Then I walked over to my sister's room and I opened her door and I saw her sleeping in her bed, like deep sleeping. She definitely did not get up at any point.
Yeah,
so that really freaked me out. I rushed back to my room and this time I shut the door because whatever I was getting this bad feeling about was not in my room. It was outside in that space because that's where it came from. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how it felt. And at this point,
it felt real. Yeah, like that. I didn't think there was any chance you'd fucking come near that.
The first thing that came on when I turned on the TV was this special on CNN where this guy was interviewing someone that allegedly murdered his wife a long time
in your
ago.
house.
So that's not really related, but the fact that that's what was on when I first turned on the TV kind of just made me feel even more uncomfortable. And that's it. That's the whole story. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why I heard footsteps and why I felt like someone was standing in my doorway. I definitely felt like that though, and I was not sleepy, so it's not like I was half asleep and didn't know what was going on. And my parents have pets, but it definitely wasn't any of the pets because it was definitely like I heard human footsteps. So let me know in the comments if you believe I had some sort of supernatural experience here, and if not, I would like you to give me a logical explanation of
debate
what
me.
happened, of why I heard those footsteps.
Yeah,
and
you guys can
I thought someone was standing in the doorway. And that is all for today. And soon I will be putting up more videos with friends of mine talking about.
I do. If you like this,
okay, that's all. Bye.
Add that. If you like this, I do have more. I do have more. What else? There was a good one I wanted to add. Okay, refresh. Don't cheat. I don't know what... I'm gonna be up all night with this thing. This is my favorite game. My scary ghost story.
This is testing to make sure. So I believe that, you know...
Your audio shit. Oh yeah, sibling. A sibling done it. Oh yeah, this is that girl who was young. Nice ghost story. I'll haunt you when I'm dead. Paranormal documentar. Yeah, let's see your abs.
I'm meant to be getting ready for a pop.
And Ghost Pepper with daughter?
Hey everyone, it's Nons, and this is my daughter Stacia. And today we're going to be doing...
She has got blue lips. Okay, we're listening to this, but first add... Oh yeah, add the new... Yeah, okay. Maybe... Bizarre makeup choice or something? Because she's got blue... Nah, I don't know. What was that one? Oh yeah, a sibling. Sibling not guilty. Oh, so it just stacks it into the same... Okay, so that link should be able... This is the link for the current bingo generation. Someone did a child with her. Okay, I gotta pour my tea. Count as makeup girl, yeah, you're right. You don't want to go too far and make it... I like that there's leeway. You're vague enough, but you guys know. You can't just make yourself win. It's gotta be a clean kill. And it's more gratifying. Okay, actually, okay. After this one, let's listen to that story where the girl worked at Hollister and she saw Blackout. Maybe, we'll see. I liked it. posted the edit link? Fucked it. My house is haunted. Pfft. Oh yeah, this is the one. Well, by now they probably figured her out, but this is the link. This is a link for the card. Okay, start up.
One ghost story because she can't seem to remember any more than one that we just had basically recently. And then in the future, if she remembers some, I'll write it down, and if I remember it, so we'll have like 2 or 3 for the next video when we do it. But I know a lot of you
if you like this,
a ghost story, and it's been a long time.
Did
so we're not.
Okay,
we want to make any up.
I
mean, we want to talk about true experiences. So, like I said, next one will probably be better. But this one we're gonna tell one because one recently happened within a couple of months. So we both remember that, and I remember. It was in different stages because I experienced it and she experienced it, and I experienced everybody having it because I was the one home.
I experienced everyone.
So we'll talk about that one, and then we're going to do a fresh ghost pepper.
This is my family or psychics.
Last time when we did the ghost pepper, it was dried. I want to know the difference between the fresh and the dry. I know it's going to be painful either way, but I want to see if this.
She's going to eat a pepper. Ghost story plus eating a pepper.
So
a hot pepper.
Yeah, that's going to be right after this story.
Okay, so irrelevant details.
Okay, so we're
Mom
gonna
knows
go on the thing that happened.
Let's see.
It was a couple of months ago. I want to say 3.
Yeah, it's a mom beside her daughter.
So yeah, she has to get treatments at home through IVs. So we were thinking to make it easier to get what are those called? What are the stands? They're IV stands. The IV pump with it instead of just a stand because her medicine was getting administered too fast and she was getting sick from that. So they were like, just they'll order a pump for home so that then you can put it on a certain amount of time and she was going to get sick. So we were like, okay, that's fine because she was used to the pumps in the hospital. No problem. We didn't think anything of it. She wasn't home when the pump arrived, when it got delivered. I was and my sister was. And we were sitting, you know, I brought the pump upstairs and I didn't want the house to seem so hospital-like. So I was like, okay, I'm going to put it in this front room that we have that has 2 sliding doors.
Room description.
Right past our living room where nobody pays attention to it. So if I put it in there, I'm like, nobody will notice, and you know.
That doesn't feel like a clean kill. She just said
I put it back
it's got 2
there,
sliding
and
doors.
within
it might be pertinent.
An hour, I want to say. My sister and I were watching TV, and we're hearing.
You can't blame the sister.
Walking back and forth, and we're just like,
nope.
Okay, yeah, we're not saying anything at first, but then it just kept on going and kept on going. I was like, okay, I know you hear the walking. I hear the walking. I even told her, I said, don't tell Stacia because Stacia has to deal with the pump.
Okay,
and we don't want any negativity towards it. And, you know, we're just...
Don't shoot negativity. My house is haunted.
Hey guys, so given that it's Halloween, I thought it would be a lot of
Start
fun
a new
to
one.
tell you guys about the little girl who haunts my house. Now I know
hey guys,
that,
little girl.
A lot of people don't believe in ghosts.
A lot of people don't believe.
Fine, but I am also a huge skeptic. Unless I see it with my own 2 eyes.
Oh, you don't have those.
I can't come up with a reason why I would have heard something or something would have happened. Then I really don't believe that it was a ghost. I mean, if you guys have seen my video, the one where I talk about how I couldn't sleep, then you guys would know
of you might win real good off this.
My first reaction if I hear something isn't a ghost, it's someone broke into my house and is gonna kill me. But even if you don't believe in ghosts, I thought this might be a good little creepy story to tell you on Halloween.
Well,
so the first time I ever saw her, my bedroom was actually, well, my bed and everything was set up on the other side of the room, so that when I opened my eyes, I could see straight into my brother's area. And
she
I
just
grabbed it like 5 or 6 o'clock.
Bingo within first minute. Can't bingo fast enough.
I couldn't sleep, and I've been goofing off on my phone, and I finally decided to roll over and try and get some sleep because the sun was coming up and my room was getting bright. I rolled over, I closed my eyes, I had my eyes shut for maybe a couple minutes. For all the naysayers who would be like,
yeah, it's so good now that it's so many options.
I was wide awake.
It's a challenge.
That's the problem. You know how when someone's watching you, you just get this
we should have added that. Felt like I was being watched.
It's undescribable. Well, that's what I got. Open my eyes and standing right in the middle of his area, staring straight at me.
That's a sleep
was
paralysis
this little
if you have
girl,
it.
And she was probably
doesn't
like
know.
7 or 8 and had on one of those long dressing gowns, like the ones people would wear, like the white ones, as pajamas back in like the 1800s or something. I don't know exactly. And she had long dark hair, and she was very pale, which sounds stereotypical of a ghost. She was just standing there staring at me.
Ghost is a girl that counts.
And as soon as I looked at her, she disappeared and then reappeared, standing behind my brother's bureau.
Teleports behind you.
Over at me, staring at me, and then she disappeared.
Did she have
again.
a katana?
Seeing that really didn't help me sleep that night. And then the next encounter we had with her, this was like my mom, my dad, and me all experienced the same exact thing. Me and my dad, I think, had just gotten home, and it was probably about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. My little sister was asleep upstairs. My brother was in the kitchen. Me and my dad were sitting on the couch, and my mom was standing in the living room. We were all talking. And all of a sudden, we heard footsteps coming down the stairs. We heard someone walk down the whole entire staircase. And we automatically assumed it was my little sister had woken up. We have a cement floor in the hallway leading to, like, my parents' room into the living room. She's usually barefoot, and so we heard, like, 3 or 4 steps of, like, bare feet on the cement floor. And my mom called out, she was like, "Hi, baby." There was no response, which was kind of odd. And then we waited, like, a couple more seconds. No one walked through the hallway the rest of the way. So then she walked out there and she was like, "She's not out here." And then my mom walked all the way upstairs, looked at my sister's bed, and she was sound asleep. That was pretty creepy. There's been a couple times I'll be sitting on my bed, like goofing off on my laptop, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see
there's one of those out of the corner of my eye. I don't know if I put that in.
My brother's area, just kind of watching me, and every time I look at her, I can't see her anymore. Like that's happening.
She has ghost makeup
on. The creepiest one was like last summer. My room was set up on the other side of the room, and I was
it is. It's a makeup girl.
And I was goofing off on my computer, and I could see her like out of the corner of my eye, standing on the other side of the room. But the creepy part was that she was covered in blood, and I just kept looking over at her, and she would disappear every time I looked at her. And that was probably for about 10 minutes or so. And then I had a little mirror on my desk next to me, and we didn't have a curtain on our sliding glass door at this time, so I could see outside, and it was nice. I see like a chunk of like a dressing gown, like white one, like flow by the mirror on my back porch, and it was like solid. That's when I like flipped out and I left the room. And then just like a couple weeks ago, I was sitting on my bed goofing off on my computer, and I could see her out of the corner of my eye, standing on the other side of the room, and every time I would look at her, she'd disappear.
Did anybody else start laughing when she said she could see into her brother's area?
I did.
Am I interrupting the bingo game? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, you guys. I'll shut up now so we can keep playing bingo. Sorry again about talking over the bingo. Bye.
I've had like a lot of creepy ghost stuff happen to me over my lifetime. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
There's actually...
Okay, well, I love you guys, and happy Halloween, and I'll see you guys really soon. Bye!
Stuff like this always happens. Okay, so I fucking sucked. I'm gonna generate a new one. Okay, so if you refresh, it should have the new version. Well, I didn't win. I think everyone else got a fucking bingo. My ghost paranormal stories. Oh, this is like a...
Hello, my love bugs, all of you spooky little Halloween creatures. I wanted to do something a little bit different for Halloween.
Refresh it fast.
And this is a video that I know a lot of people are not gonna like.
Instantly
a lot of people are gonna say that I'm lying and trying to get views and stuff. And if nothing else, if you do not believe in paranormal or ghosts or anything like that, just have fun listening to the stories. I will promise you from the very bottom of my heart, cross my heart, hope to die, that I am not bullshitting you on any of this. I take this kind of stuff actually very, very seriously, and it's been a long time since I experienced anything paranormal, but I do think there was kind of an experience I had recently, and it got me thinking about some other things that I have experienced. And I just thought I would tell you some of my, not favorite stories, but some of the ones that I think are most interesting. So if you don't believe in anything like this, you're more than welcome to call bull in the comments. I do think this kind of stuff is fun to listen and learn about. But do know that I am not lying to you about any of it. So whether this is my imagination playing tricks on me, whether it is friends playing pranks on me, or all of it is real is up to you to decide. The one I kind of want to start off with is the one that I had recently, and I don't really think it was paranormal. I've always had night terrors, really, really, really horrible night terrors. They started when I was about 16. I had them almost every single night. And as I've gotten older, I've noticed that they've really become more rare thing. But it has affected in some ways. I have insomnia. On top of that, I have a lot of issues with sleep. It has affected my insomnia. And nights that I do have night terrors, it's almost impossible to go back to bed. And that's why I don't exactly understand what this was. So I was having a night terror or something, and this was like just a few weeks ago. I actually tweeted about it because I was just terrified. I gotta tell you, I really should have written down the nightmare. I used to do this all the time, where I would write down my nightmares and things like that, but this one was really, really horrible. And it was like, I woke up, I was already sweating, I was panicking, and on my ceiling, I could see, and this sounds so weird, I know, I could see a spider. It wasn't like I could see any details. It was like the shadow of a spider, so I don't know if it was like shadows playing a trick on me, but it was huge. It was right next to my light on the ceiling, so the body was like the size of my light fixture on the ceiling, which is, you know, quite large, like bigger than my head.
Okay, so there's a location
were just
description.
All spread out.
The ceiling is bigger than her head, or the light
I just laid there and I was like, what is that? My eyes became like adjusted to the lack of light in the room, and my heart's like pounding. I hated this. This was one of the scariest things. And I looked like at the legs, and there were exactly 8 of them, and I screamed and I bolted out of bed and I turned on the lights and woke up my husband at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I realized there was nothing there. In my head, I could not register the fact that the spider was not real. I just was like, it's behind my bed, it's somewhere, it is like alive and well, and it is coming to get me.
The simile,
so I ran out to the kitchen, I tweeted, and here's the thing, like usually when I have night terrors and when I wake up and I'm like, I don't know, you know, if I'm awake or asleep, I have a really hard time going back to bed, but I was having the worst time keeping my eyes open, and I had to go back to sleep.
Oh, she
and it was like I was either going to sleep at the table or on the couch, or I was going to go back to bed, and I was like, I'm just going to go back to bed.
She's a makeup girl!
So I went back to bed. I left my phone on as my nightlight all night. Obviously there was no spider because spiders aren't that big, but it was weird, and I've never actually had anything quite like that happened to me before. So one of the reasons that I think I've experienced a lot of really strange things is that my family and I lived in this farmhouse growing up. That was where I had my horses that I often talk about. That is where I had a baby cow, I had chickens, we had like the whole shebang. We didn't own the farm, but we were renting from someone who did. And so it was probably the most fun I've ever had. I would never take it back for anything, but I experienced a lot of really, really weird stuff there. I was getting out of bed, and this was when I was like 14. And I was getting out of bed, and I don't remember what in the world I was doing, but I was like going to the kitchen, and I saw something at this top of the basement steps, and it was like it moved, and I was really, really confused. So I walked towards the basement steps, and I turned on the light, and at the very bottom of the stairs I could make out like this little white figure, and it was really, really short.
It's Ghost Girl.
And at the time, I was really tired, and it didn't really like register in my head that anything was actually there, so I just kind of like walked away. And then later on, like that night, I was thinking about it more and more, and I was like, was there something there? Yeah. It really didn't scare me at the moment, but then like looking back, I was like, what in the world was that?
Oh,
so
almost.
The next night, actually, I came back out to the kitchen,
like that slow
and the way that this house was designed
like,
was there was a kitchen, and then there was a porch, and from where I was in the kitchen, I could see directly onto the porch. And it sounds like something straight out of a horror film, and it sounds so cheesy. But there was a storm that night, and there was a big bolt of lightning, and on the porch I could see, oh my god, my cat moved, and I just got like chills everywhere.
You got scared, plus interrupted by animal.
The lightning flash, I could see a little girl
I don't have it.
And I could see her plain as day. She was like as detailed as someone I was sitting across from. Wood. And I saw it, and it was like for a split second I saw her swinging on a swing set that wasn't there. I had to have imagined that. So I turned on the porch lights and I looked back out there, and obviously no one was there.
Boys.
So I don't know if it was real or if it was my mind playing tricks on me, because I had been thinking so much about the white figure that I saw in the basement.
Figure?
But
that white dress thing.
Yeah, that one was really weird, and it kind of kicked things off for weird experiences in that house. I have a ton more from that house, and I think I could spend like basically the rest of eternity talking about it, but the last one I want to talk about was one of the weirdest, and it's one to this day I cannot explain. It still makes no sense to me. My friend Katie, who I think watches my videos,
I didn't know what to do.
Katie, if you're watching, she's one of my best friends in high school, and we were going to Six Flags for my birthday. This was like, you know, right before I turned 17. So We were in my bedroom, and my little brother had been like driving us crazy, as little brothers tend to. So we locked my bedroom door, and I usually sleep completely in the dark. So we're completely alone. We're in the dark, obviously. Nothing weird had happened that night. We hadn't been talking about anything creepy.
Shit there.
And my dad had given me this little Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Is one of my favorite movies. I love it so much.
She hit all those irrelevant ones and prequel to nothing.
That I left out year-round. So this was towards the summer, but I still had the Rudolph doll out. Rudolph was so cute, and you could press his ear, and his nose would light up, and he would start to sing. And he would sing something a little bit different every time, or you know what I mean. Like there was a variation. He went through a round
so there's 3 different
songs
things
and stuff like that. We were alone. We were in my bedroom, and I felt someone shaking me awake. Now I didn't hear anything, but I felt someone shaking me awake, and I woke up, and we were sleeping on my queen-size bed.
It was a skeleton making sure
and I was against the wall, so my bed is like right here where I'm sitting. I'm against the wall.
Room description.
Right here. And Katie was still asleep. My bedroom door was still locked. And Rudolph had been at my nightstand across from my bed on the other side of the room. I woke up, something had shaken me awake, and I'm looking around the room like, what in the world? My door is still locked, my friend is still like dead asleep. She's right beside me, she's not moving.
I was just like, what
And the thing about the Rudolph doll that I need to like make very, very clear is you press its ear and then it sings. There's like no timer, no anything like that. There's no in between. When I woke up, I noticed when I was looking around that he was on the floor across from Katie. So my bed is here, I'm here, Katie's here. Rudolph is on the floor down
Sibling
here.
layout.
And as I'm trying to process the fact that Rudolph is sitting there, he lights up and starts to sing. And I'm not kidding, you guys.
That's a slow.
Screamed
Those are the slow deliveries.
So loud.
Oh, and
Katie
the syllable spam.
Her hand had
I was
been in the bed this whole time. There was no way I could press Rudolph's ear, but he started to sing. I screamed. Katie screamed because I had woken her up and I was screaming. And then my brother started banging on the door and he was like, what? And like we unlocked it and we let him in and I was like, did you guys like do this to play a prank on me? And everyone kept saying no, you know, like they had no clue what I was going on about, and they thought that I was like joking or that I had been trying to scare them. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. That's probably one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. Because most things I can play off in my head and think like that was my imagination, or my friends were trying to scare me. In this case, my friends thought that I was trying to scare them, and I saw it with my own
sibling not
eyes.
guilty.
It was the weirdest, creepiest thing. So after that, I actually wound up putting Rudolph away, and I haven't wanted him back since that point. My dad owns him now, and I think he stays in my dad's.
There should be one for like a superlative experience. It was the creepiest thing. It was the funniest thing.
I don't know how much of it was real.
It was the scariest hand that
was
came
like
up.
my imagination playing things up. So I just wanted to tell you guys some things that I have experienced and some things that have felt very, very real in my life and have scared me. I don't experience much anymore, but I did just want to tell you guys about it.
Give me a thumbs up.
So if you've ever had a really, really freaky paranormal experience, let me know in the comments down below what it was. I love hearing about stuff like this, so we can all scare the living crap out of each other tonight. But if you enjoyed, whether you believe or not, make sure to give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel if you have not already, and until next time, I love you so very much, and I will see you in the next video.
I love you. Yeah, I didn't get a bingo. Pretty close. Okay, generated a new card. There you go. Yeah, you want this. There you go.
Okay. Can we just talk about how of a great YouTuber I am? I post like one.
Okay, this is a good one. You got that card ready? It felt real.
Once a year. Okay, hi, hey, what's up, hello.
Can I talk?
Today's video is going to be all about my paranormal experiences, my scary stories, my encounters with the great beyond. Okay, so the first story that I am going to tell you guys actually happened in this house that we're in right now.
Let's give it a double refresh.
My first ever paranormal experience happened right downstairs. I am upstairs in like the attic room. And this happened on the main level. And this was when I was about 13 or 14 years old. So
that was a tongue smack.
And I was babysitting my niece, who was about 1 year old at the time, or around 1 year old. And you're gonna see a reoccurring common theme throughout all of my scary stories, is that Kinley is in almost every single one of them. She is in...
She is not a makeup girl.
She is in every single one of them. There's not one that she's not in.
Was that her getting scared?
I see a reoccurring common theme throughout all of my scary stories is that Kinley is in almost every single one of them. She is in...
Nope,
she
it was just
is in every single one of them. There's not one that she's not in. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence or what, but you will hear her name come up a lot during this whole video. So I was babysitting my niece Kinley, and we were on the main level. I was completely home alone except for me and her. And all my family went to dinner and I didn't go. I don't know why I didn't go with them, but I didn't. I just stayed
Irrelevant
at the house
details.
with Kinley watching her. So I was in the living room area on the middle floor, main level, and I was singing super loudly.
And Kinley?
And I would notice that every time I would sing really
pause.
loudly,
Kinley.
she would make like this really funny face, like a really disgusted face. So I was like, oh my gosh, this is so funny. I'm gonna get this on video. So I picked up my mom's phone because
I don't really remember was in there. I was like,
and I start like recording her reaction or like trying to get a reaction out of her. And so I'm like singing at the top of my lungs, and I remember the exact song that I was singing. I was singing that Justin Bieber song, the baby song, and I was like, baby, 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 oh, that one. So I was like shouting out at the top of my lungs, and she was like giving me nothing, like no face, no reaction, nothing. So I was like, oh, well, this is dumb. So I like ended the video, and right when I ended the video, down the hallway from me, I heard a little girl singing.
Little girl ghost?
And I just remember like looking at the hallway, and I can't see the hallway. I can just...
The sound effects.
I can't see the hallway, but the hallway is like very close to me. And I just remember like staring in that direction, picking up the phone, picking up Kinley, and running out the door. And then I waited outside on the driveway for like 2.5 hours for my family to come home. That's how nervous I was. Like, that's how scared I was. That was the one and only time that I was ever really freaked out by that kind of stuff. So
I need a description.
That was my very first experience. So now moving on to much more and much greater.
Oh, she clapped. Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Basically, all the rest of the stories, or most of all the rest of them, are from my sister's house. My sister, the house is about...
We got a location description. Is she doing that thing? Okay.
Out of that house, but that was her and her husband, so my brother-in-law Chris. That was their very first house together, and
I want that.
It was like, you know, a really special house to them, and they lived in that house for probably 3 or 4 years, somewhere around there. So they lived in the house for quite a bit, and this is just all of the experiences and stories that I have
haunted house, someone died in the house, I wonder.
That period of time.
It is an old house.
In the beginning, it was just weird stuff. Like, there was only 2 levels because it was a smaller house, because at the time they only had Kinley, so they only had 1 kid. So it wasn't like a huge house, so it just had 2 levels, the top level and then the main level. So every time you were upstairs, you would just get like this I don't know if it was everybody, but it was
real.
Definitely for me. I would just get this overwhelming feeling of just being watched. And that's not like the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah, that
feeling like you're being watched constantly, like 24/7. Like that's not like the most settling feeling in the world. So it was just like a very uncomfortable feeling. It was very heavy. Like, you just know something was there.
I just feel like a ghost is up here.
Yeah,
with me.
it didn't feel too great being upstairs. I hated being upstairs. It like really, I did not like being in the up level of the house.
Yeah, unneeded.
So weird stuff like would happen every now and then. Like, it would be at night, and the kids would be asleep, and like when I'd babysit them, I'd have the baby monitor on downstairs, so I could hear, if they woke up or they're crying or whatever. And I would hear like muffled like voices and sounds and noises like coming from the baby monitor, and like baby toys would like play on their own, and just like weird stuff like that, but nothing like, oh my gosh, this house is like, we've gotta like have an exorcist here. So just like weird stuff like that. I would hear voices sometimes, like Chris's mom So my brother-in-law's
Broken tech,
mom,
yeah, you're right.
she would also babysit the kids a lot of times as well, and she heard like a little girl's voice say, "Help me," one time. One time when I put the kids down to sleep, I heard like a little kid's voice say, "Mama." So one day I was babysitting my niece and nephew. My niece is Kinley. She was probably like.
Is everyone in your family named Kinley?
This was just like not even a year ago. Like it wasn't that long ago. And then my nephew Lincoln was
Lincoln Kinley
around 1.
Lincolnly.
So
Lincoln.
I'm babysitting them. It's at night, and of course, like when does everything take place at night?
Scared?
So I would notice, we're just messing around, playing around, around the house, and I would notice that every time we would get near Chris's and Ashley's room, like Kinley would start to whisper. Like she would start to like talk really quietly and whisper and everything. And so after a while I finally asked her, I was like, "Kinley, why do you keep whispering, when you get to this certain area?" And she was like, "Because of the monster in Mommy and Daddy's room." And I was like,
"Oh, I'm Kinley. This is my
"Where's the
friend
monster?"
Kinley.
She was like, "Under Mommy and Daddy's bed." And so I just completely like blew it off. Like I was like, "Oh, kids and their crazy imaginations." Like I thought nothing of it. Like I was just like, "Oh, Kinley, like so creative, like whatever." So I just blew it off and forgot about it.
I see a body under the bed.
So fast forward a couple of hours, it's time for their nap. So I put Lincoln in his room, Kinley in her room, and close the doors. And there's only 4 doors upstairs on the top level. There's the parents' room door,
there's that
the guest bathroom door,
location.
Lincoln's door, and Kinley's door. So there's only 4 doors. And I'm very OCD in a way that I either have to have all the doors open or I have to have all of them closed. And I very, very, very clearly would bet my life on it. I remember closing all 4 doors. Closed Kinley's, Lincoln's, the guest bathroom, and the parents' room door. So I closed all 4 doors, got the kids into bed, everything was good. Went back downstairs, turned on the TV, and was watching TV. So after a little bit of time, I heard the door, like the doorknob, turn and open from a room upstairs.
To really sell that.
So I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess Kinley jumped out of her crib and got out," because she can do that. She can jump out of her crib, open doors, and everything like that. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess Kinley woke up from her nap." And when she does that, she always comes downstairs immediately and sees me and we watch TV and everything. So, after about 5 minutes of not hearing anything, because you can hear footsteps from upstairs and everything, not hearing anything, she's not coming downstairs, I was like, all right, that's weird. So I go upstairs, see what's up, what's she doing? And I see that Kinley's room door is closed, Lincoln's door is closed, the bathroom door is closed, but the parents' room door is open.
That counts as
So I was like...
100% true? Did she say that?
Huh? Like, I remember just looking at it. I was just like...
I was like, huh? Did she just get scared?
But I'm just gonna pretend it never happened. Huh? Huh? Like, I remember just looking at it. I was just like...
scared right here. Oh no,
she's acting. Weird. But I'm just gonna pretend it never happened. So I walk downstairs, keep watching TV. 30 minutes pass and I hear Lincoln's awake. So I go upstairs, get him, bring him downstairs. And then 30 more minutes pass and I hear Kinley walking up in her room.
I didn't know what to do.
Because her room is right above the living room, so I can hear her walking. And so I'm like, oh, okay, Kinley's awake, so I'm gonna go up and get her.
No, you're just trying to win.
So I go upstairs, and when you're facing Kinley's room door, the parents' room door is right behind you. So if I'm facing Kinley's door, the parents' room is behind me. So I get up there and I open the door for Kinley and I'm like, "Hey Kinley, you're awake." And right when I say that, the parents' room door goes
creaking.
It opens even more. And so I turn around and I just stare at it for a couple seconds, and then I start walking towards the door because like I said, I'm not afraid of that kind of stuff. So I start walking towards the door. And then right when I get up to the door, right when I walk up to the door, it closes. I was like... Okay. So I just picked up Kinley, walked downstairs, and then 30 seconds later, Chris and Ashley came home. It was weird. It was weird. I mean, you can call it a coincidence or whatever, but just the fact that she said that, that weird thing in the beginning, and then all that stuff happened after that story. How she was saying there was a monster, Mommy and Daddy's room and everything, and then I don't know, it was weird. It was very weird. It didn't freak me out that much, but it was really weird. Okay, so then there's another part to this story. It kind of adds on to the story. So Chris and Ashley come home and I tell them the story and I'm like, it was freaking weird. And they're like, okay, we don't want to hear this kind of stuff. Like, we have to live here. Like, they don't want to hear that kind of stuff. So I tell them the story, whatever. They're freaked out and I leave.
Whatever,
so
that counts as a blah blah blah.
A couple days later, my sister, like, I see my sister and she's like, something happened after you left. Like a couple days, like a couple nights after. And I was like, what was it? So her and Chris were laying in their bed. It was late at night. You know, the kids were already asleep and everything like that. And when they were laying in bed, they saw their room door, you know, turn the knob and started opening. And they were like, oh, okay. Like, why is Kinley awake? So Chris, you know, gets up. He goes to the door. He opens it really fast and he's like, Kinley, why are you awake? And there's nobody out there. So he, like, goes in Kinley's room, checks it. She's dead asleep in her crib.
Dead.
So he's like, what the heck? So, you know, he gets a baseball bat and just starts, like, walking around the house and just checking and seeing, you know, everything's in its place and everything's normal and fine. And he checks the whole house, everything's good, everything's normal. So he puts the baseball bat, like, leans it against the wall, and then right when he turns around, the baseball bat slams on the ground. So he's like, what the heck? So they're both, like, a little bit frazzled and they're like, all right, let's just go back to bed and just, you know, let's just, again, pretend this never happened and go back to bed because there's nothing they can do.
I'm gonna go with have a husband.
So they get into bed, and then they said just for like 10 minutes after that, while they're just laying in bed, the door is just like just kept open, like just keeps on going, and they just sat in their bed like. And just recently, not that long ago, I was actually at this house again. I was down in the basement playing with Kinley and Lincoln. And we were playing hide and go seek, and it was me and Lincoln hiding from Kinley. And so we're downstairs and we hide in this room's closet. So we're in the closet and everything, and we're hiding, you know, and all of a sudden the doorknob turns and it starts opening, and we're like, oh no, Kinley found us. And so then I like rip on the door like, ah, Kinley, you found it. And there's nobody there. And so I like run to the living room, and Kinley's like sitting on the couch with like blankets all over her. There was like a huge, like, I had like a penguin stuffed animal that was huge, like over her.
Go to sleep.
Like, and I was like, Kinley, how long have you been sitting there? She's like, oh, just for a while. She's just like watching TV, and I was like, then who the heck was playing hide and go seek with me and Lincoln?
You got tricked.
Yeah, that's
there should be
basically everything that's happened to me, or everything that I could think of.
There should be like a 4-block block.
But I also, that's not all my stories.
I do have more.
Last summer, I messed around with the Ouija board.
Just second base.
And I have some stories and experiences from the Ouija board that got a little out of hand. Like, kind of got really out of hand. So if you guys want like a kind of second parter of this video, and you want me to tell you like my experience and stuff that happened to me when I started screwing around with the Ouija board, I would be totally fine with telling you guys that. Just, I don't know, leave a comment down below if you guys want to see that.
Leave a comment. Why don't they ever make a video about that?
Paranormal type videos. I also have tons of stories of my mom's old store. We used to have this old scrapbook store when I was a kid, and we had 3 of them, and one of them was haunted. There was a little girl ghost, and there was like an old lady ghost. And my mom actually saw the old lady ghost like with her own 2 eyes one time, and there's like so many stories from that store. So if you guys want to see like the Ouija boards video and like the haunted scrapbook store video, then I guess leave in the comments down below or like this video or something. But yeah, so those were all of my personal paranormal experience stories. I hope that you guys enjoyed this video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye!
Okay, generate with those. And then play it. No, go back. Play it. My ghost paranormal stories.
Hello, my love bugs.
My ghost story. It's 20 minutes long. We need my ghost experience. It's like they're too long. Winchester Mystery House.
Hey there, everyone.
Okay, well, it's his dog.
Hey guys. So
too quiet. Okay, my paranormal. No, my scary. I had to go back to make it generate with the new lines I put in her. Upload date. Okay, and then go a couple months back. Oh, wasn't this girl a good one? 10 minutes. Okay, that's not so bad.
I just looked into the sun. Okay, hello guys. So don't mind my hair. It's wet. I just got out of the shower. Obviously did my makeup too. So today
it's a makeup girl.
Be a story time video. These are gonna be 2 stories of
refresh your page. Okay, let's like give her
while I was on vacation. Probably gonna be playing with my hair a lot just because I don't like it when my hair is wet. It just bothers me. I don't know what the light is doing right now. Like
makeup girl. Damn it!
I don't know. Okay, so
here's some irrelevant shit.
Blinded right now. Holy crap! What the? Okay, so the first story starts off with.
Can you guys hear that? Okay.
Me and my 2 best friends went on spring break vacation to go to Panama City, Florida. My friends, we ended up going on a bus from the north all the way to Florida. A bunch of other people that were my other friends. I was kind of friends with them, not really. It was weird. This ride took about like 27 hours and above. It was crazy. We encountered a couple weird people.
Okay, if this is the girl who got in a weird taxi, then
to give him the $5. The guy asking him questions. I have my phone and I don't know who I am. My 2 best. It was weird. This ride took about like 27 hours and above. It was crazy. We encountered a couple weird people on the bus there, but that's like another story in itself.
Yep,
that
unneeded story prequel.
In another video. We get to Panama City. We ended up staying at this one hotel.
And like my friends,
the other people from the bus that ended up not working out, so we had to find a different hotel for me and my 2 friends. So we got a hotel. The difference between this hotel and the other hotel we were at, the other hotel, like on the beach, and our hotel that we were at was not by the beach. We take a bunch of taxis to like get there and stuff, to get to the beach and clubs and whatnot. So we had this one card from the past hotel. It was called Beach Boys. This cab service was awesome. People that would drive us, we would ask them, you know, where are you from? How did you start working for the cab company and whatnot? A lot of them lived in other states, moved to Florida. They never actually grew up or were from Panama City. So the one night we went to a club. When we were getting out of the club, we just hopped into this one van, which I thought was Beach Boys. Jumped in this van because we were all tired. We just wanted to, like, you know, go. Other guys jumped in the same van with us too because it was just a big van, and we were being dropped off around the same area and whatnot. We were driving, and this guy that was driving the car, he was like kind of like weird, like he was like drinking out of like an open cup, and he was like smoking
an open cup. Yeah, it's this girl.
Is not what the other cab service like Beach Boys normally did. Like, it was just strange. So we ended up dropping off the other guys that were in the same van as me, and my other friend ended up leaving. His name is Gabby. We ended up leaving to go into this other hotel to go meet up with a couple of the friends that we didn't end up like staying with and stuff, which was fine. It wasn't a big deal. She ended up leaving, and she forgot to pay the taxi driver the $5. It was like $5 a head for each cab, which is actually pretty cheap, especially because we were kind of going really far and everything. So for cab service, usually it's like it could be up to like $40 for only like 2 people. But $5 a head was pretty good. Anyway, she forgot to give him the $5. The guys did, but she didn't.
Even want to keep
driving off, and me and my other friend, her name's Sarah. Sarah ended up heading to our hotel. So this
yeah, we're not even halfway
driving us there.
That's fucking brutal, dude. Holy shit. My true scary story.
And we had just passed like a busy intersection.
I think that woman's not. My scary Walmart. Oh yeah, that one girl was really good. Oh, this girl. We can combo off this individual. Part 2, 6 hours ago. Okay. Shit. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay.
Hey guys, it's me Nicole, and today
Refresh
I have another horror video. If you didn't know, I have another video just like this.
She posted a new one 6 hours ago.
This just happened to me Thursday, and today's Saturday. It's April vacation right now, and I'm gonna be going to Florida on I think the 21st. And I haven't made a video in about 2 weeks, and usually I make a video like every week.
So this was one of the masterpieces
and this was just
that really confirmed that I should always listen to these stories.
I thought I was going to die. Like, this is one of these stories where, like, I thought I was going to die,
is a makeup girl.
I had no control over it whatsoever. Alright, anyways, to get on with the story. So, as you all know, I work at Hollister, and, so let's flash back to 2 weeks ago. Someone brought up, like, a picture that was taken at the mall that I work at, and apparently there's ghosts in it, and so I saw the picture that day that I worked, and I was, like, freaking out. So these, like, past couple weeks, I've been thinking about it. And, like, every time I go to work, me and this one manager who's also, like, freaked out about ghosts. We always talk about it and like make fun of each other and stuff. Literally? If you guys want to see the picture, I'll like pop it up right here.
Stuff like this always happens. Oh, did she say that?
But yeah, a little boy died in Sears and another girl died. She was murdered in the parking lot. That's not funny, but like it's pretty dark. So anyways, this whole week we were talking about it, and we were always freaking ourselves out about it and whatnot. So flash forward
to someone died in the house, that counts?
I was the only model on the floor that day, so it was...
Little girl ghost,
my manager, and then there was one other guy in the storage room.
Irrelevant fucking details.
And it's like 5 minutes before closing. So my manager was like, okay, you can go up and start to close up front. So I was like, okay. So while I'm closing up front, a guy comes up. I'm not being racist or anything like that, but this is
I don't have the good card. I know some of you do.
An African American comes up and he
counts as a shout out to.
He kind of scares me. He was like, "Oh, you guys kicking me out?" He was like joking around, and I was like, "Oh," I was like, haha, but I couldn't tell him to leave because technically the mall didn't close for another 5 minutes. So he goes in and I forget about it, and he purchases something. So I was like, oh, like I'm happy, like I didn't tell this guy to leave. After he left, the store closed. The mall was closed. It was like 20 minutes after the mall closed. So nobody should have been in the mall at that time. Like, the lights were off in the mall, all the music was off. There's one room and then the back room, and the back room is where the cash register is. And that's where I was standing with my manager. So we were basically verifying, you know, like counting the money or whatever. And in the front of Hollister, there are these shutter doors and they have windows in them. And you're supposed to lock them when you close up, so I locked them, but then right next to them are the handicap doors. And we didn't lock them that night because that's usually how we leave the store when we close. I'm counting the money. Me and him are like standing like right next to each other. And all of a sudden, I don't even know why, but I looked up. I just scanned the front room from where I was standing. It's like 2 rooms away. And all of a sudden, I see like a black shadow.
There it is!
And then like 2 seconds after, I realized it was a man. A black man. That's why I thought it was a shadow. Just staring at me through the window. In my head, I was literally like,
over-enunciation?
Who is that? Like, why is there someone in the mall right now?
Just staring at
they should have gone. Like, we're the only ones in this entire mall right now except for the other people that work there. And I'm like smacking my manager, like freaking out.
Over-enunciation for
screaming,
sure.
Like, who is this guy? Like, why is he here? Like, what does he want? Why is he watching us counting our money? Like, and he was like, because the lights were shut off and Hollister is like a dark store, all I could see was the white in his eyes, and then he fucking smiled. It was like,
he fucking smiled.
No, like smacking my manager, like telling him to look up and see this guy that's staring directly at us counting our money right now in a mall that's completely closed that nobody should be in right now. So my manager is like caught off guard. So obviously he thinks I'm seeing like a freaking ghost or something like that. So when he sees the person, he freaking like ducks for cover, like we're like in the middle of a war. I'm standing there because my instinct, like I'm frozen. So I'm just like staring at this guy. And then all
this is the old one, and she posted
a new one. I looked down to see what the hell he was doing. Because he jumped back up and he was like, oh hell no. So looks back up and he wasn't there anymore. I was like, where'd he go? So my manager freaking like runs across the counter and starts running up to the front row. And while he's doing that, I'm like I'm just like yelling to nobody. I was like so hyped up on adrenaline, like freaking out. Meanwhile, the kid in the back has no idea what the hell is going on. He doesn't even hear us. So we could have been dying right now and he'd just be like in the back, like freaking
Oh, that kind of counts. Like, I didn't know what to do. I was just so hyped up on adrenaline. She started shouting.
I realized we don't lock the handicap doors. the door starts to jingle. I'm like, I'm gonna die. Mind you, that the mall security at my mall are old men that ride Segways. So they're not gonna help us at all. They, like, we're on our own right now. Every man for himself. So my manager freaking, like, locks the doors, and then we, like, had no idea where he was the whole entire night. Like, he just disappeared. Like, I don't know what this guy had in mind. I don't know if he was, like, hiding in the bathroom, and then he came out. Like, I have no idea what he was doing, but apparently he was the same guy who bought something when the mall was closing.
he was just outside and he saw that you looked at.
I don't know how long he was standing there. I don't know why he was looking at me. But then I have to laugh about it because I'm like, if this guy was just like joking around and he just like wanted to like have a laugh and wanted to creep us out, he got what he wanted because he made me freak out and he made a big manager with like tattoos duck for cover as if like we're in Nam. So yeah, that's my story, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope nothing like this ever happens to you. And yeah, like and subscribe.
And
just give this video a thumbs up if you like videos like this. Another thing is all my social medias are down below. I have my Twitter, Instagram, and Vine down there, so you can go check me out if you want. Regardless of all this, I still love my job. It's just like the crazy things that happen when you're at work. So yeah, it was an experience that I will never forget.
Almost an out of the corner of my eye.
I hope you guys liked it. Bye.
Damn, I didn't get one. Okay, so she posted a new one. Hollister Horror Story Part 2. 6 hours ago.
Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Nicole. And today I'm feeling really tired of that intro. I gotta switch things up. But anyways, as you guys can tell from the title, I just got a text message. Today is going to be a Hollister Horror Story. I know you guys love this, and I never told you guys the story about how my phone got stolen. So I'm just gonna tell you guys it. So without further ado, let's just get right into the video. So first things first, I'm the realist. Second thing is this happened like, so let's see, when I first had the job, you don't really get a lot of shifts that much.
She's a makeup girl.
As much as like the other people do that have been working there for a long time, obviously, just because you're new at it and you're still learning. So it was probably like between my first like 15 shifts of working there. So I felt like I got the hang of things, and I was working with one of my like very first managers. He doesn't work there anymore with us, but yeah, I was working with him that night and I was closing up. And it was around like winter time. And back then, we don't do this anymore, but when I first started working at Hollister, we had to do this thing where when you closed up, you had to like close the deck. Like where the deck is in front of Hollister, like you had to close that. So my manager had told me to go and close up the deck. So I went where like the little lounge chairs are up front, and it was like 9 o'clock. So where I was,
clapping like,
I had put my phone, I had iPhone
Broken Tech
5S. And it was like my first iPhone ever. Like I just upgraded from like one of those like Motorola phones that I've had like my whole freaking life. So on the deck there were 2 chairs, and in between the chairs there was a little table. And the store was closed, so I didn't have any reason to think that customers would be coming into the store. And when you had to close up front, I was too short to reach the top of the like blanket things, the sheets that come down from the ceiling. So I was gonna be like moving around, stuff like that, picking up ladders and putting them down and doing all these like crazy things, and my phone would have fallen out of my pocket. So I placed it on the table that was literally like 2 feet away from where I was standing. While I was in the process of doing this, my manager was in the way back, so I was in the way front alone. And our store closes at 9 o'clock, and it was like 8:50. So when a customer came up to me,
Is it the same story?
Guy, there were 3 guys, like big guys too, and then there was this like really like big
this is all before the fucking fact.
And they were like, oh, are you closing? And I was like, oh yeah, we're closing, like, I'm sorry. And all of a sudden they were like surrounding me. And they started coming at me, and they were like, oh, like they were talking to each other in front of me. And they were like, oh, you hear that? Like, she's not gonna let us in. And the other guy was like, yeah, she's not gonna let us in, like, oh, like we'll see about that. And I was like,
were these shadows?
On the ladder, like, what the fuck do I tell these people? So I was like, okay, I don't think we closed the registers just yet because technically the store doesn't close until 9. I was like, so you guys can go in, because literally they were like intimidating me. Like they were legit like, oh, you hear that? She's not gonna let us in. Like, and I was like, okay. So they go into the store, and I distinctly remember while I was closing up, the girl, I just remember she was walking back and forth from the boy side to the girl side, just back and forth. She must have did it like 5 times. She wasn't doing it how customers usually do it. She was going back and forth through the front on the deck area. So like I was standing right here, and usually like you walk into the store, but she was like walking onto the deck and back over like through the entrance. She kept like going back and forth. And that's where my phone was. And then like 5 minutes went by or whatever, and they started yelling at me. They came up front and they were like, you said we could come in here. And I was like, I didn't even know what they were talking about. They were like, oh, you said we could come in here? Like, now we can't even be here anymore. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like I said, we were closing. And then they left, but they were giving me like mean looks and stuff. But I couldn't find where the girl went. So she must have went through one of the handicap doors when I wasn't paying attention. After they leave, after they like yell at me for them like not being able to be in the store, one of my employees comes up to me and they were like, hey, did you hear? Like, do you know why they left? And I was like, because the store was closing. And she was like, no, they were trying to steal. And I was like, oh my god, I am so sorry. Like, I didn't know that they were gonna steal. They were just asking me to come into the store, and I said yes. And she was like, no, don't worry about it. They come in here all the time. I was new. I didn't know the faces like that are known for stealing and like whatnot. So I didn't know. So she was
Stuff like
no,
this always happens.
Okay.
They always steal.
Just next time you have to like remember faces, and I was like, okay, like I'll remember their face. And I was leaving in literally like 20 minutes. So I turned around to go check my phone, and I look on the table, and I'm looking at it. I'm looking for it, and it's not there.
That's some broken tech. Okay, sound effects.
Oh my god.
So I like ran to the back like freaking.
We just need to repeat.
I don't know who's a person. Bruce Jenner to the back cash wrap.
That's insensitive.
I'm like yelling to my manager Kyle. I'm like, Kyle, I'm like, they took my phone. My manager Kyle was like, he was like, okay, he wasn't like, what? Because he wasn't very manly.
Say it.
But he was like, what? And I was like, yeah. I was like, what do we do? So he called my phone. They shut it off on me.
It was so close.
I was like, oh my god. I was like, my dad is going to kill me.
Dad doesn't
because,
believe.
like I said before, I had just gotten an iPhone, and I like promised him. I was like, I will take good care of it. And now, like 2 months into my new job, I got stolen by a customer. Like, how am I?
I got stolen.
Like, that's so irresponsible. I call my dad, and I'm like, Dad, like you need to shut my, like you need to call Verizon and shut my phone off so they can't.
She
use
can't
any of
do
my
it?
stuff. I had pictures on there from freaking like Halloween, and like.
Makeys.
I was just so mad. Like, that was my phone and they took it. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they sold it or not. I have no idea. I never got it back. Because it was just a nice phone, you know? Like, why my phone? But I definitely learned my lesson. I do not keep my phone anywhere. But then again, I didn't have a reason to think someone was going to steal my phone because the mall was technically closed. So, you can't blame me. That was a nice thing. Yeah, that is the story of how my phone got stolen. So yeah, I hope you guys liked it. If you did, please just give it a thumbs up. It lets me know that you like videos like this. And if you want me to tell more. Also, I have other videos coming up. I have a website haul review type thing. I've never ordered from this website before. It's kind of like a Winello type thing, Winello, whatever you want to call it. So I should be getting a lot of things sent from there, and I'm going to review their products. I'm going to have vlogs coming soon. So stay tuned for that. If you're new to my channel, subscribe right now so you can see those when they're up. And yeah,
this was a horror
have a good
story.
Day, guys. Bye.
Damn
I
it!
have to work after this. I have work 6 to 10, and it's a closing shift, and I really hope nothing bad happens. What if my phone got stolen again, guys?
Can you believe?
Okay, bye.
It's a make us brand new.
Oh God. A scary ghost experience. Is this an adult? No.
Hey y'all.
Hey y'all. Scary police officer. It's someone's ass. Scary experience. Scary short film. Yeah, I almost won. We almost won. Did anyone win off that? Oh yeah, didn't we do this girl and it was a good one? My personal scary stories.
Just like fell out of nowhere. So we all got up like.
Oh, that's a good setup. Down. Okay, let's give it like 7 refreshes.
Today, in the spirit of October,
it's pretty quiet though, so I'll shut the hell up.
Stories with you, ones that have actually happened to me personally, that just freaked me out.
Me myself personally.
Let's see. The first one that I have, when I was little, I used to go to the Breck summer camps in the summers during like when school wasn't going on. And around that time is when like Bloody Mary and Candyman and all those
the Ghost Come story
urban legends were going around. So one day, me and a few of the other kids there, we went in the bathroom and did Bloody Mary, and that's when you turn all the lights off. You look in the mirror.
Explanation.
And you say
I need an
Bloody
explanation.
Mary 3 times. So, and then you're supposed to like come out with scratches or I don't know, marks on you or something, but we did that.
Oh, did you see it basically?
I didn't say anything because I didn't want to. You look in the mirror. We went in the bathroom around. So one day, me and a few of the other kids there, we went in the bathroom and did Bloody Mary, and that's when you turn all the lights off. You look in the mirror and you say Bloody Mary 3 times. So, and then you're supposed to like come out with scratches or I don't know, marks on you or something, but we did that. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to, I don't know, I didn't want to participate and like make it haunt me or something, so I just like
covered in blood. Yeah, that counts.
With the other kids while they were doing it, but they did it, and then I think I had my eyes closed because I don't remember seeing anything, but they all started freaking out. I guess they thought something was gonna happen, but they just started freaking out, and we all ran out of the bathroom.
Oh, makeup girl.
And I don't know if one of the kids, he already had a bruise on him or not, but he showed us. He was like, oh my god, I have a bruise on me, like what do I do? I'm haunted.
She is not a makeup girl.
I don't know, it was kids being kids. There was another urban legend. It went something like a girl's parents went out for the night,
a ghost girl,
and left her home alone, and it's like, oh well, there's food in the kitchen if you need it, like whatever, we'll be home late. And she had a dog, so she was laying in her bed watching TV, petting her dog, and her dog was licking her hand.
Oh yeah, this.
She fell asleep like that with the dog just licking her hand, hanging off the side of the bed, and he woke up and had to go use the bathroom. So when she goes in the bathroom, the dog's like blood is on the bathtub and the sink, and like it's like skin is hanging over the sink, and like its bones are in there. And then when she got back in her room, there was a note on her bed. It said humans can lick too. And I remember that story freaking me out so bad. Like anytime the tub would drip and make noise, like I was terrified to even go in the bathroom. I wouldn't look at any of the mirrors. I didn't want the light to be off. Like I was freaked out. Me and my friends were watching the Blair Witch Project one day at her house. We were all piled on top of her bed. We were probably like 10, 11, I don't know, not like really little, but probably not old enough to be watching scary movies like that. But we were all piled on top of her bed, like
broken tech. Yeah, that can count. And also the Blair Witch story can count as broken tech.
Out of nowhere. So we all got up, like ran to the door, all trying to get out the door at the same time. It was so scary. I remember that. This is
what,
weird one.
They heard a thing? I fucking talked over it.
When I fell out of things like that, but we were all piled on top of her bed. Like halfway through the movie, her bed just collapsed, just like fell.
That's some broken tech too. The bed broke.
So we all got up, like ran to the door, all trying to get out the door at the same time. It was so scary. I remember that. This is a weird one. When I was 13, me and my mom and dad, we moved, and we moved to a new house. And I don't know how old I was when this happened, but apparently I used to see like a black shadow figure.
A shadow and black.
I guess I just kept it to myself or whatever. But I just always see it. And then one day I told my mom about it, and she was like, oh, okay, that's weird. And my dad was like, oh, that's weird because I've seen the same thing. Like,
Dad believes.
And I was like, oh, okay, well then I know I'm not crazy. Even my dad like agrees with me. Like,
oh, that's fucked up. Dad believes and mom doesn't.
Ever saw it again? Like, I don't know. Like, even when I was like in school, and I would tell my mom, "Oh, I don't feel good. I don't want to go to school today." Blah blah. Like, as soon as I told her I didn't feel good,
ah, damn it.
Fine. I don't know what it is about telling my mom stuff, but if I'm ever having bad luck, I'm just gonna complain to her about it because it'll go away. I guess it's the same kind of thing because I do remember this. One night I was sleeping in my bed and like my fan was off, and I heard like breathing at the end of my bed, the foot of my bed, and I was like, it's probably just me. So
it's probably just me.
Breath, but I still heard it. I jumped out of bed, like jumped as far out of bed.
Yeah, over slow. I jumped.
And I went and slept on the couch that night. And my mom came down in the morning. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just sleeping." Like,
I'm just sleeping.
I'm not weird. I was about, I don't know, 19, I guess. Yeah, 19 maybe. I lived in an A-frame house. If you don't know what an A-frame is, it's like when the roof goes like from a point like all the way down to the ground. It like makes an A. I lived in one of those, and it was built in like the 80s by people I knew, and it was built for their mom, and she lived there, and she died, but I don't think she died in the house.
Died in the house?
But some of her stuff was still in the house, and some weird stuff used to happen at that house. Like,
Mom might even know.
Multiple times, actually. I'd be sitting in the living room and at nighttime, and I just see like a flash of light outside the window, and I'm like, that's weird. And it's out of the corner of my eye, and it's not like, I don't know, a camera, even though that would be weird too, but it wasn't any of that because the house was like in the middle of the woods. There was nothing around it to, you know, logically.
Yeah, some of these,
make that kind
it sounds like little girls, but they're like almost 30.
Same house, same A-frame. One night, my friend was staying the night with me, and we decided to make cupcakes. So we were making all the cupcakes, like getting everything together, and I realized I didn't have eggs. So my friend went to the store to get eggs, and I had a cat. She was a Blue Point Siamese. She was sitting on my lap. I was in the recliner. We were waiting on my friend to get back home with the eggs so we could finish making the cupcakes. And so I'm just waiting, and like I hear the doorknob turn. I'm like, oh, she's back. Like, even the cat looked at the door, so I know it really happened.
Creaking
like,
equals
the doorknob
ghost.
Turned, and I thought it was my friend walking in the door, but nothing was there. My friend wasn't.
Oh wow! Thank you.
But nothing was there. My friend wasn't even home, like back yet. Like nothing, nobody was there.
We're playing bingo.
It really freaked me out because even
we'll post the link for the card. We're playing bingo in here.
And like looked at the door. So like the same house. This house was so freaking
haunted
creepy,
house.
I
Old
swear
house.
to you. I would always have the same dream, and it was like
interrupted by animal.
Literal apocalypse was going on outside.
Just a dream
of the house, like in the front yard, just like fire and hell, and like everything's just like going on outside. After a while, I'm like, okay, you know, this is just getting to be too much. So some
one time
of
I had
that
a
lady's
dream
stuff, like dresses and her walker and like some jewelry and I don't know, some just like random little things were still in the house in the like upstairs closet that we didn't, like I didn't even use. So yeah, I moved everything out of the house, and shortly after that everything just stopped happening. Like nothing weird happened again, really. I still didn't like staying there by myself
When
at night. Was at my grandma's house one day. I don't know, she left to go do something. I was just hanging
Was she
out
being
at her
consulted
house,
about a
but
ghost?
I was watching TV, and like she has an attic, and all of a sudden I hear like it sounded like somebody was walking across the attic floor, like the ceiling. Like it sounded like somebody was walking back and forth. Like I heard footsteps. I called my grandma, and I was like, I don't know why I called her. It was like, what is she gonna do? But I called her, and I was like, I hear like footsteps, like somebody's walking around in your attic.
What did she say?
She's like, you're crazy, just like calm down, I don't know what you're talking about, I'll be home in a minute, but okay, whatever.
Grandmother was consulted for that one.
I mean, nothing was there, and I never had any other problems in her house, but that was just weird. I think the last scary thing that scared me growing up, I had like, I don't know, a great aunt. I don't know how she was related to me, but we called her Aunt Tito, and I remember this lady. She had a prosthetic leg, but she wouldn't wear it. She would like keep it in her bedroom, like on the nightstand or something. Like I don't know. But to get to the bathroom, you had to go through her room. So anytime I had to go to the bathroom, I had to walk through her bedroom, and that prosthetic leg just freaked me out. I don't know what it was about it that scared me so much, but I
felt watched.
It got to the point where I would not even go near it. I wouldn't look at it. When I had to pass by it, I wouldn't even look at it. And I don't know why. Like, I still don't know why it creeped me out so bad. I mean, it's just a prosthetic leg.
Come on.
People have those, but God, that thing scared me. I don't even know what it was about it. But
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, those are my scary stories and scary things that have happened to me.
Yeah, even if you felt watched by the foot, it didn't do anything.
This far. I thought I'd do something like that because it is October.
Fuck.
Coming up, and
what a minefield. Give me a good card, you bastard. Okay, that girl's done. Did anyone get bingo off that? Stupid idiot. How old is this individual?
Because I'm a brat.
That's pretty quiet. Scary robber almost broke into our house. Is she scared of a leg? Anticlimactic. Yeah, like unscary conclusion I think is in there. Paranormal experience. Did we do this girl? My recent... Oh.
Hey guys, it's Brittany.
Bingo!
My grandma.
I think
right
this
at
is a
me.
girl we had to just walk away from. If she has a shorter video, then...
Hey guys, it's Britt.
Hey guys. Could you sort by... Oh, is it loud? Oh yeah, because I turned this up because she was quiet. She's perfect. Yeah, let's find the closet game. Okay, let's find her old ones where she just starts talking about her stories. Bloody Mary, Left 4 Dead, 6 years ago. Cripe. This girl likes ghost things. Hotel horror. Toronto. This is a Toronto girl. Scary ghost girl caught on camera. Night before Christmas. Ghost staring out window. Just like your ghost experiences. In Savannah, Georgia. Maybe not. Jason Voorhees. Happy Halloween. My paranormal experiences. Okay.
Hey guys, it's Brittany. Today I'm going to tell you about my paranormal...
That is already like today. What is up, guys? Today we're gonna... Oh, that's already so many. Okay. So syllables. She's not a makeup girl. Thumb that shit. Okay, this is gonna be a fucking good one.
Experience.
This is gonna evolve into a fucking drinking game. What is volume? Is this really loud? Oh yeah, because I turned it down and moved away and then turned this. How's that?
Well, at least I think they were paranormal. A lot of people have asked me if I've had paranormal experiences because of my videos that I make, and the videos I make are not based on experiences that I've had. They're just what I've made up in my head, and I don't know why. I'm just kind of weird to come up with these things, and I just like I like to film stuff like that. So I'm gonna go back to when I was about 4 years old or 5 years old, and I was really sick. I had like a fever or something like that one night, and I wanted to sleep with my parents. So in the middle of the night, I went into their bedroom and I slept on my mom's side. Some of it's kind of a blur to me, but anyways, long story short, eventually I did fall asleep and then I woke up. I was laying on my side and I was like at the edge of the bed, and all of a sudden I saw this hand come up. And it was like, it was green, it was like full of warts, the fingers were so long,
is this real,
it
or
looked
is this
like an alien slash a witch slash a monster, and it was just a hand, and it just kind of was moving its fingers at me, like pretend you're me right now, you guys are me. The hand looked like, actually, if you're me, the hand was this way, and it was like the palm was facing this way, and it was just up here, and like pretend this is like the edge of the bed. So this is like
there's a room layout.
And I didn't see like a head or anything. It was like the thing was laying down and going like this. And it was just doing this. And I wasn't scared, and I was looking at it like, what is that thing? And I remember I was holding a Cabbage Patch doll. At the time, it was like this yellow one. It had like yellow hair and a yellow dress. And then I just kind of dangled my doll over the hand, and the hand was like touching it. You guys probably think like I'm on drugs or something, but this is what I saw.
Do you have
the hand was touching it, and it was kind of almost playing with me. Like, it wasn't evil or anything, but it looked really scary. And it was just playing with me, and I just kind of kept looking at it, thinking like, what is that thing? And then all of a sudden it just went back down. And I never saw it again. And now I never saw what the hand was connected
Instantly
to.
amazing.
I saw part of the arm, and I told you it was green. It was full of like warts, and it was like a witch slash an alien slash some like creepy monster. So, you know, I can't prove to you that that was something paranormal. That is what I saw. I could have been hallucinating.
Yeah, it felt real.
Or just have a really vivid imagination.
If you don't believe that,
but it was weird. Why would I imagine some creepy alien hand and then it started playing with me? Now, I had another experience when I was a little girl. I was playing in my basement.
Did she just say basically,
with my friend, and behind the furnace in my basement, I saw a man with like a top hat, and he was kind of bowing at me. Like, he would take his hat off and
the hat man, the tall man, the shadow.
Bow, like he was saying hello or something like that. And I remember I was just looking at him, and I was like, I said to my friend, "There's a man standing over there." And she was like, "What?" I mean, I don't really remember much after that.
I don't really remember.
This is gonna sound really weird, but he looked like Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, it's not a black man.
So I don't know if Abraham Lincoln was in my basement. I don't know. It was very weird. I can still see it in my head. And this was probably when I was like 7 years old. And he just kept bowing at me. And like, hello. Like, he kept like he was kind of being graceful when he took his hat off with his hand, or I mean his arm. It was just, I don't know. So once again, I don't know if I was like hallucinating. I don't know if I was just, I have a vivid imagination, and I was playing with my friend, and I guess I just imagined Abraham
Lincoln, yeah.
In my basement. I don't know, but that is what I saw. Another experience I had, I was sleeping over at my grandma's house with my younger brother Jonathan.
Was she consulted?
This is when we were like little, so I think I was...
You tell good stories.
Actually, I think I was like 10. I think I was like 10 years old. Yes, I think I was 10. My grandpa passed away when I was a baby, so I didn't really know him. I met him once. So me and my brother were sleeping at my grandma's house, and we wanted to communicate with my grandpa because like my whole family, we're all like into like the paranormal. We're like, oh my god, we'll have like a seance, Ouija board, you know. Me and my brother were laying in the bed, and we weren't sleeping with my grandma. It was just me and my brother together. We were laying in the bed, and then we heard someone in the hallway walking up the stairs. It's always
the hallway.
And we just looked at each other, like, oh my god, it's Grandpa! And we were kind of scared. We heard someone walking up the stairs, and then we saw this like light mist thing come into the room, and it was on the ceiling. But we weren't scared. We're just like, hi, Grandpa! Like, I remember that like it was yesterday. We're like, hi, Grandpa! Just like waving at the ceiling. Once again, we weren't scared, which is weird because today if that happened to me, anything happened to me, if I saw that hand, if I saw Abraham Lincoln in my basement, I would scream and I would run and I'd be terrified and I wouldn't be able to sleep. But when I was little, I was a pretty brave kid, I guess you could say. I don't know. So the next morning, my brother and I, we asked my grandma if that was her who was walking up the stairs. And she said no, she never got out of her bed.
She consulted grandmother.
So we were just like, oh my god, it was Grandpa. And we were telling her we saw a mist and stuff, and I think she thought we were crazy, but we both saw it and we still talk about it today, and we were like waving to him, so I don't know. Another experience I had, and this happened when I was, I think, 7 years old, and I was playing in the woods with my old friend Rachel, and it's kind of funny because not long ago Rachel and me were talking to each other on Facebook about this
irrelevant
that happened. And,
Your Honor, serious?
We both saw it. So then again, like, were we really imagining this? But anyways, I'll tell you guys right now. So we were in the woods, and I don't know, I guess we just felt like somebody was there watching us or something. I don't know, we kind of got like this eerie feeling. We were just like playing, and then all of a sudden this black figure kind of came out of nowhere.
I saw a black person.
And was coming towards us. And then I was like, Rachel, run! And then we ran down the hill. We ran to Rachel's house, and we're like, what did we see?
it was this big black thing. It was this black figure. We don't know what it was, but that's what we saw, and that's all I can say. We both saw it. We were both terrified. We ran out of the woods, and I don't know what that was. So the next experience that I've had, and this is the most recent experience that I've had. This happened about like 2 years ago. I was in Savannah, Georgia, and my boyfriend and I, we were going on this ghost tour. And we were in this haunted house that actually the ghost hunters went to. I forget what the house is called, and I kind of forget the story that happened in the house. And the tour was really, it was a really good tour. Like, I was so excited to go on this. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna see a ghost. I'm gonna be in a haunted house. It's supposed to be like so haunted. I'm gonna see something. I had my camera ready and everything. I even had an EMF meter, which was, yeah, I own an EMF meter. Long story short, we were in the first room we were in. It was very little. And the tour guide told us that people tend to feel very sick and
that can count as a husband
when they're in this house. And some people actually have to run out and throw up. And now I'm a emetophobic. If you guys don't know what emetophobia is, it is the fear of vomit and the fear of throwing up and the fear of getting sick. I am a huge emetophobic, so like automatically I started thinking like, oh my god, I don't want to throw up or something like that. So yeah, he said people tend to run out and they're sick. They start just feeling very nauseated, very dizzy, and I've heard of that before. I've seen it on Ghost Hunters. No, I think it was Ghost Adventures, I think. Most Haunted, I've seen it on. Definitely Most Haunted, and I think I've seen it on Scariest Places on Earth. If you guys remember that show, that is like one of my favorite paranormal shows ever. Yeah. The tour guide was telling us what happened in that room, and then the room was very small. And he then said that a woman hung herself. Is it hung or is it hanged? She hanged herself or she hung herself? One of those. She hanged herself. And as soon as he said that, I started feeling so nauseated and my heart was racing. Like I just felt so nauseated, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening to me?
Oh my god, that counts.
And I was really scared I was going to be sick. It was just a really bad nauseating experience. And I just felt like I had to get out of that room. I started to feel like I couldn't breathe. And I almost said that I had to go, but then I was like, no, I don't want to go because I want to see a ghost, and I don't want to be like a party pooper and be like, I don't feel good, guys. So I stayed in there, and I was like trying to act all, you know? And meanwhile, I was feeling so sick to my stomach, and I don't know if it was just knowing that a woman was hanging where I was standing. But I felt so sick, and it was like a different kind of sick. And it just, it was very bad. But once we got out of that room, I was fine. So then again, I don't know, was it the ghost of the woman who was like sucking all my energy and like making me feel this way? Because it was just in that room, so I don't know. But that house was really creepy. But another thing I want to say, when I was in that house, I was taking a lot of pictures. So as you guys can see right here, there are little white circles.
That's brilliant.
And those are also called orbs. When I got back home that night, I was going through my pictures and I was like, oh my god, I got orbs on camera. Like, there was no white circle there before. I was getting really excited. I was like, oh my god, I caught a ghost. I caught a ghost on camera. So those are all of my paranormal weird experiences I've had. What do you guys think of this? Do you think I was hallucinating about that hand and Abraham Lincoln in my basement? That is what I saw as a kid and a couple years ago when I was in Savannah, Georgia. That's what I saw. That's what I felt. I can't explain it. I don't know why I saw it. I don't know why I would imagine stuff like that. But that's what I saw. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel.
Damn it, I don't have any of those good.
If you're a new person watching this, hi. Please subscribe to my channel. I make a new video every Friday. Please give this video a thumbs up for all the amazing paranormalness-ity, if that's even a word. Please give it a thumbs up anyways. My question for you guys is, what is your favorite paranormal show? I think one of my favorite of all time was Scariest Places on Earth. That show used to scare me with Linda Blair as the host. And remember the narrator's voice? She was creepy. She'd go, chills run down your spine. You break into a cold sweat. You are afraid.
Bingo, this motherfucker, bingo.
Tonight on Scariest Places on Earth, the Olsen family goes on a Chillingham castle. Do you remember that
Shut
episode
up, I'm
with
not
the Olsen
winning.
family?
Shut
I was
up.
like, oh my god, it's Mary-Kate and Ashley. But it wasn't Mary-Kate and Ashley. It was like another Olsen
If I'm
family.
not winning, shut up.
That was like my favorite episode. They went to Chillingham Castle. Do you remember Chillingham Castle? That's like one of my dreams in life is to go to Chillingham Castle and spend the night there. That would be amazing. So thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you in my next video. Bye.
Fuck. This is stupid. I don't want to play this anymore. Okay, next one. Did she have any more? She was a good one. White-eyed children. More of my haunted experience. Nothing. Evil entity. Slender Man. Okay, keep going. What is up, YouTube? Oh my scary god. Kevin McLeod is in this. Oh, 37. My scary stalker experience? No. Tommy James. Can he... You shouldn't say their names. He's like RP and some shit. My scary paranormal experiences.
Hello everyone, so today I'm recording a video about my paranormal experiences that I've had.
If you love Lolita, gaming conventions and
I wanted to do this video because
You're disqualified because of the kill rules. True chilling... Until Dawn. Depersonalization. I want to save that for later. My scary sleep paralysis. No, we can't know going into it that it's that. My Snapchat snocker. Reacting to movies. My scary stories. 46 minutes. Maniac. Paranormal experiences. Scary paranormal. Is it just Call of Duty? Yeah, it is. Remember. Call of Duty footage while he tells a ghost. With your girl...
And like I said, you know, I like to do new things on my YouTube channel, so it was like a girl's voice. So like,
oh, this could be good. A girl's voice.
Yo, what is going on, guys? This is your girl Nashad. How you guys doing? This is your girl Nashad. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time today.
Please,
that was just a really bad intro. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
I apologize. That was not good. But anyways.
Tongue smack right away.
Yeah. So like I said, guys. I hope you guys enjoy your day today. It is Thursday, so yeah, it's a really nice day outside today, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful time as well.
She does Call of Duty videos.
Yeah, guys. Funny thing, like I said, I really wanted to make this random video because I've been thinking about it and I wanted to show you guys basically a story. And like I said, I've been thinking about it and I wanted, you know, like to do something different because I actually never, you know, did anything like this on my video, like on my channel, my YouTube channel. And like I said, hey, you know, I was thinking something, you know, new, and I just said to myself, you know what, let me try like to make a video out of this. And yeah, you know, I just wanted to just try it and see how it goes. So yeah, but that's my first time actually doing this, guys. And like I said, you know, I like to do new things on my YouTube channel, so it's just awesome. I like it. And by the way, guys, look at my shirt.
Yeah, I think you might.
Oh yeah.
Mortal Kombat. Scary story.
Crazy right now. What's going on here? And it's broad daylight. I've gone crazy right now.
Oh, is this okay? New video.
The reason for my whacked out hair and not looking.
It's a makeup girl. Okay, generate a new card.
So
we got fresh kills
this
imported.
Video is totally random. I was just about to edit the video that I planned to put up today, but that's gonna just wait till Tuesday now. The air is so loud right now, and that freaked me out too because
she got scared. She got scared already.
It's a situation that just happened.
Spooked themselves. Shit.
Okay. Let's just say this is scary. When I was younger, I was probably like 11, 12 or something. I heard somebody saying, Christine, Christine. And I remember covering my ears, and it sounded like it was closer. Okay, my eyes are watering because I am freaking out right now. I was sitting on the couch, kids are sleeping. I was watching Rachel Ray, eating some Doritos and stuff, and then I was eating Doritos, crunching, and as I was crunching, I thought I heard someone say my name, and I just like turned my head real quickly, and I was like, what? I was like, I'm tripping. So I just started eating some chips, and all of a sudden I heard Christine, and I was like, oh my gosh, like right now just thinking about it, my hair is like sticking up even more.
She got scared.
Like I'm freaking out because it kept doing it. It did it like 3 more times. It went, Christine.
Doritos Ghost whispered her name. Kenny, you can go home now.
Nobody's around. I checked on the baby monitor, and Jax is still sleeping. And I went in my daughter's room, and she's sleeping. And I was like, okay, what is going on here? And it's broad daylight. It is, what time is it?
That repetition?
It is 1:52. And this literally just happened. I'm like freaking out. Like, what the heck? I haven't had any ghost situations in the longest time.
This always happens. That counts.
Anyways, have any of you guys ever had that experience where somebody is calling your name? Like, what is that? Who is that? So let's just talk. I'm going to scare myself even more. I'm going to talk to you guys about a scary story.
I don't have any of the good ones.
I've talked about this on my vlog channel before, but I'm going to talk to you guys about it. So let's just make this scary stories and share each other's scary stories in the comments below. And scare each other even more. I shouldn't be doing this. Like, my stomach's tightening up. Like, bad idea, but let's just do that.
Oh, these are pretty much the same. Well,
I thought it was like thunder or something, but that was just the neighbor throwing the trash.
This is, yeah, they're different. We know. We're responsible.
So, when I was younger,
I almost already have bingo.
A really large earthquake. I think it was called like the Northridge earthquake or something like that, and it shook forever. It was so long, and I remember, okay, our family routine was get out of bed and all meet down the hallway, and then go wherever my parents lead us. So
this is for like when she describes what sleep paralysis is, or like.
And in this situation,
Batman.
I sat up from the earthquake, and on the corner of my bed, I had like one of those little day beds. It was like,
yeah, we could assume
it had like little white hearts on it, and my blanket was pink. And I sat up, and on the corner of my bed was this little girl, and her head was down, and I just remember it so clearly. She looked like my sister.
Girl Ghost.
But my sister was in the
This has been my favorite night.
And it wasn't. I mean, it was a ghost. It wasn't my sister. It was a ghost.
I believe in ghosts. That counts.
Here I go. My eyes are watering again. It freaks me out. Like, why do we see this stuff? So I got up, and it was still there. And I was like, what the heck? And I ran down the hallway because, the earthquake's going on. Like, all this just happened so quickly. And then I heard my blinds, and I had like those little, those little ghetto blinds? Like, they were like really tiny, but like bendable and stuff. So I ran down the hallway, and when the earthquake was over, we went back to our rooms, and I was still kind of shaken up, and I was looking in my room like, what the heck, where's that thing? And my blinds were bent. And they were like actually like bent, like if someone bent them. And
okay.
The earthquake couldn't have done that. Why would an earthquake bend blinds?
That's just more.
So I was freaked out, and I think I slept in my parents' room for like a month.
Eventually for that.
Or like, within that month, I slept in their room like a lot, and I would sleep on the floor. Like I remember next to our Doberman because I was so freaked out. And Mom, Dad, if you're watching
that
this,
counts
don't
as
you
slow
remember
syllables.
Clearly when I used to sleep in your room on the floor? Now that I'm a parent, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'd be so freaked out if my kids just walked in my room in the middle of the night and just slept on the floor. One more story, if you guys are still here paying attention to this. Another story that happened.
If you like this, I do have more.
When I was, I think probably like 16 or something, I stayed at my friend's house whose brother passed away. I'm not sure exactly how he passed away,
Did they die in the
but I
house?
know it was kind of tragic. So, anyways, I was sleeping up in her room. And I think it used to be
okay, wait,
room.
She was sleeping at her friend's house and
brother passed. I was, I think, probably like 16
that counts. That's a bingo.
I stayed at my friend's house whose brother passed away. I'm not sure exactly how he passed away, but I know it was kind of tragic.
Yeah, don't just go for
so,
unconfirmed
anyways,
kill.
I was sleeping up in her room.
Don't remember.
And I think it used to be his room. And
just say he died in there.
I feel like I'm blurry. If I'm out of focus, I apologize. And there were 2 beds, and these were older homes too. And I slept in one bed, and she slept in the other. In the middle of the night, something freaky happened. This is how it happened. I was laying down, and I wouldn't say it was okay. It's kind of hard to explain. I was laying down, and I felt something over me pulling on my ribs.
Sleep paralysis.
And it was just like I was stuck, and I wanted
How
to
much
yell
will
out
it
her
take
name.
for you
I
to
wanted
make a
scream out her
scary
name to
story
help me.
video on your
And
channel?
I just felt it.
I
just
really
like, it
want to
felt like
hear
it was,
your
like,
spooky
holding
tales.
My, like vocal cord. It was just like not letting me scream or anything, but it was also pulling me out. I couldn't see what it was, but I had a vision in my head.
These are not confirmed kills. You're interfering with fair kills. Put the weapon down. Put the weapon down. Good.
It was like holding my like vocal cord. It was just like not letting me scream or anything, but it was also pulling me out. I couldn't see what it was, but I had a vision in my head. It
see,
was
all those not
evil.
confirmed. You killed for
and
nothing.
All of a sudden it stopped. And I like sat up and took a deep breath, and what was weird, I looked over at my friend, and she wasn't sleeping anymore. She was sitting up. She's like, hey. And I was like, and then she said, it was my brother, and then went back to bed. And then I laid down, and I was freaked out and never spent the night there.
He
again.
died in that house.
That was the scariest thing ever, too.
Get the fuck out of here.
So anyways, I never really had any other scary experiences. And then all of a sudden today, here in this house,
Simply not guilty. It was my brother. He was guilty.
Like, I'm afraid that they just heard me say that. I'm sorry. But now I'm scared.
Getting scared.
This is not right. This is not cool.
Just a dream, yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. Sorry for scaring the crap out of you if I did. If you guys are into this kind of story, then you're into it. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have any of these experiences. There's so many more. Larry's had experiences too.
Why didn't you give the good ones
You know, people have, he felt like someone over his body, not letting him move. It kind of paralyzed him. I've heard of other people having that situation. Like, what is all that? And has that happened to you guys? Comment down below. Let's scare the crap out of each other today. Thanks for watching. Bye. I'm scared.
No thumbs, no loves. She put her boobie right up to the camera.
Gay?
It was okay. Like 4 of them.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Sky, and now I'm back with...
Okay, let's see how old this person is, because she looks young. Oh, she's putting the hot in psychotic. That's a clean kill.
Story time in my story time chair.
Get a new
and
one.
I already recorded 2 other videos.
It's 15 minutes long, and she says it's 4 stories, so if it's shit, we'll just skip it.
It's dark outside, so there's not much good lighting. But
hey guys, what's up?
We're gonna work with it. So if you don't know what story time is, basically, you guys give me a topic, I talk about that topic with a funny story or
we should put like that white girl up
below
talking.
You guys comment similar experiences that have happened to you.
Well, it's not even that. It's
like
just
we get to know
like
each other a little better.
pseudo-announcer tone.
Back to the point. Scariest experience. I'm sure I would have had a lot more scary experiences if I actually left the house.
Yo!
I don't.
We should invite her into the stream. She's one of us.
It's true. But if I did, I'm sure I would have had a lot more. So after some
we might have to
real
just leave.
hardcore thinking about this topic, I texted my best friend Rachel, and I was like, what is something really scary that you and I have been through together? And we both agreed on our ride back from
Somebody died in this house. It was their social life.
If you guys don't know what Abbey Fest is, we both went to a Catholic school, and we were in the Christian youth organization for that Catholic school. Anyway, so the whole CYO group, we all went to Abbey Fest, which is northern Louisiana,
Okay, this
New
is some
Orleans.
unneeded shit.
It's just a bunch of schools that come together and worship the Lord. That's all that happens. But it's actually
Safety's
really
on,
fun
boys,
because there's bands playing and stuff, and you get to like lay out your towel and
are
listen
these sound
to them,
effects?
and they were actually really good. And they sell a bunch of cool stuff that people have made. Oh god, there's lightning. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. And there's a lot of stuff that people have made that they'll bring, and it was just overall a really fun experience. I got a cool shirt, I got some bracelets, and I got pictures with adorable little nuns. So anyway, the ride back from Abbey Fest was probably the scariest experience of my entire life. So when we rode to Abbey Fest, we sat all the way at the back. A bunch of the mothers of some of the kids carpooled. I mean, overall, there's probably 50 kids. I don't really know, but there was only like 20 that went to Abbey Fest. So a couple of the moms just volunteered to carpool. That way we didn't have to rent a bus. And so we sat all the way at the back, Rachel and I, with a bunch of other girls who were younger than us that we didn't really know. The ride there was okay because we listened to our phones. Me and Rachel shared earbuds and we listened to Pierce the Veil.
Yeah, it's actual rain.
But on the way back, our phone was dead. Both of our phones were dead.
Broken tech.
Earbuds. I kid you not. This is the scariest experience that her and I have went through. Probably, even if we were alone, it was the scariest experience. But together, it was so scary. And you guys are probably like, it's just a car ride home. Why are you freaking...
Okay, you blew it. My stalker story.
Hey guys, welcome to my YouTube channel, and we're just being like understandable, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that was the girl who cut her eyebrows all the way off, but I saw a ghost. Okay.
I saw with my own 2 eyes a white lady.
Yo! Okay, this one's good. Okay, keep going. It was one of those things. Okay.
2 white children. They were all wearing black clothing and they were eating. They were eating in our kitchen. Dress. I don't know what they were eating, but they were eating in our kitchen. Hi guys, Elma.
Hey guys,
I look different, I know. Probably because I straightened out my hair and I think I like the results. So anyway, so today I'm
she's
going
a makeup
to be
girl.
doing a scary story experience. I've been watching a lot of story time videos and I'm just obsessed with them. So I thought I'll join the trend of doing story times. I don't know about other YouTubers, but honestly, I am never going to make up stories just to entertain you. These are things that really happened to me. Okay, so I know that a lot of you guys probably don't believe in ghosts. And to be honest, I never believed in ghosts until these things started happening to me. I heard things, I felt things, and I even saw. I saw them. There's no other scientific explanation to explain like what is happening to me. All this ghost stuff that I'm going to tell you guys on this video started last week, and in this house, some of them even happened in this room, so you guys can even imagine how creeped out I am to be sitting right now here. Okay, so the first thing that happened to me
Yo, bingo right away. How
my house is being
Are we even a minute into this? A minute 20.
How my house
and
is right
there's
now.
A bingo off of that.
We have the inside house, and then we have 3 other flats outside with bathrooms, kitchens, etc. And since our inside kitchen is being renovated, you know, my mom is changing the sink, the floor, everything is just being made new. We're using the kitchen of one of the houses we're renting.
There's a snap.
So I'll have a video of the inside kitchen. This is how it looks. That's where I film some of my videos. And this is the outside kitchen, the one at the rent. So in case you guys were wondering why I have so many different kitchens in my videos, that's the reason why we have. So I went there to the outside kitchen to cook because that's where we're busy cooking now. As I'm cooking, I felt something heavy alongside, you know, next to me. So then I decided to close the door because I was in fear maybe somebody will come inside. This is what happened immediately after I locked the door. I heard, I'm not even kidding, I heard someone opening the door. Like the door is behind me and I heard the door opening and I just locked it with the key right now. As I turned back to look, the door was closed, nobody opened it, nobody tried. I didn't even understand what was happening, so I turned back and I continued cooking, minding my own business. And then behind me was the door, so then I heard the door opening for real now. No one was trying, it really opened itself and it went like boom, as in somebody came in and closed the door really hard, like smashed it like boom! I was in so much fear, and I turned and I was just staring at the door for the whole time. I just grabbed my food and ran inside, ran into the main house.
I didn't know what to do. She knew.
So the next incident happened like 2 days after that. It also happened last week. Those who are on holiday right now are in university, and my little brothers and sisters are not in university.
Are they
so
guilty?
I was still in holidays, right? So I believe this happened on a Wednesday. Everyone went to school, so it was just me and my elder sisters. My elder sisters then also left. They had to go do some shopping for the house since my mom is not around. So then I was left alone. I was in my room, and I kid you not, I just heard somebody coughing, and the cough sounded like it's coming close to me. It was like really close to me, like the person coughed in my ears, and I heard whispers. People are in my room and they're talking. Thing is, you can't really hear what they're saying. You can just hear like I said, my house is really big, so we have 3 living rooms, and I went to the middle living room, like the one in the middle. The middle living room has like a wooden door which allows you to see the inside kitchen. So I went there, and I was just sitting there waiting for my house cleaner, because from that middle living room you can see what's happening outside. So I wanted to see if she maybe stands by the gate and I can quickly open for her, and I won't be alone at home anymore. I heard footsteps coming on the hallway, and as I was going to go to the hallway, I looked at the wooden kitchen thingy. You guys will not believe what I saw. I saw with my own 2 eyes a white lady sitting with 2 white children. They were all wearing black clothing, and they were
can't see my cursor, right?
They were eating in our kitchen. I don't know what they were eating, but they were eating in our kitchen. Firstly, I'm home alone. Secondly, no one uses the inside kitchen anymore. Thirdly, we are all dark-skinned people living in this house. So what is a 40-something-year-old white lady doing in my house with her children wearing black clothes? That was just a split second. It's like I saw them for 3 seconds. When I got closer, they were gone. And I just went into the 3rd living room area, and I decided to just sit there for a while. I was just sitting there with my Bible waiting for the house cleaner. And then finally she came, and that was the incident for that day. And so the last incident I'm about to tell you happened to me last week Sunday. I would say it was the creepiest thing ever. Every Saturday and Sunday we sit together in my mom's room, because my mom's room has like a big TV, there's a bed, so obviously we like to stay cozy up in the bed and eat while we watch something. So we normally like to watch Fear Files on Sunday. And if you don't know what Fear Files is, it's a series that play on an Indian channel where people talk about their ghost stories and ghost experience, and we honestly love Fear Files so much. So it was very scary, but once Fear Files was done, we were so scared to sleep alone. So I asked my sister Beauty by Lane 24, okay, I just told you guys her channel in case you guys want to check it out. I asked her whether she would like to sleep with me in my room. She accepted, so she like left my mom's room earlier. She saw my sister going into my room while I was in the corridor hallway. I saw her walking into my room. She was walking a little bit oddly, like slow and like, you know, that creepy walk. She switched on the light of the room and came inside, and 2 seconds after her, or less than a second, I ran inside with her because I was scared to be in the hallway alone. As soon as I came in the room, and I told her, Elaine, Fear Files is so creepy, right? Like, I looked around the room, she was not there anymore. Can you believe it? I saw her coming into the room. A few seconds later, or less than a second later, I came inside with her in the same room. There's only one door. There's only one way out of the room. And I was in front of the door, so I would have seen her going out. She did not go out of the room. But as I spoke to her, she was not in the room anymore. Like, I don't understand how that happened. It just happened. Maybe she's hiding somewhere. So as soon as I was about to kneel down, look under my study table, I heard her voice coming from the bathroom. She was busy removing her makeup and talking to a friend on her phone. And what If she's upstairs, who was the person that I saw coming into the room? So in the same night, I decided that I wanted to go get my YouTube book so that I'm able to plan for a new video. My YouTube book was upstairs. So I went there, and as I was looking for my book, I heard somebody coughing, and the cough was coming from the kitchen, and the cough sounded like it belonged to my and the cough sounded like it belonged to my sister, to my other sister Ira Salma, who's there. When I looked at the kitchen area, it was dark, the lights were off. So now I was wondering, why is my sister coughing in the kitchen while it's dark? So then I was like, Ira Salma, are you there? And then I heard a voice saying, yes. Like the person that said yes was right here. And I looked by my side, there was no one there. And I just ran out of that place. I even left my YouTube book behind. And then I went to Ira Salma's room, and she was in her room. And were you in the kitchen? She was like, no. It did happen. It really did happen. You have an answer for any of the stuff that happened to me? What is this ghost? What does it want with me? Yeah, so that was it for my scary ghost experience. I still have tons more. But I thought I'll tell you guys the most recent ones and the ones that made me believe that there is a ghost out there. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please give it a big thumbs up if you did. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't yet. And I'll talk to you guys on my next video. Bye.
Love you. Bye. Pretty good one. My scary moment.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Mickey D here today. I'll bring you guys a quick story time.
You want to see if a white dude will win? Yeah, okay. Let's
video, and like he's wearing no pants. So he's walking through. He's looking through like the windows. I was like, we're about dead. So my friend rips the e-brake, spins.
I don't know. Is it my scariest things? This girl's a ghost. Okay, how old are you? Cause you look little. Oh, it's that same girl. What done the other one? Yeah, she's real. Okay, let's see if a white boy can win. Regenerate me. Triple make me. Okay.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Mickey D here today. I'll bring you guys a quick story time video. Not quick, but it's a story that actually happened today. So let's just get right into it. So me and my friends were cruising around the hometown where I live, and I work at Safeway. Some of you guys do know that. And my friend named Brooklyn, she closes. She helps close the store at about 12 o'clock, 12:10. She gets out of the store. So we're just going to go there and say hi, see if she wanted to hang out. And so we drove by the store. And as we're coming in, this guy coming onto us on the sidewalk. There's a sidewalk inside Safeway, and he's coming to us. And he's just walking down the sidewalk. We're driving through the Safeway I guess the parking lot.
Okay, well now...
And he's in this onesie, a complete onesie. Looks like a serial killer. I'm not even joking. Like, he had like balding right in here, big poofy hair on the sides, kind of looked like homeless, no shoes. He was barefoot, and he looked like a psychopath. I'll put a picture of what he looks like up right now.
You took a picture of him?
That right there, that's what he looks like, and here's the onesie now. That's the onesie. So as we were coming, we like saw this guy. We're like, what the hell is this guy doing? Looks like he just murdered someone inside Safeway, because there's a lot of cars there for 12 o'clock. There's about like 10 cars there, and that's not normal for. It was about 12:10, so that's not normal.
Okay,
for Safeway, because everyone gets out of the store at 12 o'clock at the end of shift. And there's only 3 people supposed to be in the store for the night crew and the closing person.
He is not a makeup girl either.
And so I was looking at it, and I'm like, well, that's odd. There's a lot of cars here. And there's a lady sitting beside her car. We didn't really think of it. She's wearing a red and black camo sweatshirt around her waist, and she like tied it. And then she's wearing like yoga pants and like a bald cap, like a white bald cap with glasses. And usually, and she had like pretty nice car. So I was like, oh, maybe she's pretty cute, because usually like there's a lot of girls that wear that outfit. And like, or there's like, if they know anything about fashion sense, I guess that's kind of what they wear. And for like late night, so we're like, oh, maybe she's pretty cute. Let's go check her out. And then we got close to her. Like, we kind of pulled our car up beside her, like a couple of like parking spaces away. And like, that girl looks like she's an incest baby. They're not trying to be rude or anything. The incest. And I was like, that's weird.
Wait,
so we go
incest?
up and we pull.
Why did you just say incest?
Up beside her, like a couple of like parking spaces
Sibling
away.
not
Like,
guilty.
that girl looks like she's like incest baby. They don't try to be rude or anything. But incest, and I was like, that's weird. So we go up and we pull a little bit forward, and we watch this guy, and we have this plaza. So like, say there's like Safeway is like here.
Describe it. It's like here,
Safeway
and then
is
behind
here.
that.
We'll just put it with my hand. Here's Safeway. We're like in here in the parking, and then back here, there's like a plaza all the way back up to here, and then it
Sibling
comes
not
up.
guilty, yeah, because incest.
Just a big plaza. I'll try to get a picture of it to show you. And so like he's walking through the plaza, and the plaza is like a V shape. So he's like going through from the Safeway side, going through the plaza. And at this point, we're like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like he looks kind of homeless, but he looked like clean shaved, and like he's wearing no pants. So he's walking through. He's looking through like the windows. So we come up into like there's like an intersection as well. We stop in it. We're just looking at him walk around, and then he like stopped, like completely stopped and looked at us. So like, okay, we just turn left to make it look like we're doing something. And we go and then park, and then the lady beside us goes around and then picks him up after he's finished walking through the plaza. Like picks him up. So like maybe this guy just killed someone or something. Like did something stupid. Because this guy's he looks like a psychopath. Like he looked like he's trained to kill.
Holy
came out
shit,
of Russia, wearing this camo.
Came out of Russia?
Came out of a parachute, landed down. Anyway, besides the point, irrelevant.
You look
So
like
he
you
picks
just
him up.
came
Like,
out of
okay,
a
let's talk to him.
parachute.
Like let's see what they're about. And like there's city around my house. But then it goes to country. It goes from city and then stop right there, and then goes
shit.
country. And so we go up. We're like following down the highway. And they turn right, so we turned right. We're like coming behind them a little bit. Speed limit's 70 kilometers an hour, so it'll be like 50 miles per hour per se. And they're going about 10 miles per hour. So they're just sitting there like just slowed down. And we're like, what the hell? And then there's like this hill. Okay, so let's do it like that. And we're coming over, right? And they go up the hill, and then they stopped. Like dead stop. So they're waiting us to come on the hill, probably like, gun us down. Like they're ready. They're Uzis out the side doors like cops do when they're at a door, like they're some room, they're like hands up.
What?
Like they got their doors open, stand behind the doors. This is what their guys do. We're thinking that. So they slam on their brakes, and they like think they know they're hiding from us. So they're about to kill us. They just kill other people, so they don't care. So this, I was like, we're about dead. So my friend rips the e-brake, spins around. Well, didn't rip the e-brake. Maybe he did.
They just
I'm
open
gonna
the
use this for
doors.
the
They
story,
assume
but
they're
he
gonna get
didn't.
shot.
So he comes around, just bombs down, like absolutely bombs down. This car's turning around. Like does a U-E, like comes down, like does a U-E, starts following us, but he was out of there. He hightailed it, went down, just gone. He made time and just left, and then pulled up to the side of the curb, lights off, and then the car disappeared. Looked back, car was gone.
So pitted.
And I'm just telling you, I've seen some sketchy, scary shit in my life, but this guy was a serial killer. No lie, I swear on my life. This guy looked like he was about to kill someone, or he did. He's walking in a onesie camo suit. He's got balding hair. His hair is all scruffy. Wearing no shoots. Couple buttons
Wearing
on
no
them.
shoots?
And then this lady in this nice fancy car, looking pretty good except for her face, comes up and picks him up.
Busted.
Now, I ain't telling you like I'm a video game player, so I must not know anything.
No other explanation.
I'm telling you. That's some sketchy shit, my friends.
Oh, was that a tongue spot?
I don't know what the hell just happened. I want to know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I
it
don't
is.
wanna know.
Yeah, it is.
If
Yeah,
we
it
didn't
is.
turn around there, we probably would have got
Did a
gunned
deer
down.
jump out?
And I would have not been able to make YouTube videos, even though they suck at it. Don't make them anyway. But yeah, guys, that's my story for today. Nothing else to say. Just kind of happened and kind of wanted to share with you guys. It's pretty scary, pretty funny.
Fucking gamers.
Weird story that I just kind of saw, and it actually is completely real. Exactly, just happened to us now.
100%
Nice
true.
meeting you guys. Hope you guys are having a lovely
Let me know in the comments.
Thursday evening, day, whatever I'm posting it. Have a good night, guys. Peace.
Pretty good. Fucking white people. Okay, what was this other one? Did we play this one before? Paranormal. Okay.
Hey everyone, it's Brianna, and I ran inside the house. Oh god. This was the scariest thing that I've experienced. She had stayed for the weekend.
It seems
with
like a
us.
timid girl. Can't kill her. She's committed no sins. My scary experiments.
And I'm still alive.
Oh, that's some kid. Yeah, she's never sinned before. My scary stories.
Hey guys, so I'm...
Seems like a teenager. Hey, it's Brittany. What's up? My ghost stories.
Hey guys, it's Caitlin B, and today we are doing a story time video. I've realized recently that story videos are some of my favorite to binge watch on YouTube, so I thought I might as well start doing some of my own. So if you guys like story time videos and want more, be sure to give this video a big thumbs up.
If you like this, I do have more.
Let's see if we can get to 3,000 likes. I think we can do it. I also just realized there's a lot of white
She's using the Minecrafter.
I didn't really anticipate that, I'm sorry, but it kind of looks like I'm a ghost. How fitting. Okay, so I do want to preface this video by saying you don't have to believe in ghosts or the paranormal to enjoy this video, and let me know if any of these have happened to you, or if you could explain any of them, all of the above, that would be great. But on to the story. So I have a couple of experiences that stick out in my mind. I know there have been a lot more that have happened to me, but I just kind of
like that way of talking
things. I'm a very forgetful person. I don't remember a lot of things. So I'm going to kind of go in chronological order. So the first one that I can remember is actually, it still wasn't that long ago, but it was when I was in early middle school, like 6th grade or so. I just remember this because I had just painted my room blue and green. I thought it was so cool, and to match that, I got some light green and blue beads to go in front of my doorway, so that, you know, I could be like, that's so Raven, and have cool beads in my room. These beads were hung in my doorway, so anytime you walked in or walked out, it was very loud, like the beads moved all around and whatever, but I absolutely loved it.
Okay,
I don't know if you guys ever had those, but yeah, it was a good time. So it was a couple months after I got the beads in my room that this happened, and at the time I had just a twin bed, and I had a little TV on my nightstand facing the wall towards my window, so away from the door, like my back was facing the door because I like to watch my TV before I went to bed, and then I typically just fell asleep. This particular night I was facing my TV, but I didn't have the TV on. It was in the middle of the night, and I always slept with my door wide open. Now, I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, so it takes a lot to actually wake me up. So my back was facing the door, but I remember very specifically that I was jolted awake because the beads were all of a sudden, like, I could hear them clashing, like very loudly, like someone just walked into my room, but I wasn't facing my doorway. Heart started racing, and I was like, is my mom in my room? Like, but no one's saying anything. So I waited a couple seconds, and then I slowly turned towards my door, and I saw all of my beads just shaking, like someone had just walked in or walked out of my room. So I didn't have my glasses on, and I didn't have contacts at the time, so I couldn't really see anything. All I could see was just that the beads were moving, and they were very loud. So I looked around, but no one was in my room. So of course I got really freaked out, and I ran into my parents' room, and I started like screaming their names, and I was like, Mom, Dad, and like it took them a while to wake up, but finally my mom woke up, and she's like, what's wrong? And I was like, did you just come into my room? And she's like, no, like I'm asleep. And so I got really freaked out by that, and so I ended up sleeping on my parents' floor that night. To this day I still don't know what caused that, but all I know is that my parents were asleep, and I didn't have a window open or anything or a fan, so I don't really know how that really happened, but it definitely takes like a force to make the beads move, otherwise they're just pretty standstill, so that still kind of freaks me out, but I don't have those beads anymore, so don't worry about that. The next experience happened at my cabin, and about, I think around middle school time, we got a new cabin. My family, we relocated to a new cabin up in northern Minnesota. So along with the cabin, I don't know if it was the person who previously owned it or how we got this, I still don't really remember, but somehow we have this like creepy, well, it's creepy in my mind. My parents love this thing, but I still think it's especially creepy after this incident. I've always just had a bad feeling about this thing. But we have this carved fisherman kind of, or like captain of a boat thing. I don't really know. If I find a picture, I'll put it here.
Does any of this matter?
Like this wooden carved guy, and I know he was made out of a tree.
These are the young
like
people. These are fucking future. Well, no, these are fringe, but these are not so alien from our young people. The statue is in my parents' bedroom on the first floor, and then we also had our relatives up to visit, and I just remember they were younger. I think he was like 6 at the time, maybe even younger, I'm not exactly sure, but he was young. So one night my dad went into the bedroom, and he was laying on his stomach, and then he asked me to like scratch his back or something, or give him like a back massage, like we always do that. So I was in there like chopping his back or whatever, and then my little cousins came in, and they were like,
shh, and then they were gonna like jump on the bed and start tickling my dad. So I was like, okay. And so he like jumps on the bed and then he starts tickling my dad, and then we all both start like tickling my dad or whatever, and he's just laughing and laughing and like tickling him, and all of a sudden he just stops and goes, ghost, and he just stares and he points at this statue. I just remember being so terrified because I've always had this bad feeling about that statue. They always say that little kids can like sense
damn it.
presence or
I know
sense
some of you
spirits.
got that fucking
I don't know.
thing.
Have you guys heard
Children
that? Like they say little kids
ghosts.
more so than adults can see ghosts. So to this day, I hate walking around my cabin at night and seeing that thing because
they didn't ask the dad what the fuck he was doing.
I don't know if it's
like
because we
ghosts,
remodeled their cabin and that like shook up and my last story is something that happened very recently, and I think
that's
it
a ghost
was
story your
last
dad
summer.
still
It was
often
before I
pointed.
went to LA. Just to set the scene for you guys, I was in my bed and I was on the computer and I was kind of facing where my door would be, I guess, and my door was shut at the time. And I have a vanity, if you guys remember from my room tour,
there's that smack.
like ages ago. Probably not, but it's in the same spot. I have this vanity chest where I do my makeup. It's like about my arm span away from my door, maybe a little bit closer than that. So this was kind of mid-afternoon, evening-ish, but I was home alone. I was on the computer, like focusing on my computer, obviously. And then all of a sudden,
because he was fucking with them.
I see something kind of in my like peripheral vision, but like my eyes were focused on my computer, but from like on the very top of my computer, I could kind of see something like
the corner of my
some
eye.
movement, and all of a sudden, this happened so fast, but I have this little mirror, like
There's
one of
a
those
clap?
like foldable mirrors.
Okay, yeah.
I'll put a picture of one.
Sound
here. You know
effect.
what I'm talking about? I hear that crash. I saw that my mirror had hit my door and then fell on the ground. So I immediately knew something was not right because I do my makeup on my vanity. My mirror's in like almost the center of my vanity,
Yeah, she's
and
not a
I
makeup
don't
girl. She
ever
doesn't
keep my
have a-
mirror
or
off
would
of the
she?
ledge.
This is the
It would have
girl
just
who does
fallen
the
off
knot.
like this. It wouldn't have like literally crashed and hit my door.
Literally?
And then fallen down. So I tried like testing it a little bit to see if, you know, it actually could have hit my door. So I kept pushing the mirror
she is a
lightly
makeup
off
girl,
of my vanity, and it would just fall like in the same place every time, just right below my vanity, but it would never have hit my door. Like that takes force for something to go across the room and hit my door. There was nothing on my vanity that could have fallen and pushed it. Like nothing else was out of place except for this mirror. So I was a little freaked out about that, and when my mom came home that night, I immediately told her, I was like, you're not gonna believe this. So anyway, later that night, my mom asked me if I needed anything from Target, and I asked for some shave gel. So she came back and she's like, okay, I'm gonna put it on your sink in your bathroom. And so I was like, perfect. And then I kind of just forgot about it, whatever. And then the next morning I woke up and I had a missed call from my mom. So I called her back. She was like, Caitlin, and I was like, what's wrong? She was like, have you gotten up in the middle of the night or this morning?
That's
like,
a bingo.
early morning? And I was like,
Mom also
no,
knows. She saw
just
ghosts
woke
too.
up. Like,
Yo, double bingo. Yo, we could get it.
And I was like,
Do it.
no, like I forgot about
I
it.
had no
Why?
clue what
And
to
she's
do.
like, go into your bathroom. And so I went to my bathroom, and my shave gel, like it took me a second to find it, but my shave gel was in the middle of the shower, like in the bathtub, standing straight up. And so I thought she was playing a joke on me, and so I was like, Mom, did you move that? And she's like, no, Kate. I'm like, I didn't move that, and I put it on your sink. Like, did you move it? So at that point, my mom believed me that something weird was going on, and she didn't really know what, but she was like, I think this is the same thing that moved your mirror yesterday. If something ever falls, it doesn't fall standing straight up, you know what I mean? Like, it would just be on its side. And the fact that it was on my sink, and then in the morning it was in my bathtub. So I really don't know what happened with that. Believe it if you will, but it definitely still freaks me out. So those are the paranormal experiences that I can recall right now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and again, if you liked it and want more story time videos,
get that
give
round
this video
up.
a big thumbs up, and I will do so.
Thumbs up,
Also,
tell me
please
you
leave
like it,
your
tell me
paranormal
comments.
experiences in the comment section below, because I love reading comments from other videos like that. I think they're so interesting to see what else has happened to you guys, and you know, creepy stuff like that. I'm very into that kind of thing. I'm very open-minded, so I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. I also have some psychic experiences, I guess you could say. I definitely think I have some level of psychicness. I know it sounds very weird and very strange.
am a bit psychic.
Very strong intuition. So if you guys want another video on that, then definitely leave a comment below and let me know. Be sure you follow me on Instagram. I'm obsessed with Instagram right now. Go follow me, comment on my latest video, and I just may follow you. I also got a Twitter, a Facebook, Pinterest, and a Snapchat. I love snapping, you guys. I also have some beauty videos coming soon, so do not worry. I have a couple of those lined up, and I think you guys are really gonna love them. But other than that, I hope you guys have a great day, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye!
I'm happy with my 1 kill. Oh yeah, you should be putting likes, you know, if you've seen it before. Yeah, that was a fair kill. Cry of Fear. Most unbelievable, scary, paranormal experience. Part 3. Are you little though?
In a story doesn't make you less of a person. It doesn't make you stupid or everyone like, just believe what
it's
you
a makeup
want to
girl.
believe
How old
and
though?
have faith in who you want to have faith in. So like I said, I understand if this is a bit hard to believe. But you know, take it as it is. I know it's true.
Weapons down.
Hey guys, so
fire into the crowd. Am I being haunted? My scary experiences. She's got blue hair. I think we've done this person before.
that's okay. I decided that it would be kind of a... I have a surprise for you.
Are you young though? She's got a YouTube.
Well, bang!
Oh. That was not expected.
I don't know. Yeah, it was the one where her friend came in. This is the other one where her friend came in.
Hey everybody.
Oh yeah, they're little babies though. My scary experience, Halo. Oh, what's this? I want to find that girl. Yeah, the girl, my fucking... Is Japan safe? My scary experiences. Apparently fangirls are scary. My scary experience by Dylan. Oh, it's 20 seconds long. My scary dream. Scary mail. My scary experience.
I remember the names. And
by Michael Rodriguez, huh? My Japanese and my... Is Japan safe? Scary. This is the girl. This is the skeleton story. Oh, I thought this was 40 minutes long, but...
Hi, my name is Tanya Elder, and I am 44 years old. I
oh,
live in
yeah,
the
because
Bronx,
it's 44 years old. That's what I thought
I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan.
Brace for some fucking ass
I
shit.
guess I
okay,
have
regenerate.
two stories to combine in a way to give you some background.
In 10 years, E3 is just white women telling scary stories while unveiling games.
To me, my background.
Hype is gameplay on Twitch.
I was born in Detroit to African-American parents. And as you could probably tell, I'm a little light-skinned. And
she is not a
I used to
makeup
ask
girl.
my mom if I was adopted because I had heard things from
Considered skeleton needs to be a tile.
And,
oh yeah, do we have
I
a
kinda didn't
skeleton?
look
on
like
this?
anybody else in
Someone's
family,
gonna be very fortunate and have a
what's going on
skeleton.
here, huh? And
Maybe
my
I'll end
mom
on
used
this
to
story
always tell me
because
that I looked
it's
like
fucking
my
2 o'clock and
grandfather.
this story is so good.
Great, fine.
Okay, this is the final story.
Light-skinned also. Well, it comes to find out later on in life as I needed to have a birth certificate to get a driver's license when I moved
This is some unneeded
from
story
Detroit to New York. I moved to Philadelphia for a little while, and I had to then move back to New York and get a driver's license in the state of New Jersey where I was staying. And because of that, I had to have a driver's license in order, a birth certificate in order to actually get the driver's license at that time. Well, my mom said I have to go to Lansing to get the driver's license, the birth certificate. I don't have a copy of it. You've lost yours. I don't know where it is. And I was like, why do you have to go to Lansing? Why can't you just go to, downtown Detroit and get it?
Because mom knows.
She finally said, well, it's because you're adopted. Okay, great.
Mom knows.
But I found out it's a pretty interesting story. My birth mother and father were in the Peace Corps in 1963. They were in Pakistan. He was black, she was white. They were both very idealistic people, apparently in Peace Corps in 1963. That's idealism at its height. And they were lonely, and one thing after another happened, and lo and behold, here I am. But just remember, my mother did not tell me this until I was 33 years old.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I love my mom to death, but she does have a tendency to do stuff like that. But what this story is really about is
yeah,
a ghost.
Thank you.
And
is it though?
You know, some people go, ghost stories, they're not true. It can't be true. You know, there's no such thing as ghosts. And when people say that to me, I don't say yay or nay.
Yeah,
I just
little behold, it's about
and,
ghosts.
Maybe
you stole a hat ball cap from
because
me.
When I was a kid, my mom and dad, my adopted parents, Ethel and Edward, were amazing people. They actually were able to, in the 1950s in Detroit, move from the South and come up to Detroit and actually buy their own business and run that business for a number of years. My father owned a bar. It's called the Moonglow Lounge. It was in Detroit for a long time, and I remember fondly going in there all the time as a kid to listen to the bands that used to play or listen to the jukebox.
Is that smack?
Guys playing dominoes and the people playing pool. It's why I know how to play pool today. It's because of my dad's bar. And my mother owned a barbecue restaurant. So for a long time, the restaurant closed at 1, the bar closed at 2 in the morning. And for a long time, I had to actually go to the bar, or actually to the restaurant. I would sleep on top of a big deep freezer and eventually a cot, deep freezer cot, depending on if it was cold outside or hot outside. If it was cold outside, I would,
They moved to Detroit, so clearly not psychics.
The giant deep freezer, because it was kind of warm, But anyway, and this went on for a long period of time, and by the time I got into 5th or 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade actually, I was like every kid in Detroit in the 70s, I wanted to be by myself. I wanted to be able to babysit myself. And I mean, we had babysitters, and I guess things happened, not personal things, but things that my mom wasn't very happy
Adopt a
with,
child and make them sleep on a deep freezer. It's either in or on.
I don't remember whatever. And I somehow convinced my parents to let me stay at home by myself while they were in the bar or the restaurant working. And they worked their butts off. They worked day and night. They worked all the time. And finally they relented. Now, I lived at this house. The address was 1919 1 Warrington, or 1919
Yeah, there's that one, and also
the in Detroit, Michigan. Still stands. Sometimes I drive by it now, and I'm like, ooh, I wonder what's going on there. So I used to stay in this house, and I loved it. It was a great house. It had like 12 rooms. It had
relevant details.
Yeah,
they're the same thing, but we're using
living room, dining room, breakfast nook, den, dining room, 3 bedrooms upstairs, a little sewing room.
Description.
It was a great house.
You
the backyard
fire
was
with
amazing.
your clicking.
Had this row of bushes in the back that you can actually, as a kid, walk under between the bushes and the fence. And it's like a little forest back there. It was great. I love this place. But eventually, I'm staying in the house by myself.
She's got that
having
voice.
A great time. I mean, like a kid being by themselves, having a great time. Yeah, I'm gonna watch TV. I'm gonna take myself to sleep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm here by myself now. All right, I'm here by myself now. Nice.
Okay.
And I start to go to sleep.
Some repetition.
And I go to my parents' room because it's the only door that really locks. Gotta have the door locked just in case anything happens. And for about 3 or 4 months, it was really great. It was really great for about 3 or 4 months. Until, the footsteps started. And,
footsteps?
I would be in my parents' room, door locked, about to go to sleep.
Creaking equals
and I would hear, kish, 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 all the way to the door of my parents' room. where the footsteps would stop, turn back around, and come back up and go back down.
Dang. Yeah.
Occasionally, you know, I would go outside and I would outside the door and I would look.
Smoke you.
And the stairs, the creaking of the stairs would still happen while I was standing there. I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on. So I asked my mom, and she said, you know, I really think it's an old house settling. You know, that's a good story. It's an old house. It's settling. It settles. Of course, to me, I'm like, you know, it settles one step at a time, all the way to the door. Oh, yeah, it's settling. It's settling, all right. So apparently that wasn't enough to scare me. So eventually I started seeing in the kitchen. The kitchen was in the center of the house, central to the house. The den was on one side, the breakfast nook was on the other, and the entrance from the vestibule to the downstairs basement to the kitchen was on the other side. So I would occasionally be in the kitchen, or in the breakfast nook, or in the den, or in the vestibule. And if I turned around really quickly, I would see out of the corner of my eyes.
Out of the corner of my eyes.
A skeletal figure in a kilt.
Dang. You should have left the kilt in there. Got a skeleton, though.
Yeah. Okay. I was really well-read child as a kid, and I knew what a kilt was, and I damned well knew what a skeleton was. And occasionally I would try to test myself, and sometimes it would happen, and sometimes it wouldn't. And of course my parents were still going to work every night, and I was still staying home every night. And I'd be in the den watching television, and all of a sudden I would hear footsteps coming out of the basement. Coming out of the basement, kush, kush, kush.
I damn well knew what a skeleton was.
The hallway of the vestibule and the kitchen, and go back downstairs. All right. Okay, maybe the house is now settling downstairs as well as settling upstairs. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out. I'm asking my mother. Nah, she's not saying that she sees anything. My dad is just like, what? And I just kept seeing a skeleton in a kilt. And I really, at this point, don't care if you believe me or not, but that is what I saw. A skeleton in a kilt. Now, of course, my parents wouldn't be working all the time. Occasionally they would be home, and I would sleep in my room. And I don't really remember exactly why I stopped sleeping in my room, but after a while I started sleeping. It might have been too cold in there, or the heat wasn't working, or something like that. I can't really remember. But I started sleeping in the guest bedroom that had 2 full beds and had this, I think it was probably the original wallpaper, and it was a scene of you know, a French provincial scene of a man and a woman. The woman's in a swing, swinging back and forth. The man's pushing her. It's blue, very porcelain-like looking. And because there was a street light right outside or in the backyard, I would have the shades pulled down because the light would actually stream right into the room, or the curtains drawn. And after a little bit, I noticed on the wall there was the shape of a face, but it wasn't a face. It was actually a skeleton.
That is the best thing in any kind of storyteller.
So imagine the white of the skull. The eyes were hollowed. It was black. The mouth was black. There was a little part here that was also black, you know, where the cartilage is actually gone, and, you know, you just have a hole down in your skull. And so I would go and lift the door, you know, the blinds and the curtains, and the skeleton was still there. I started getting really kind of freaked out.
She tried to make a lot of noise to scare the skeleton away?
And I started getting so freaked out that I told my parents that I could not stay
in
the house
if you don't believe that's okay. Didn't she say that already?
I mean, my mother, I kept asking her if she had seen anything. She kept saying no. And again, you know, my dad, and it's just like a dad. He's like, yeah, sure, whatever, kid.
Yeah, Dad don't believe.
I just couldn't do it anymore. I was so sad. I was so sad when I had to go back to the bar. Actually, it was the restaurant. I keep saying the bar, but we lived over at my father's bar later on, when I was in 8th grade. So I had to go back to the restaurant, which means I had to get up, you know, I had to sleep in the restaurant and then get up when we came back home and then go to school the next morning. But I kept seeing that skeleton. And one night, we came back from the restaurant, and the house had been broken into. This was like 2 weeks after I stopped going. And the room where I stayed in, my parents' room, was of course the room that was basically targeted. And pretty much, if I had not been scared shitless,
yeah,
I would have been there when the house was broken into.
That would have been you. You would have died in that house.
I guess when I was about 18 years old, I asked my mom, I said, Mom, do you remember the house at 1919 Warrington? That was the house that we all just really loved. And I still loved it despite Ghost.
It's 100% true.
And I said, Mom, did you ever, come on, you used to tell me you never saw something. Did you ever see anything in there? Please, just tell me the truth. Because remember, my mother didn't tell me until I was 33 that I was adopted, so she sometimes love her to death. She doesn't tell me everything. As a parent, doesn't anyway. And she goes, Tanya,
she said basically?
I didn't want to scare you. But yes, I used to also see in the house. See anything in there? 919 Warrington. We always. I guess when I was about 18 years old, I asked my mom. I said, Mom, do you remember the house at 1919 Warrington? That was the house that we all just really loved, and I still loved it despite Ghost. And I said, Mom, did you ever? Come on, you used to tell me you never saw something. Did you ever see anything in there? Please, just tell me the truth. Because remember, my mother didn't tell me until I was 33 that I was adopted, so she sometimes love her to death. She doesn't tell me
basically when she's talking about the break-in?
Parent doesn't anyway.
Oh, okay.
And she goes, Tanya, I didn't want to scare you, but yes, I used to also see in the house a skeleton.
Sometimes just sitting there. Sometimes fixing shit.
And I was like, Ma, you could have told me earlier.
Wow,
she
fucking
said, well, let me just tell you this. When we bought the house, we were the third owners. And we found out the first owner actually was the person who built the house.
Someone died in that house?
And he had fallen upon really hard times. And he hung himself in the kitchen.
Yo, someone died in that house?
He was of Scottish descent.
He was Scottish.
And they did not find his body for a very long time.
They couldn't find it in the kitchen.
So shortly after she
Scottish
told me
kitchens
this,
have trees and shit in there.
I had a dream. I was a little girl again, and I was standing at the top of the stairs outside of my parents' bedroom.
Just a dream,
and
damn.
I see a skeleton's head come up the stairs toward me. And it said, "Are you okay? Are you okay? I just wanted to make sure that you were okay."
That's so fucking good.
And I woke the hell up after that.
You okay?
And it's a true story.
Are you good? I just want to make sure you're okay. Are you okay? Ah, god damn it. Are you okay? Okay, that's the whole stream. That was the best time. We fucking played bingo for ghost stories. Someone made a skeleton account on Twitter and it asks me if I'm okay every day. I keep no, just that. That's the whole stream. Yo, we all got bingo. You're all winners.